In the heart of Appalachia, there was a city that lived a double life. By day, it was Wheeling, West Virginia, a town of steel, smoke, and hard-working men. But when the sun bled out behind the mountains, it became something else entirely. A place whispered about in neighboring states, a place that earned the sinister nickname Little Chicago. How could a city in the middle of conservative America become a gangster's paradise, a capital of vice where the law was just a suggestion? The official records talk about crime, but the mountains remember a different story. The tragedy of a city that sold its soul for a few decades of neon lights and easy money. Wheeling wasn't born a monster. For generations, it was a city built on sweat and steel, nestled in a bend of the mighty Ohio River. Its lifeblood was the clanging of the mills and the rumble of the coal cars. The air was thick with the smell of industry, and the brick buildings were permanently stained with a film of soot. This was the Rust Belt in its prime, a tough, proud place where a man's worth was measured by the calluses on his hands. It was a world of simple, hard truths. You worked, you provided for your family, and you found your rest on Sunday. The people of Wheeling were the heart of this world. They were steel workers, miners, and factory hands who came home each night with their faces smudged with grime and their bodies aching. They were men and women who understood the grim reality of life in the mountains. Their dreams weren't grand. They dreamed of a steady paycheck, a hot meal on the table, and maybe a little something extra on a Saturday night to forget the toil of the week. This city was their home, their legacy, a place they had built with their own two hands. Into this world of grit and labor stepped a man named William Leas, known to everyone as Big Bill. He wasn't a gangster in a pinstripe suit who rolled in from New York or Chicago. He was the son of Greek immigrants, a local boy who understood the city's hunger. He had a disarming smile and a way of speaking that made you feel like he was your oldest friend. He started small, running whiskey during Prohibition, but he wasn't just a bootlegger. He was a visionary of vice. Leas saw the exhaustion in the eyes of the workers, and he offered them an escape. He built churches and sponsored little league teams, presenting himself as a pillar of the community, a generous benefactor. People loved him. He gave them jobs when the mills were slow and entertainment when their lives felt bleak. He was one of them, they thought, just a little smarter, a little luckier. They didn't see the ice behind his eyes or the cold calculation in his every move. But a shadow was beginning to stretch over Wheeling, long before it was ever called Little Chicago. It started with a friendly game of cards in the back of a tavern, a slot machine quietly installed in the corner of a diner. It was the friendly cop who was told to look the other way. The small envelope of cash slipped into a politician's hand. Each small compromise was another brick in the foundation of a corrupt empire. The city, so desperate for a taste of prosperity, didn't realize it was making a deal with the devil. They were a community on the brink, about to lose everything they thought they were, all for the illusion of a good time. It wasn't a single gunshot that marked the point of no return for Wheeling. It was a sound, the constant mechanical grinding and clatter of hundreds, then thousands of slot machines. Big Bill Leas didn't conquer the city with an army of thugs. He seduced it with an army of one-armed bandits. They appeared like a quiet invasion, first in the back rooms of his clubs, then in bars, restaurants, and eventually even corner drugstores. Each machine was a tiny, glittering promise of fortune, and a spigot for a river of untaxed silver that flowed directly into his empire. At first, the city's honest lawmen tried to fight back. They would raid an establishment, confiscate a few machines, and make an arrest, feeling they'd done their duty. But it was a fool's errand. The arrested man would be out on bail within an hour, the case mysteriously dismissed by a compliant judge. The next day, 2 new machines would appear in the same spot. It was a demoralizing, soul-crushing charade. This is where the real poison took hold. Leas understood that you didn't need to own every man with a gun if you owned the men with the gavels and the badges. The system of corruption wasn't a secret. It was an institution. Police officers began receiving weekly envelopes stuffed with cash, a bonus for simply looking the other way. It wasn't presented as a dirty bribe, but as a practical arrangement, a way to ensure the city ran smoothly. For a cop with a family to feed on a meager salary, the choice was brutal. Uphold a law that no one else respected, or accept the cash and provide. One by one, the city's guardians laid down their arms. The conflict shifted from the streets to the quiet, desperate struggle within the hearts of those few who refused to bend. A councilman who spoke out against the gambling racket would find his business suddenly failing inspections. A reporter who dug too deep might get a quiet visit, a friendly warning that his curiosity was unhealthy. The violence wasn't always loud. It was often the silent, chilling threat of ruin. The first drops of blood weren't shed on the pavement. They were the slow bleeding of a city's integrity, the death of its hope that the law was still the law. Wheeling had crossed a threshold, and everyone knew it. The city no longer belonged to its people. It belonged to Big Bill Lias. The slaughter in Little Chicago wasn't a single night of gunfire. It was a slow, methodical strangulation of a city's soul, carried out over decades in smoke-filled backrooms and on dimly lit streets. It was the steelworker who, after a brutal week in the mill, came to Wheeling looking for a little fun. He'd put a few coins in one of Big Bill's machines, mesmerized by the spinning reels. That small thrill became a weekly ritual, then an obsession. The children's frozen terror wasn't from seeing a monster, but from watching their father walk through the door with empty pockets and hollow eyes, his week's pay sacrificed to the one-armed bandit. His family didn't die in a hail of bullets. They starved slowly, their future devoured $1 silver at a time. This was Lias's genius. His violence was often invisible. But for those who couldn't be bought or intimidated, a more permanent solution was whispered about. The Ohio River, the city's lifeblood, became its graveyard. No one ever admitted to seeing a body thrown from the Wheeling suspension bridge, but the stories were there, dark and cold as the river itself. A man who couldn't pay his debts would simply vanish. The rumor was he'd gone for a swim in cement shoes. Fishermen downstream would sometimes cut their lines in a panic, having snagged something that felt unnervingly human, and they learned to never, ever talk about it. The river kept its secrets. As time went on, the violence grew bolder. After Lias, a new figure rose to prominence. Paul No Legs Hankish, a man who ruled his own syndicate from a wheelchair with a cold, terrifying fury. The quiet threats of Big Bill's era were replaced by open warfare. One night, the calm was ripped apart by a deafening explosion that rattled windows for miles. Where a car had been parked on a residential street, there was now only a mangled, smoking crater of twisted metal. The blast didn't just kill a man, it served as a public execution, a message written in fire and shrapnel. The true heart of darkness in Wheeling was this normalization of dread, the silence of the good people who were too scared to speak, the casual acceptance that some men were above the law and that a human life was worth less than a gambling debt. The city hadn't been conquered by an outside force. It had been eaten alive from the inside, one compromised soul, one broken family, and one silent splash in the river at a time. For decades, the corruption in Wheeling was a ghost at the feast, a secret everyone knew but no one dared to name aloud. But eventually, the whispers from those dark Appalachian hills grew loud enough to reach Washington. A U.S. senator from Tennessee named Estes Kefauver had declared a crusade against organized crime, and his traveling committee was cutting a swath across the nation. When they set their sights on West Virginia, Little Chicago was suddenly blinded by a spotlight it could not control. The party was over. The end didn't come with a shootout. It came with the quiet, methodical arrival of men in dark suits who carried briefcases instead of shotguns. They were agents from the FBI and, more importantly, the Internal Revenue Service. They were a quiet army of accountants and taxmen who were immune to Big Bill's charm and his envelopes of cash. They weren't interested in the rumors of bodies in the river. They were interested in the river of money that flowed from the slot machines, a river that had never once touched the ledger books of the US Treasury. The reaction in the city was a quiet, nervous panic. The web of corruption that had felt so strong began to fray. Police officers who had been on the take for years suddenly grew fearful, their weekly payoffs now feeling like anchors that could drag them to the bottom. Politicians who had dined at Lias's table now couldn't remember his name. For the first time in a generation, a force had arrived in Wheeling that Big Bill could not buy, control, or intimidate. The fear that had held the city in his grip was now turned against his own people. Then came the raids. But these were not the staged, theatrical raids of the local police. Federal agents moved with cold efficiency. They didn't just seize a few slot machines, they swept through the city like a cleansing fire. In a single day, thousands of one-armed bandits were confiscated. They were dragged out of the bars and clubs, piled onto trucks, and taken to be destroyed. The signature sound of Little Chicago, that constant, hopeful, greedy grinding of the machines, was replaced by the sound of smashing glass and splintering wood as they were broken apart with sledgehammers. A new kind of silence fell over Wheeling. The neon lights of the gambling dens and backroom casinos flickered and went dark, one by one. The weekend crowds from Ohio and Pennsylvania stopped coming. The flow of easy money that had been the city's lifeblood and its poison simply ceased. What was left was a city in a state of shock, holding its breath. The king was cornered, his empire was in ruins, and the ashes of his fallen kingdom were still settling in the quiet, empty streets. The federal courthouse in Wheeling wasn't one of Big Bill's smoky backrooms. It was a place of cold marble, polished wood, and unwavering fluorescent lights, a world where his charisma and cash held no power. His trial was the greatest show the city had ever seen. The courtroom was packed every day with a strange mix of his loyalists, his victims, and the morbidly curious, all wanting to see if the king would finally fall. Armed federal marshals stood guard, their presence a stark reminder that the old rules no longer applied. For the first time, justice in Wheeling would be decided not by a backroom deal, but by a jury of 12. In the defendant's chair sat William Lias, and he looked like a man out of time. The confident, charming benefactor was gone. In his place was an aging man in an ill-fitting suit, looking confused and diminished under the weight of federal authority. He would scan the faces in the crowd, perhaps searching for the familiar fear and respect he once commanded. But he found only strangers and the cold, impartial gaze of the law. This wasn't his world. He was a mountain lion dragged from his territory and put in a cage, surrounded by hunters who spoke a language he didn't understand. The prosecution's case was a masterpiece of methodical destruction. They didn't call witnesses to speak of rumored murders or broken legs. They didn't speak of the fear that had paralyzed the city for a generation. Instead, they brought in accountants. They presented ledgers, bank statements, and sworn testimony from Lias's own bookkeepers. One by one, former associates and lieutenants, men who had gotten rich under his protection, took the stand to save themselves, their testimony a cascade of betrayals that buried their old boss under a mountain of evidence. The weapon that finally brought down the king of Little Chicago wasn't a smoking gun, it was a fountain pen. The charge was the same one that had felled Al Capone, tax evasion. The government proved with painstaking detail that millions of dollars from thousands of slot machines had simply vanished, never to be seen by the taxman. It was a simple, brutal, and undeniable truth. While the newspapers screamed about racketeering and the whispers on the street told of bodies in the river, the case itself was as dry as dust. It was a cold, mathematical execution. When the jury returned, the verdict was a formality. Guilty. William Big Bill Lias, the man who had owned a city, who had built an empire on vice and fear, was sentenced to years in federal prison. The law of men had finally won. But as he was led from the courtroom, a free man no more, a question hung in the air, heavy and unspoken. Was this justice? The man who corrupted a generation of public officials and broke countless families on the altar of gambling was going to prison for a bookkeeping crime. The system had punished him, yes, but it felt like it had punished him for the wrong reasons. The city was free of its king, but the real sins of Little Chicago seemed to have been left unjudged, washed away like so many other dark secrets in the Ohio River. Big Bill Leas did eventually get out of prison. He returned to Wheeling, but the city he came back to was no longer his kingdom. He was a ghost from a bygone era, his power broken, his name now just a story whispered by old-timers. The man who had once been the uncrowned king of a city died not in a hail of gunfire, but quietly, his empire already turned to dust. The vacuum he left behind was filled for a time by more vicious predators like No Legs Hankish, whose reign was one of bombs and fear, but that too eventually crumbled under the relentless pressure of federal law enforcement. If you drive through Wheeling today, you can still visit the heart of Big Bill's old empire, Wheeling Downs. It's a modern racetrack and casino now, clean, bright, and perfectly legal. The clatter of slot machines is back, but now every dollar is counted and taxed. It stands as a sanitized monument to a dark past, a place where families can go for an afternoon of fun, with no idea of the illegal betting syndicates and hidden currents of cash that once defined its very existence. It's the ghost of what it once was, tamed and put on display. Walk the older streets of downtown, past the brick facades that have stood for a century, and you can almost feel the echoes. That building there, now a law office, might have been the 19th hole, where deals were made in clouds of cigar smoke. That empty storefront could have been a club where a politician and a gangster shook hands. The neon signs are gone, the secret tunnels are sealed or forgotten, and the Ohio River flows on, carrying its secrets silently to the sea. Most people who live in Wheeling now have only a vague sense of this history. Little Chicago is a nickname, a local legend. But the deepest scars left by that era aren't in the brick and mortar. They are in the city's soul. It's an ingrained distrust of authority, a cynical belief that every system can be bought. It's in the stories passed down from grandfathers who remember the open secret of the city's double life. The official records are filed away in dusty archives, but in Appalachia, the true history is the one that lives in the memory of the people. The mountains saw it all, and the mountains never forget. So we come back to the question that hung in the smoky air at the start of our story. How did a hard-working Appalachian city become a gangster's paradise? The answer is as simple as it is tragic. Little Chicago wasn't built by force. It was built on a quiet, desperate bargain. Big Bill Leas didn't conquer Wheeling. He seduced it. He offered a city, weary from the toil of the mills and the mines, an escape. He offered them the illusion of prosperity, the thrill of the jackpot, and all he asked for in return was their silence and their soul. This is more than just a crime story. It is a cautionary tale, a lesson etched into the very hills of West Virginia. It's a story about the danger of looking the other way, of accepting small compromises until there is nothing left of your integrity to compromise. The tragedy of Wheeling wasn't just that a criminal empire rose in its streets, but that so many good people stood by and let it happen, convinced that the easy money was worth the moral rot that came with it. It is a timeless story of how a community, desperate for a better life, can make a deal with the devil, never realizing the price is always far higher than they can imagine. The steel mills have cooled, and the bright neon signs are dark. But the ghost of Little Chicago still haunts these hills, a cold lesson written in the heart of Appalachia. Its legacy is a reminder that the most dangerous monsters are not always the ones who break down your door, but the ones you willingly invite inside. On a snow-dusted morning in Frankfort, Kentucky, a single rifle shot cracked the winter air. The man who fell was William Goebel, and in that moment, he became the only sitting governor in American history to be assassinated. To half the state, he was a savior, a champion of the poor fighting the crushing power of the railroads. To the other half, he was a ruthless tyrant who stole an election and deserved his fate. So, was he a martyr for the common man, or a demagogue who finally met his end? Today, we trace the path that led to that fatal shot, to understand the man behind the legend and the dark truth of his murder. William Goebel was not born to the Kentucky elite. He was an outsider from the very beginning, the son of a German immigrant woodcarver who had fought for the Union Army. Growing up in Pennsylvania and later Covington, Kentucky, a bustling city across the river from Cincinnati, Goebel knew nothing of the bluegrass aristocracy or the ancient codes of the Appalachian hills. He was forged not in a mountain hollow, but in the gritty reality of a working-class border town. His inheritance wasn't land or a family name. It was a towering intellect, a bottomless ambition, and a permanent chip on his shoulder. From a young age, it was clear his mind was his greatest weapon. While other boys played, Goebel devoured books. He was a gifted student who apprenticed under the powerful politician John G. Carlyle, quickly mastering the intricate, often dirty, mechanics of law and politics. He sharpened his mind like a blade, learning that power wasn't something you were given, it was something you took inch by bloody inch. His battlefield was the courtroom and the back rooms of the State House, where he built a political machine that was ruthlessly efficient and fiercely loyal only to him. The moment that truly defined the man, the act that foreshadowed the governor, happened on the streets of Covington. Goebel, then a state senator, had a bitter rivalry with a local banker and political adversary named John Sanford. After a heated exchange of public insults, they met by chance outside Sanford's bank. Words turned to threats. Both men went for their guns. When the smoke cleared, John Sanford lay dead on the cobblestones. Goebel claimed self-defense, arguing Sanford drew first, and a jury acquitted him. But the event became his creation myth. The duel sent a chilling message across the Commonwealth. William Goebel was not a man to be trifled with. He would not be intimidated, he would not be insulted, and he would not back down, even if it meant a lethal confrontation in broad daylight. This single violent act cemented his reputation as a man of cold nerve, a political fighter who took every challenge as a personal war. It was the ultimate demonstration of his personal code. That code was a world away from the clan-based honor of the mountains. Goebel's loyalty wasn't to bloodkin, but to his political cause and the machine he built to serve it. His honor was tied to absolute victory. He saw the law not as a set of sacred principles, but as a tool, a weapon to be wielded against his enemies, the most powerful of which was the Louisville and Nashville Railroad, an entity he viewed as a corporate monster strangling the life out of the common people. This was the man, forged in ambition and violence, who set his sights on the governor's chair. Long before the governor's race that would seal his fate, William Goebel was the undisputed king of the Kentucky Senate. In the years leading up to the storm, he was at the peak of his power, a brilliant and feared legislative tactician. This was Goebel in his element, not as a target, but as a hunter. His supporters didn't just respect him, they revered him. They saw a man who had clawed his way up from nothing, using his formidable intellect to fight for them in the halls of power where they had never had a voice. His life's work was a single-minded crusade against the corporate behemoths that treated Kentucky like a private colony. Chief among them was the Louisville and Nashville Railroad. The L&N wasn't just a company, it was a shadow government. It owned politicians, controlled newspapers, and set freight rates so high that farmers often lost money just trying to get their crops to market. Goebel attacked them relentlessly, pushing for laws to regulate their rates, tax their vast properties, and break their stranglehold on the state's commerce. To the working man, he was David fighting Goliath. Goebel's personal life was entirely consumed by this fight. He was a lifelong bachelor, a man of simple, almost Spartan habits. He had no wife, no children, no home life to retreat to. His law office and the legislative chambers were his only sanctuary. His family was the tight-knit circle of political loyalists who stood by him, and the thousands of faceless farmers and miners who pinned their hopes on his success. The political crusade wasn't just his career, it was his entire existence. This singular focus earned him a fierce, almost fanatical loyalty from his followers. When he spoke, they heard a man who understood their struggles, who wasn't afraid to name their enemies, and who possessed the cold, hard will to do something about it. They knew he was ruthless. They knew he was a political boss who bent the rules. They didn't care. They believed he was using the devil's tools to fight the devil himself, and they loved him for it. This was the world William Goebel had built and sought to protect, a fragile coalition of the forgotten and the angry, united behind a leader as tough and unforgiving as the times themselves. It was a vision of Kentucky, where the power belonged not to the boardrooms in Louisville, but to the people in the fields and the mines. This was what was at stake, and for Goebel, it was a cause worth dying for. William Goebel's greatest strength was also his most profound, fatal weakness, a righteous fury that consumed everything in its path, including the very idea of compromise. He was so utterly convinced of his own moral superiority in the war against the corporations that he came to believe the rules of democracy were an inconvenience. In his mind, any action that led to his victory was not just justified. It was necessary for the salvation of the common man. He wasn't just fighting for the law, he believed he was the law. Nowhere was this flaw more apparent than in the creation of the infamous Goebel election law. This wasn't just a piece of legislation, it was a masterpiece of political warfare, as brilliant as it was corrupt. Pushed through the legislature by the sheer force of his will, the law created a state election commission, a three-man board controlled entirely by his own party, with the absolute power to review county returns, throw out votes, and certify the final winner. It was a legal mechanism for stealing an election, plain and simple. Republicans and even some of his fellow Democrats were aghast. They called it a license to steal, a force bill, an act of tyranny that destroyed the sanctity of the ballot box. But Goebel was deaf to their outrage. In his unbending self-righteousness, he saw their protests not as a legitimate defense of democracy, but as the desperate squeals of the corrupt establishment he was determined to crush. He couldn't see that in his quest to slay a monster, he was becoming one himself. This arrogance made him incredibly vulnerable. He saw his enemies as politicians and lawyers who could be beaten in a courtroom or outmaneuvered in the legislature. He failed to understand that by removing any possibility of a fair fight, he was changing the rules of the game entirely. He was backing men, hard men from the mountains who lived by a different code, into a corner where they felt their only recourse was not the ballot box, but the rifle. The Goebel election law was the ultimate act of pride, the crack in his armor that ran from top to bottom. It was a declaration that he could not and would not lose. By ensuring his own victory, he unknowingly wrote his own death warrant, creating a political powder keg and then daring his enemies to light the fuse. The gubernatorial election of 1899 was not a campaign. It was a contest of pure political bloodsport. The air across Kentucky was thick with accusations of bribery, voter intimidation, and outright fraud. And hanging over it all was the specter of the Goebel election law, a weapon waiting to be used. On election day, the Commonwealth held its breath. When the initial counts were tallied, a collective gasp went through the state. The Republican, William S. Taylor, had won by a razor-thin margin of just over 2,000 votes. For a man like William Goebel, this was not just a political defeat, it was a personal and unforgivable insult. He believed the mountain counties, the Republican strongholds, had stolen the election from him through widespread corruption. The people, in his view, had been tricked. But more importantly, his perfect system, his guaranteed path to victory, had been defied. The verdict of the voters was an affront to his entire crusade, and he would not accept it. His reaction was immediate and absolute. He did not hesitate. He did not concede. He declared war. Goebel immediately filed a formal contest of the election, turning the matter over to the very commission he had created. His political machine roared to life, preparing to use the full, crushing weight of the Goebel election law to invalidate just enough votes in Republican counties to reverse the outcome. To the Republicans, this was the ultimate betrayal of democracy. They had won the fight, and now Goebel was moving to steal the prize in broad daylight. This was the moment the conflict moved from the ballot box to the barrel of a gun. Enraged by Goebel's blatant attempt to overturn the election, Republican leaders sent out a call to arms. From the mountains of eastern Kentucky, a river of angry armed men began to flow towards Frankfort. These were not politicians. They were coal miners, farmers, and feudists, men with rifles on their shoulders and generations of distrust for the bluegrass Democrats in their hearts. They came by the trainload, over 1,000 strong, to make sure their governor, William Taylor, was inaugurated and that Goebel's commission did not dare to steal their victory. Frankfort was no longer a capital, it was a tinderbox. The State House grounds became an armed camp. The local militia was called in, but their loyalties were divided. Republican mountain men, bristling with Winchesters, faced off against Goebel's Democratic enforcers. The air crackled with tension. Goebel's refusal to accept defeat, driven by his unshakable self-righteousness, was the spark. The arrival of the mountain men was the powder. All that was needed now was for someone to strike the match. The city of Frankfort was no longer governing. It was holding its breath. The sight of armed mountain men on every corner was a warning more potent than any telegram. It was a physical manifestation of the state's rage, a clear signal that the political dispute was about to be settled by older, more brutal methods. The air itself was a warning, thick with the scent of coal smoke, cheap whiskey, and the metallic odor of impending violence. Any prudent man would have seen this and searched for an escape route. But William Goebel was not a prudent man. Even within his own party, whispers of caution turned into pleas. The old guard of the Democratic Party, men who had managed Kentucky politics for decades through careful compromise and backroom deals, were terrified. They saw Goebel's hardline stance not as strength, but as a form of madness that was about to tear the Commonwealth apart. They urged him to find a political solution, to let the courts decide, to offer some concession that would allow the armed men to go home. Goebel viewed their advice with contempt. He saw them as weak, as part of the very establishment that had allowed the railroads to grow so powerful in the first place. His own bodyguards, former lawmen chosen for their nerve and loyalty, begged him to take precautions. They saw the cold, hard looks in the eyes of the mountain men. They knew a dozen good places for an ambush between Goebel's hotel and the state capitol. They pleaded with him to vary his routine, to take a carriage, to stay indoors until the legislature had officially declared him governor. Goebel refused. To show fear in his mind was to show weakness. He would walk the same path to the Capitol every day in open defiance. It was a daily act of political theater, a silent declaration that he was not afraid of these railroad thugs. You have to understand, Goebel was so completely consumed by his crusade that he was blind to the nature of the threat. He saw the armed men not as a legitimate popular uprising, but as a rented army, paid for by the L&N Railroad. He believed they were bluffing, a show of force meant to intimidate him. He could not comprehend that for these men, this was not about money. It was about honor. They believed their votes had been stolen, their will had been spat upon, and they were prepared to kill and die to defend it. Every action he took pushed the situation closer to the brink. He pressed forward with the election contest, showing no signs of slowing down. He made public statements that were defiant and inflammatory, pouring fuel on an already raging fire. Each day that he walked, chin held high, past the glowering crowds of his armed enemies, he was rejecting another chance for peace. He was making his choice over and over again. With every warning ignored and every offer of caution rebuffed, the path narrowed. He had slammed and bolted every exit. The political machinery for overturning the election ground forward, and in response, the informal machinery of mountain justice began to grind as well. A violent outcome was no longer a possibility. It was an appointment William Goebel was striding with grim determination to keep. On the night of January 29, 1900, Frankfurt was a city holding its breath in the dark. The state teetered on the precipice of civil war. It was on this night, in the tense quiet of his room at the Capitol Hotel, that William Goebel was presented with one last, clear chance to walk away from the abyss. The offer came not from his enemies, but from his oldest friends, the seasoned Democratic leaders who now saw the abyss yawning before them. They came to him not as politicians, but as men pleading for the life of a friend and the soul of their state. They laid out a compromise, a final, desperate off-ramp. They would broker a deal with the Republican leadership. Both Goebel and Taylor would stand down, and a new, fair election would be held under the supervision of a neutral committee. It was a path back from the brink, a way to let the armed men go home and settle the matter with ballots, not bullets. It would cost Goebel the governor's chair for now, but it would save his life. For a long moment, the fate of Kentucky hung in the air of that smoke-filled room. You can just imagine the scene, the earnest, fearful faces of his allies, the muffled sounds of the armed camp outside, and William Goebel, silent, listening. This was his final crossroads. He could accept the compromise, live to fight another day, and pull his state back from the edge of chaos. He could choose life, or he could choose his crusade. But to William Goebel, compromise was just a prettier word for surrender. In his mind, to accept their offer was to admit that the L&N Railroad's army of thugs could stare down the will of the people and win. It was a betrayal of every farmer, every miner, every forgotten man who had placed his faith in him. A cold fire burned in his eyes. He cut his friends off with a sharp wave of his hand and gave them his answer. He would not back down. The election contest would proceed. He would be governor. And in that moment, in that quiet hotel room, the decision was made. He consciously and deliberately rejected the final offer of peace. His friends left his room that night with the heavy hearts of men who had just left awake. William Goebel stood alone, looking out his window toward the darkened dome of the old state capitol. He had an appointment to keep with destiny, and William Goebel was not a man to be late. The morning of January 30th was bitter cold. A thin blanket of snow covered Frankfurt, muffling the sounds of the city and painting the world in shades of gray and white. William Goebel buttoned his overcoat and stepped out into the frigid air. As always, 2 bodyguards fell into step beside him. It was a short walk from his hotel to the old state capitol, a walk he had made countless times, a walk that had become a daily act of defiance against the armed men who watched him from every corner. He was not thinking about rifles. He was thinking about victory. The legislature was set to meet that day, and he knew he had the votes. The long, brutal fight was almost over. The world around him seemed to fade into a blur of grim-faced men in wool coats and slouch hats. Their glares were meaningless. He was a creature of the law, of legislative maneuvering, of the backroom deal. The raw, physical threat of these mountain men felt primitive, almost irrelevant, to the game he was about to win. As he approached the Capitol grounds, the familiar crunch of his boots on the snow-covered path was the only sound in his world. He walked past the iron fountain, its water frozen into a silent sculpture. The grey limestone facade of the Capitol building loomed before him, the symbol of the prize he had fought for his entire life. The world narrowed to that single point, that doorway through which he would walk in a matter of hours as the rightful governor of Kentucky. Then a sound, sharp and violent, split the winter air. It wasn't the sound of an argument or a carriage backfiring. It was a single, dry crack, like a massive tree branch snapping in the frozen woods. It was a sound of finality. For an instant, William Goebel felt nothing. Then a giant, invisible hand seemed to slam into his chest, stealing his breath and knocking him from his feet. The world pitched sideways, the grey sky and the stone capital swapping places. He was on the ground, the impossible cold of the snow soaking through his coat, a white-hot fire spreading through his body. He looked up, his mind struggling to understand what had just happened. Confusion gave way to a strange, chilling clarity. He saw the panicked faces of his bodyguards leaning over him. He could hear shouting now, a chaos of running feet and horrified screams erupting around him. He knew, in that moment, that the game was over. The rules had been changed. As his friends knelt by his side, he is said to have summoned his last reserve of strength, forcing out the words that would become his own epitaph. "Tell my friends to be brave and fearless and loyal to the common people." The echo of the rifle shot faded, leaving behind it a new and terrible silence. The political argument that had torn Kentucky apart for months was suddenly, permanently over. A single, unseen finger had pulled a trigger, and in the space of a heartbeat had plunged a Commonwealth into darkness. Panic seized the capital. The single shot had shattered the fragile truce, and in its place was pure chaos. Goebbels' allies, their faces masks of fury and disbelief, swarmed around their fallen leader. They lifted his bleeding body from the frozen ground and carried him, not to a hospital, but back to the Capitol Hotel. The hotel, which had been his political headquarters, was about to become his death chamber, his hospital, and, for a few fleeting days, the governor's mansion. Inside, as doctors worked frantically to save him, Goebel drifted in and out of consciousness. The bullet had torn through his lung, and every breath was an agony. But in the moments of lucidity, his state of mind was not one of regret or fear. It was one of cold, unyielding resolve. His body was a ruin, but his mind was still a fortress. He was told the legislature was in an uproar, that his enemies were in disarray. He knew, even as his life was draining away, that this was his moment. The assassin's bullet had not ended his fight. It had given him the final weapon he needed to win it. While Goebel lay dying, his political machine, the most formidable in Kentucky, executed its final, brilliant, and ruthless maneuver. With the Capitol in an uproar and the Republicans reeling from the accusation of murder, the Democratic-controlled legislature moved with breathtaking speed. They met in a chaotic session, officially invalidated the election results from the mountain counties, and declared William Goebel the rightful governor of the Commonwealth of Kentucky. And so, in one of the most surreal and desperate acts in American political history, the Chief Justice of the Kentucky Supreme Court was rushed to Goebel's bedside. In that hotel room, heavy with the smell of chloroform and fear, surrounded by his weeping allies, the dying man raised his right hand. He swore the oath of office, his voice a ragged whisper. For 3 agonizing days, a ghost governed Kentucky from a deathbed. His first and only act was to sign an order disbanding the state militia that protected his rival. On February the 3rd, 1900, the fight finally went out of him. The end of his road had come. William Goebel, the 34th governor of Kentucky, was dead. His war, however, was just beginning. The shot that killed William Goebel did not bring peace. It unleashed a plague. His death was not the end of a war, but the beginning of a long and bitter occupation of the soul of Kentucky. The wreckage left behind was not measured in broken buildings, but in shattered lives and a poison of suspicion and hatred that seeped into the very soil of the Commonwealth for a generation. His personal tragedy immediately became everyone's tragedy. For his political allies, victory was a poisoned chalice. His lieutenant governor, J.C.W. Beckham, now sat in the governor's chair, but the office was haunted. They had won power, but it was power consecrated in blood, and now they were bound by a sacred duty to avenge their fallen leader. This quest for vengeance would consume them, turning the machinery of justice into an instrument of political retribution and ensuring the wounds would never be allowed to heal. The most immediate wreckage was visited upon the men from the mountains. Overnight, Republicans became assassins in the public eye. Men like Caleb Powers, the Secretary of State, and Jim Howard, the Clay County feudist, were hunted down. Their names were transformed from political players into murderers. The lives of their families were destroyed. They faced years of imprisonment, sensational trials, and the crushing weight of being blamed for a crime that had pushed their state to the brink of anarchy. They were the first, but not the last, to be consumed by the fire Goebel's death had started. Across Kentucky, the assassination carved a line of blood between neighbors. The old political divide between the Republican mountains and the Democratic bluegrass was no longer a matter of opinion. It was a feud. Friendships ended, business partnerships dissolved, and families were torn apart by allegiance. The name Goebel became either a martyr's cry or a villain's curse, and there was no ground in between. The trust in government, in the law, in the very idea that a dispute could be settled peacefully, was utterly shattered. William Goebel, the lifelong bachelor, had no children to mourn him, but in a way he left behind thousands of orphans, the common people he championed. Their great hero was gone, and in his place was a legacy of division and a cycle of vengeance that did nothing to ease their poverty or break the power of the railroads. The bullet that struck him down had ricocheted through the entire state, and its final victims were the very people he had sworn to protect. The law that came for the accused killers of William Goebel was not a blindfolded goddess holding a set of scales. It was a vengeful spirit, cloaked in the robes of the state and armed with a prosecutor's fury. The series of trials that followed were not a search for truth. They were the final battle of the Goebel War, fought in a courtroom instead of on the street. The main targets were dragged from the mountains and into a world they did not understand. Caleb Powers, the Republican Secretary of State, branded the mastermind, and James Howard, the feudist from Clay County, accused of being the man who pulled the trigger. This was the heart of the conflict, a clash of two irreconcilable worlds. You have to picture it. A man like Jim Howard, a product of the Clay County feuds where disputes were settled face-to-face with a revolver, being tried by the complex machinery of state law. The prosecution painted him as a cold-blooded assassin, a hired gun. But to men who lived by the mountain code, assassination was a coward's work. The code demanded you look your enemy in the eye. The idea of shooting a man in the back from a hidden window was not just a crime, it was a profound dishonor, a stain on a man's name worse than death itself. Howard and Powers defended themselves with a simple, rugged denial that seemed hopelessly naive against the state's intricate, politically charged conspiracy theories. The trials themselves were a spectacle of partisan rage. The new Democratic administration, led by Goebel's successor, oversaw the prosecution. Juries were packed with loyal Democrats. Testimony was coerced, witnesses were intimidated, and evidence seemed to materialize from thin air. A clerk named Henry Utsi confessed, implicating the others in a story that conveniently fit the prosecution's narrative. A confession many believed was given under duress to save his own skin. It was a legal bludgeon designed not to uncover a fact, but to secure a conviction at any cost. The community's reaction was as divided as the state itself. In the bluegrass and the cities, newspapers proclaimed that Goebel's murderers were finally facing their reckoning. They were seen as traitors, the agents of a corrupt railroad, and no punishment was too severe. But in the mountains, a different story was told. To them, Powers and Howard were not criminals. They were political prisoners, martyrs framed by the very same democratic machine that had stolen the election. They were heroes, sacrificed on the altar of Goebel's ambition. The verdicts came in again and again. Guilty. Powers and Howard were sentenced to hang, then sentenced to life in prison over the course of multiple, grueling trials. But the ink was barely dry before appeals courts, looking at the tainted evidence and partisan atmosphere, overturned the verdicts. For 8 long years, the men languished in prison while the legal war raged on. In the end, was justice served? Not even close. The trials did not deliver clarity. They only cemented the divisions. They were a legal feud, as bitter and personal as any fought with rifles in the hills of eastern Kentucky. The final judgment came not from a jury, but from a Republican governor who, years later, pardoned the last of the men still in prison. The law had failed. It had picked its villains, held its show trials, and ultimately had let the true killer of William Goebel remain a ghost. So what became of the men who stood against William Goebel? If this were a simple story, his death would have meant their victory. But in the tangled, bloody history of Kentucky, there are no clean endings. The other side of this coin is not stamped with triumph, but with its own dark and complicated fate. Consider William S. Taylor, the Republican who won the election only to have it stolen from him. Did he rise to power over his rival's grave? No. He became a man without a country. Implicated in the assassination plot and facing indictment by a vengeful Democratic administration, Governor Taylor was forced to flee. He escaped across the river into Indiana, a political exile, never to set foot in his home state again. He lived out the rest of his days as an insurance lawyer in Indianapolis, a man who won an election and lost everything. And what of the true antagonist, the shadow government that Goebel had dedicated his life to fighting? The L&N Railroad had seemingly won the ultimate victory. Their most dangerous and implacable enemy was gone, silenced forever. But the ghost of William Goebel proved to be a more formidable foe than the man ever was. His assassination transformed him from a ruthless politician into a populist martyr. His name became a holy word, a rallying cry for the very reforms he had championed. The movement he started didn't die with him. It was consecrated by his blood, and the fight against the railroad monopolies continued with a religious fervor for years to come. In the end, no one truly won. The men accused of the murder saw their lives shattered. The governor who defeated Goebel at the polls died in exile, and the corporation that wanted him gone created a legend that would haunt them for a generation. The other side of the coin, it turns out, was just as cursed. In the years that followed, Kentucky did not so much heal as it learned to live with a festering wound. The aftermath of the assassination was not a period of reconciliation, but one of grim consolidation. William Goebel left behind no wife or children, but he did have descendants of another kind, the political machine he built and the cause he embodied. His hand-picked successor, J.C.W. Beckham, rode a wave of public sympathy and righteous anger, establishing a Democratic dynasty that would dominate Kentucky politics for decades. The Goebel Democrats, once the insurgents, now became the establishment, their power cemented by the blood of their martyr. For the families of the accused, the legacy was a curse. Even after the eventual pardons, the names of Powers and Howard were forever stained. Their children and grandchildren grew up in the long, cold shadow of the gallows, marked as the kin of assassins. They lived under a cloud of suspicion and shame, a constant, unspoken reminder of the state's darkest hour. For them, the trials never truly ended. They simply became a life sentence of inherited infamy, a ghost they could never escape. The community of Frankfort and Kentucky as a whole rebuilt itself by choosing to forget. A great, unspoken pact of silence descended upon the state. The assassination was too traumatic, the divisions too deep, the truth too murky. To speak of it was to risk reopening the wound, to reignite the hatreds that had almost plunged the Commonwealth into civil war. So they buried it. The story became a dark whisper, a piece of forbidden history passed down in hushed tones, a communal trauma hidden beneath a blanket of polite, desperate silence. But beneath that silence, the power dynamics of the state had been fundamentally and irrevocably altered. The Republican Party in Kentucky was crippled, branded as the party of murderers, a stigma that would take them more than a generation to overcome. And ironically, the L&N Railroad, the great corporate beast Goebel had fought, found itself facing a far more hostile world. Goebel the man could be beaten, but Goebel the martyr was invincible. His death had galvanized the public against corporate overreach in a way his political maneuvering never could. The fall of the man had ensured the rise of his cause. If you walk the grounds of the old state capitol in Frankfurt today, you can still feel the chill of that January morning. A bronze plaque marks the very spot where William Goebel fell, a silent testament to the moment Kentucky's history was violently broken. You can look across the lawn to the old state annex building, to the third-floor window from which the fatal shot was fired, and feel a shiver crawl down your spine. The buildings are now museums, but on that patch of ground, the past is not past. It is a cold spot that never thaws. A short drive away, in the Frankfurt Cemetery, stands Goebel's final monument, one of the grandest in the state. A towering obelisk pierces the sky, with a bronze statue of the man, defiant even in death, standing guard. His grave is not a place of quiet rest. It is a political statement carved in stone, a permanent declaration of his martyrdom. It's a pilgrimage site for political junkies and history buffs, a physical reminder of the man who became more powerful in death than he ever was in life. But Goebel's ghost doesn't just haunt these physical places. It lives in the stories. His assassination became the stuff of legend, a dark and bloody folk tale told in the back rooms of the State House and around kitchen tables in the mountains. Folk singers wrote ballads about the man who fought the railroad and was shot down in the snow. His name became a cautionary tale whispered to young, ambitious politicians, a warning about the deadly consequences of pride and the refusal to compromise. The story persists more than a century later because it is a perfect, unsolved mystery. The question of who truly killed William Goebel was never answered, and so it can never die. Was it the Mountain Republicans avenging a stolen election? Was it a shadowy railroad conspiracy silencing a threat to their profits? Or was it the darkest theory of all, a dissident Democrat, tired of his tyrannical rule, who pulled the trigger knowing his enemies would take the fall? The lack of a definitive answer allows the ghost to belong to everyone, his legend shaped and reshaped to fit any political narrative. And so, the spirit of William Goebel still walks the halls of Kentucky politics. Goebel's ghost became a term for the lingering bitterness, the deep partisan hatred that can still erupt in the state. The man is gone, his bones turned to dust beneath that stone monument. But the fury, the division, and the unanswerable question of his end, that part of him is immortal. It haunts the Commonwealth, a permanent echo of a single rifle shot on a cold winter morning. So, we come back to the question we asked at the very beginning, standing over the ghost of a man shot down in the snow. Was William Goebel a hero or a villain, a martyr or a tyrant? The hard truth, the one that a century of dust and argument has left us with, is that he was both. He was a man who saw a great evil, the unchecked power of corporations strangling the life from his state, and he chose to fight it with a fire so fierce it consumed everything, including himself and the very democratic principles he claimed to defend. In the end, this isn't just the story of a political assassination. It's a timeless Appalachian tragedy about how a man's greatest strength can become his most profound and fatal weakness. It's a chilling lesson on the poison of absolute certainty, a warning that when a man becomes so convinced he is on the side of the angels, he can't see that he's started using the devil's own tools. It is the story of a modern political machine crashing headlong into the ancient, unbending code of the mountains and the explosion that followed. The shot that killed William Goebel was an echo of 1,000 conflicts born in these hills, a brutal reminder that when you strip away the laws and the politics, some things are only settled with blood. It's a story about a war for the soul of a state, a war that left no victors, only ghosts. And that, my friends, is the ballad of William Goebel, the man who fought a war for the common people, but whose own pride was the one enemy he could never defeat. They say if you walk the old McCoy lands on a cold January night, when the wind moans through the bare sycamores, you can still hear her. A woman's voice, thin and full of sorrow, whispering two names into the darkness. Alifair Calvin. It's the ghost of Sarah McCoy, they say, the living curse of the great feud, a mother forever searching for the children who were murdered right before her eyes. But how does a person become a ghost while they're still breathing? How does a tough, resilient mountain matriarch, the very heart of a family, get broken so completely that her grief itself becomes a local legend? Hers is not a story of bullets and bravado. It's the story of what happens after the guns fall silent, and of a sorrow so deep it haunts the hills to this very day. Today, we separate the woman from the haint and trace the path that led Sarah McCoy into that long, lonely darkness. To understand the woman, you first have to understand the mountains that made her. Sarah Mullins was born in 1829 into a world of sharp ridges and deep, isolated hollows along the Kentucky side of the Tug Fork. This wasn't a land of easy living. It was a place that demanded everything from you: your strength, your sweat, your resilience. The seasons were harsh, the soil was rocky, and the outside world with its formal laws and governments was a distant rumor. Life was governed by a different set of rules: the turning of the seasons, the needs of the family, and the unwritten code of the hills. She was a Mullins before she was a McCoy, and like all mountain families, they lived by a simple, powerful creed: you take care of your own. Sarah's childhood wouldn't have been one of play and schooling. Her education came at her mother's side, learning the hard-won lessons of survival. She learned how to birth a child and how to bury one. She learned which roots could break a fever and which berries were poison. She learned to mend clothes, cure meat, and stretch a handful of cornmeal to feed a hungry family through the dead of winter. It was a life that forged a quiet, unbreakable strength into the very marrow of her bones. There are no documents that tell us of a single, defining moment in her youth. But the life of every mountain girl was filled with them. You can imagine a winter so fierce it threatened to starve the family out, and a young Sarah, not yet a woman, helping her mother keep a dying fire alive. You can picture her nursing a younger sibling through a sickness, learning for the first time that hollow-eyed fear that comes when a loved one's life hangs by a thread. These small, forgotten battles were her forge, tempering her into a woman who could endure hardship without complaint, because complaining was a luxury the mountains never afforded. In 1849, that quiet strength was joined with the formidable pride of Randolph McCoy. Randall, as he was known, was a stubborn, unbending man, quick to see a slight and slow to forgive a debt. When Sarah married him, she wasn't just becoming a wife, she was becoming the bedrock of a new dynasty. Her life's work would now be to build a family, to raise sons and daughters who carried the McCoy name. He was the stone wall facing the world. She was the mortar holding it all together, the quiet force that turned a rough log cabin into a home. Her code was not the code of the gunman or the feudist, not yet. Her code was the ancient, unspoken law of the Appalachian matriarch. It was a law written in the rhythm of a rocking chair, the smell of baking bread, and the fierce, protective glare she'd give anyone who threatened her children. Her honor wasn't tied to land disputes or stolen hogs. It was tied to the well-being of the 13 souls she brought into this world. Her domain was the hearth. Her ambition was a full pantry, and her loyalty was absolute, not to a cause, but to the lives she had created. Before the first shots of the feud echoed in her memory, Sarah McCoy's world was one of simple, profound purpose. Her domain wasn't the courthouse or the battlefield. It was a rough-hewn log cabin on a Kentucky hillside, a home that was overflowing with the noise and chaos of life. While Randall was out wrestling a living from the rocky soil or nursing a grievance with a neighbor, Sarah was the quiet gravity that held their chaotic world in orbit. The cabin wasn't just a shelter, it was her life's work, a testament to her endurance, filled with the smell of wood smoke and stew and the constant hum of her children's lives. And what a life it was. She was the mother of 13. Imagine that. 13 times she went through the trial of childbirth, and 13 times she held a new life in her arms. Her days weren't measured in hours, but in the tasks required to keep that many souls alive and well. It was an endless cycle of mending torn shirts, calming fevers with cool rags, breaking up squabbles between brothers, and singing the youngest ones to sleep. Her hands were never still. They were either kneading dough, churning butter, snapping beans, or gently brushing the hair from a sleeping child's face. She wasn't a woman given to grand pronouncements. Her strength was in her presence. When a child fell and scraped a knee, it was Sarah's lap they sought. When a son came home angry over some dispute, it was her steady gaze that could soothe the heat of his pride. She was the keeper of their stories, the witness to their growth. She saw the stubborn set of Randall's jaw in her son Tolbert, and the quiet kindness in her daughter Alifair. She knew their fears, their dreams, and the secret hurts they hid from the world. For 2 decades, that world, while never easy, was whole. The rhythm of their lives was tied to the land. There was the hard work of planting in the spring, the relief of the summer harvest, and the huddling together for warmth and stories in the long, dark winters. This was the world Sarah McCoy had built and fought to protect. It wasn't a kingdom of wealth or power, but it was rich in what mattered most to her: the sight of her family, gathered and safe, under one roof. Her treasure wasn't a plot of land. It was the sound of her children's laughter echoing through the hollow. This was what was at stake. Not honor, not a family name, not the ownership of a stray pig. For Sarah, the escalating tensions with the Hatfields across the river were a terrifying threat to the only thing she held sacred. Every angry word Randall brought home, every dark rumor that drifted over the tug fork, was like a tremor beneath the foundation of her home. She was a mother standing guard over a precious, fragile peace, and she could feel a storm gathering on the horizon that threatened to wash it all away. Every great tragedy is driven by a fatal flaw, a crack in an otherwise strong foundation. For Randall McCoy, it was his unbending pride. For his sons, it was their quick, violent temper. But Sarah's flaw was something far more subtle and heartbreaking. It wasn't a sin, but a virtue taken to a terrible extreme: her absolute, unconditional love for her family. Her love was so powerful, so all-consuming, that it blinded her to any path that required her to stand against her husband or her sons. She saw her duty not as guiding them, but as enduring with them, no matter the cost. We see this flaw in sharp relief after the tragedy of 1882. The Hatfields had captured 3 of her sons, Tolbert, Farmer, and Randolph Jr., and, in an act of brutal frontier justice, tied them to pawpaw trees and executed them. The grief that fell upon Sarah's house was a physical thing, a suffocating shroud. This was the moment where a different kind of woman might have broken. She might have screamed at Randall, "Your pride has already cost me 3 sons. Are you waiting for it to take the rest?" She could have begged him to leave the valley, to sell the land, to save what was left of their family from the fire of his feud. But she didn't. Her love and her grief fused into a kind of hardened, silent resolve. To suggest leaving would have felt like a betrayal of her murdered boy's memory. To question her husband's path would have been to break the sacred code of a mountain wife. And so, she stood by him. While the men spoke of honor and revenge, Sarah's world was one of empty chairs at the dinner table and ghosts in every corner of the cabin. Her loyalty, once the family's greatest source of strength and comfort, now became the quiet engine of its destruction. She would support their fight, even if it led them all to the grave. This unwavering devotion was, for most of her life, her greatest strength. It's what allowed her to raise 13 children in the harshest of conditions. It was the bedrock on which the McCoy family was built. But in the face of a blood feud, That same strength became a profound weakness. It made her a passive participant in her own family's annihilation. She couldn't see that sometimes the most loving act is to say no more. She couldn't imagine a world where her family was separated or their honor was compromised, and that inability to envision a different future trapped them all on the path to ruin. And so, she supported Randall's stubborn refusal to back down. She nursed the anger of her remaining sons and tended to the family's wounds, all while the storm gathered closer. Her flaw was not malice or pride. It was a love so deep it couldn't admit the possibility of defeat or retreat. She was the heart of the family, and she would continue to beat in rhythm with it, even as that rhythm became a death march. Her love had built their home. Now that same love would inadvertently help burn it to the ground. For 5 long years after the Paw Tree executions, the feud had become a war of whispers and shadows. The grief in Sarah's home was a constant, cold presence, but the open bloodshed had ceased. A fragile, unspoken truce held the valley in its grip, the kind of quiet that feels heavier than noise. But in the winter of 1887, the McCoy clan, led by their kinsman and lawyer Perry Cline, made a fateful decision. They decided to fight the Hatfields not with rifles in the hollers, but with warrants in the courts. This was the spark that would ignite an inferno. Cline, who held a deep personal grudge against the Hatfields, used his influence to have old murder warrants from 1882 reissued in Kentucky. He then deputized a rough, fearless man named Bad Frank Phillips to hunt down the Hatfields responsible for killing Sarah's sons. To the outside world, this was the law taking its course. But in the mountains, this was a profound and unforgivable insult. It was seen as a coward's move, an attempt to use outside authority to settle a family matter. You didn't send a lawman to do a man's work. It was a direct challenge to the sovereignty of the Hatfield clan and their patriarch, Devil Anse. The affront became an invasion when Frank Phillips and his posse crossed the Tug Fork into West Virginia. They were armed, they had the law on their side, and they began to hunt Hatfields on their own soil. They captured several men, and in the process, a Hatfield ally was killed. The news of this invasion, this violation of their territory by a McCoy-led force, reached Devil Anse like a declaration of war. The fragile truce was shattered. The Hatfields' response would not be in a courtroom. It would be swift, total, and merciless. For Sarah, this news was not a victory. It was a death sentence. When she learned that the law was being used as a weapon, a cold dread must have settled deep in her bones. She, more than anyone, knew the nature of the men they were provoking. She had seen their brand of justice firsthand at the base of 3 paw trees. While the men in her family may have felt a surge of righteous power, Sarah would have felt the earth begin to tremble beneath her feet. The point of no return had been crossed. The men had kicked the hornet's nest with the lawyer's boot, and she knew the swarm would be coming for her home. Her immediate visceral reaction wouldn't have been one of anger or pride, but of a mother's paralyzing fear. She would look at her daughter Alifair and her son Calvin, the 2 children who remained with her in that isolated cabin, and see them with new, terrified eyes. They were no longer just her children. They were the targets. Her fatal flaw, that unwavering loyalty, now chained her to this reckless course. She couldn't protest. She could only pray. The men had lit the fuse, and Sarah was left to do nothing but watch it burn closer and closer to her door. For the first time in 5 years, a dangerous kind of hope flickered in the McCoy men. With Frank Phillips and his posse raiding West Virginia, they felt the tide turning. Justice, or at least their version of it, seemed within reach. But the whispers that drifted back across the Tug Fork were as cold and dark as a winter creek. Friends and neighbors, men who knew the Hatfields not as names on a warrant, but as flesh and blood forces of nature, brought warnings to Randall. They spoke in low, urgent tones of men gathering at Devil Anse's command, of the cold fire they'd seen in Jim Vance's eyes. These weren't formal offers of peace. The time for that had long passed. These were the desperate pleas of a community that could feel the ground getting ready to shake. "Take your family and go, Randall," one might have said. "Go to Pikeville, anywhere, just until this blows over. A piece of paper won't stop a bullet." They were warnings born of experience, a deep mountain wisdom that understood that provoking a man like Jim Vance was like cornering a rattlesnake. You might have the right to do it, but you'd be a fool to expect to walk away unharmed. But Randall McCoy, his pride now buttressed by the authority of the law, was deaf to these pleas. To him, leaving would be running. It would be an admission of defeat, a betrayal of the sons already in the ground. "We have the law on our side now," he'd retort, his jaw set like stone. He mistook the warrants in his pocket for a shield, believing the outside world's rules now applied to this ancient, personal war. He and his remaining sons walked with a newfound confidence, blind to the fact that they were marching their families straight towards an open grave. Sarah saw it, though. She saw the truth not in Randall's defiant words, but in the silence that followed them. She saw it in the way neighbors averted their eyes, in the sudden quiet that fell over a room when she entered. She could feel her family being walled off, isolated by her husband's stubborn pride. The warnings the men ignored, she heard as a deafening roar. She knew the Hatfields. She knew what they had done to her boys at the pawpaw trees, and she knew they had done it without the pretext of a legal invasion. What would they do now, with their homes raided and their kinfolk dragged away in irons? Her path of no compromise was one of silent, terrified endurance. Every day that passed was another missed opportunity to flee. Every sunset that painted the winter sky felt like a final act. The cabin, once her sanctuary, began to feel like a trap made of logs and pride. While her husband saw their stand as a matter of honor, Sarah saw only the shrinking circle of safety around her children. The men were too busy listening to the lawyers and the deputies to hear the sound that Sarah heard every night in her sleep, the sound of approaching footsteps in the snow. And so, with every warning ignored, with every chance for escape dismissed, the certainty of a violent end grew. The feud was no longer a simmering conflict. It was a runaway wagon careening downhill, and the McCoy family was tied to the driver's seat. Their isolation was now complete. They were alone in their holler, surrounded by a world that was holding its breath, waiting for the inevitable crash. The only question left was how terrible the wreckage would be. The final chance for peace didn't come with a white flag or a parley at the river's edge. It came in the dead of night, on New Year's Eve, 1887, inside the four walls of the McCoy cabin. It came not as a negotiation, but as a wife's desperate plea to her husband. The children were asleep, their breathing soft and even in the cold air. The only sounds were the crackle of the fire in the hearth and the low moan of the wind outside, a sound that seemed to be whispering a warning. Sarah sat watching the fire, but she wasn't seeing the flames. She was seeing the faces of her sleeping children, Calvin and Alifair, and the image of them was superimposed over the memory of her 3 dead sons. The fear she had been swallowing for weeks finally rose in her throat, too powerful to be contained. She turned to Randall, who sat cleaning a rifle, his face a grim mask in the flickering light. Her voice, when it came, was barely a whisper. "Randall, let's leave this place." He stopped his work, the sound of the oiled rag on steel falling silent. He didn't look at her. "Leave? And go where? This is our home, woman." But Sarah pressed on, her words tumbling out in a torrent of a mother's terror. "To Pikeville, just for a while. Let the lawmen do their work. The land will be here when we come back, Randall. The house will be here. But the children, I can't lose any more children." This was her one and only act of defiance, a desperate attempt to place the lives of her family above the honor of their name. For a brief, flickering moment, the iron in Randall McCoy's gaze seemed to soften. He looked over at his son, Calvin, a young man now, asleep by the fire. He looked at his daughter, Alifair, her face peaceful in her dreams. He saw the genuine, heart-stopping fear in his wife's eyes. This was the crossroads. He could choose his family, or he could choose his feud. He could choose life, or he could choose the dirt his ancestors were buried in. The entire weight of the McCoy family's future rested on the next words to leave his mouth. He shook his head, slowly at first, then with a final, terrible certainty. And let them say I ran? Let Jim Vance and his murdering kin tell their children that Randall McCoy was a coward who abandoned his home and the graves of his sons. He stood up, his voice low and hard. No, Sally. We are McCoys. We don't run. With that, the final door slammed shut. He had made his choice. He had chosen pride. Sarah said nothing more. She simply stared into the fire as the last ember of hope died, turning to cold, grey ash. The silence that filled the cabin now was the silence of a tomb waiting for its occupants. It started not with a shout, but with the sound of the world breaking. A splintering crash from the door, and then the night outside the McCoy cabin exploded. The family's dogs, which had been barking frantically, fell suddenly, horribly silent. The air turned to thunder. Flashes of orange light punched through the thin wooden walls, each one a deafening crack that seemed to rip the fabric of the cold January night. For Sarah, the world shrank to the terrified faces of her children, illuminated in strobing, violent bursts of light. The cabin was no longer a shelter, it was a cage. Then came a new smell, sharp and hungry. Kerosene. A sudden, whooshing bloom of light appeared at the windows and beneath the doors, painting the inside of the cabin in a ghastly, dancing orange. The dry roof caught with a hungry roar, and the heat became a living thing, a monster breathing down on them, driving them out into the open. Smoke, thick and acrid, filled their lungs, turning every breath into a choking gasp. The home Sarah had built with her own two hands was now a furnace, an altar for a terrible sacrifice. Her son Calvin, now a man, grabbed a rifle, his face a mask of desperate courage. He lunged for the main doorway, a silhouette against the rising flames, trying to give his family a chance to escape out the back. From the darkness came a single sharp report, a sound louder and more final than all the others. The argument that had been Calvin's young life was suddenly, permanently over. He simply crumpled and was gone from the doorway, leaving a void where her son had stood just a heartbeat before. A new sound cut through the chaos, Alifair's scream, raw with terror and grief. "Stop it, please, stop!" She bolted from the smoke-filled room into the freezing yard, a desperate prayer on her lips, her hands outstretched as if she could physically push back the violence. Outside, in the hellish, flickering firelight, another shot rang out across the holler. The screaming stopped, just like that. In the snow, her daughter's frantic motion ceased, and a terrible, unnatural stillness took its place. Instinct, the purest and most primal force a mother knows, took over. Sarah scrambled out into the freezing air, her world narrowing to the still shape in the yard. She fell to her knees beside Alifair, a mother's wail tearing from her throat, a sound of absolute ruin. A dark shape loomed over her, a man's form silhouetted against her burning home. There was a swift, dark movement in the air above her. Not a sound, not a pain, just a blinding flash of white light behind her eyes. The world tilted on its axis. The roar of the fire and the crackle of gunfire faded to a distant, muffled hum. The cold, soft snow rose up to meet her, and the night, which had been so full of fire and noise, went utterly and completely black. The first thing she felt was the cold. Not the bracing cold of a winter night, but a deep, seeping cold that seemed to be coming from inside her own bones. Consciousness returned not as a gentle dawn, but as a slow, agonizing crawl out of a black, silent pit. There was a ringing in her ears, and the ground was wet beneath her cheek. The sharp, bitter smell of wet ash and burnt pine filled the air. For a moment, there was nothing else, just cold, silence, and the smell of ruin. Slowly, She pushed herself up. A crushing weight of pain exploded in her skull, a blinding agony that made the world swim. Her hand went to her head and came away slick and dark, with something that wasn't melted snow. Her eyes focused. Above her, the stars were still glittering, cold and indifferent. But where her home should have been, there was only a jagged black skeleton, its ribs smoldering faintly against the night sky. And then, she remembered, fire, gunshots, screaming. Her gaze fell upon a shape in the snow nearby, a dark bundle, unnaturally still. Alifair. The name was a thought, not a sound. Sarah crawled towards her, the pain in her head forgotten, her body moving with a will of its own. The snow beneath her daughter was stained a dark, impossible color. She reached out a trembling hand and touched her child's face. It was as cold as the frozen earth. A great, silent bell had been struck inside her soul, and the ringing had shattered everything. There was no scream, no cry. The sound was trapped somewhere deep inside her, unable to escape. Her eyes lifted toward the charred remains of the doorway. She saw him then. Calvin. What was left of him? The sight did not add to the horror. It simply confirmed it. The world had ended. This was what came after. She was no longer a wife or a mother. She was a witness, a survivor left behind in the graveyard of her own life. There was no triumph, no shock, no regret. There was only a vast, hollow emptiness where a heart had once been. She didn't flee into the mountains. She didn't stand her ground. She simply knelt there in the blood-soaked snow, a frozen statue between her two dead children, staring at the smoldering corpse of her home. Hours later, when the first grey light of dawn threatened the sky, Randall and the others who had escaped crept back out of the woods. They found her there. She looked at them, but her eyes were vacant, seeing something far away, or perhaps nothing at all. Randall had survived the night, but the woman he found in the ashes was not the wife he had left behind. The Sarah McCoy, who had raised 13 children and anchored a family, was gone forever, and in her place was only a ghost. The fire that consumed the McCoy cabin sent shockwaves of a different kind across the mountains. The immediate wreckage wasn't just timber and ash, it was human. Randall McCoy, a man whose pride had forbidden him from leaving his home, was now forced to lead a ragged procession of ghosts away from the Tug Fork. They were homeless, landless, and carrying with them a grief so heavy it was a physical burden. Their destination was Pikeville, a town that offered safety, but also the quiet shame of exile. They were refugees from a war they had helped start, driven from their ancestral land not by an army, but by the hatred of their neighbors. But the most profound piece of wreckage was Sarah herself. They had managed to save her body from the flames, but her spirit had been left behind in the snow with Alifair and Calvin. She was now a walking wound, a constant, silent testament to the horror of that night. For her surviving children, the burden was twofold. They had to mourn the siblings they had lost, while simultaneously caring for a mother who no longer recognized them, who looked through them as if they were made of glass. Every meal they prepared for her, every time they led her gently back indoors from a wandering daze, was a fresh reminder of how much had been stolen from them. They hadn't just lost a home, they had lost the heart of their family. News of the New Year's massacre spread through the hollers, not like a rumor, but like a pestilence. This wasn't another chapter in the feud. This was something different, something darker. Ambushing armed men on a trail was one thing. Executing prisoners by a pawpaw tree was brutal, but it followed a certain grim frontier logic. But setting fire to a family's home in the dead of night and shooting down an unarmed woman and a boy in their own yard, that violated even the most primitive mountain codes. The attack shattered any local sympathy the Hatfields might have had. It transformed them from proud patriarchs defending their territory into a pack of midnight murderers. This singular act of brutality, intended to end the McCoy line for good, instead sealed the Hatfields' own doom. The story of the massacre and of Sarah's tragic state lit a fire under the authorities in Kentucky. The feud was no longer a local squabble. It was now a manhunt, sanctioned and funded by the state. Bad Frank Phillips's posse was no longer just a band of McCoy allies. It was the arm of the law, and its hunt for Jim Vance and the others became a relentless crusade. The fire didn't end the war. It escalated it into a final bloody chapter that would lead to pitched battles, arrests, and ultimately, the gallows. The tragedy, in the end, belonged to everyone. The ashes of the McCoy cabin were the funeral pyre not just for Alifair and Calvin, but for any hope of a peaceful resolution. It left a permanent scar on the community, deepening the lines of hatred and distrust that would poison the valley for another generation. The true wreckage wasn't a burned-out foundation on a Kentucky hillside. It was the countless broken lives, both Hatfield and McCoy, left behind in the wake of a single night of unimaginable violence. The New Year's massacre didn't just burn down a cabin, it set fire to the unwritten rules of the feud. The law didn't just cross the tug fork anymore, it kicked down the door. Frank Phillips and his posse, now acting with the full fury of the Kentucky government behind them, hunted the raiders with a vengeance. Several Hatfields and their allies were captured, bound, and dragged across the river to stand trial in Pikeville. To the state of Kentucky, this was the legitimate capture of fugitive murderers. To West Virginia, it was an armed invasion and a kidnapping. The clash was no longer just between two families, it was between two states. The case went all the way to the United States Supreme Court. Imagine that. A blood feud born of stolen pigs and mountain pride was now being debated by the highest legal minds in the nation. In a landmark decision, the court sided with Kentucky, ruling that they had the right to prosecute the captured men. It was a stunning moment. For the first time, the formal black-robed law of the outside world had officially superseded the ancient, bloody code of the mountains. The federal government had declared that the tug fork was not a border between two kingdoms, but simply a line on a map that justice could cross at will. The Pikeville courthouse became a theater for this culture clash. On one side stood the machinery of the law, prosecutors in starched collars, law books filled with complex language, and a judge who represented a power far greater than any clan patriarch. On the other side stood the accused, men like Ellison Cottontop Mounts. He was a rough-hewn product of the mountains, a man who lived by a code of loyalty to his kin and whose understanding of justice was likely settled with a fist or a firearm. He sat in the courtroom, a bewildered and defiant figure, as his fate was debated in a language he barely understood. The community was torn in two. For the McCoys and their sympathizers, who packed the Kentucky side of the courtroom, this was divine retribution. They didn't see Cottontop Mounts the man. They saw the embodiment of the Hatfield clan, the face of the evil that had burned down Sarah's home and murdered her children. Every word of the prosecution was a vindication of their suffering. But across the river and among the Hatfield allies, the trial was seen as a sham, a legal lynching. They saw Cottontop not as a criminal, but as a political prisoner, a scapegoat being sacrificed to satisfy a Kentucky vendetta. He was their martyr. The verdict, when it came, was as swift and certain as a Hatfield bullet. Guilty. The sentence was even more final. Death by hanging. The law, which had for so long been a distant and irrelevant concept, had finally bared its teeth. Its judgment was absolute, and it promised a public, orderly, and legal end to a man's life, a stark contrast to the chaotic, passionate violence that had defined the feud for decades. But was it true justice? That's the question that still hangs over the valley. Cottontop Mounts was just a follower, rumored to be simple-minded, a man caught up in the powerful currents of clan loyalty. The masterminds of the raid, Jim Vance and Cap Hatfield, had escaped the noose. Vance was already dead, shot by Frank Phillips, and Cap would eventually be pardoned. The law had claimed its pound of flesh, and the hanging of Cotton-top Mounts officially marked the end of the feud. But for many, it felt less like a resolution and more like a final bitter irony. A war started by powerful men had ended with the execution of one of their weakest soldiers. So, what became of the men who brought hell to Sarah McCoy's doorstep? Did they face a reckoning of their own? The answer, like everything in this story, is a tangled mess of violence, irony, and unsatisfying justice. The fates of the Hatfield leaders show that in the mountains, the ledger of right and wrong is rarely balanced so neatly. Jim Vance, the old wolf of the clan, the man widely believed to have delivered the crippling blow to Sarah's head, met a fittingly violent end. He was hunted relentlessly by Frank Phillips, who pursued him not with a warrant, but with the cold fury of an avenger. In January 1888, just weeks after the massacre, Phillips cornered Vance in the woods. There was no trial, no judge. There was only a final, brutal shootout. Jim Vance, who had lived his life by the gun, died by the gun, his body left in the frozen wilderness. For the McCoys, this was the only kind of justice they could truly understand. But for the others, the law's judgment was far more elusive. Cap Hatfield, Devil Anse's hot-headed son and another leader of the raid, was a ghost to the law. He dodged posses and hid in the mountains until the political winds shifted. Thanks to the bitter jurisdictional disputes between Kentucky and West Virginia, Cap was eventually granted a pardon. He never spent a day in jail for the New Year's raid. In a twist of staggering irony, the man who had acted as judge, jury, and executioner in Sarah's yard went on to become a lawyer and land agent, living a long and prosperous life. He died an old man, a respected member of his community, the blood of that night, a distant, unpunished memory. And what of the patriarch himself, Devil Anse Hatfield? He was the man in whose name it was all done, yet he never faced a single legal consequence for the feud. He outlived Randall McCoy by a decade, transitioning from a feared clan leader to a successful timber baron. The Hatfields, far from being destroyed, became a powerful and influential family in West Virginia politics. On the surface, it seems Devil Anse won. But a strange thing happened in his old age. In 1911, this man who had seemed to fear neither God nor the law waded into the waters of Island Creek and was baptized. The image of the old feudist, his hands now trembling with age, seeking to wash away a lifetime of sin, suggests a man who was, in the end, haunted. He may have escaped man's law, but it seems he was making a final, desperate peace before facing a higher judgment. For the surviving McCoys, life in Pikeville was a long, quiet epilogue written in the ink of grief and exile. Randall, the proud patriarch who had refused to abandon his home, now lived out his days as a ferryman, a humbled and broken man. His children grew up under a long shadow, forever known as the feud McCoys. They couldn't escape the name. It was whispered in the general store, it followed them to school, it clung to them like the smell of wood smoke. Some tried to build new lives, to distance themselves from the bloody history, but the story was a brand on their family name, a legacy of loss they would carry to their own graves. Back in the Tugfork Valley, a strange and heavy silence descended. The hanging of Cotton-top Mounts had drawn a formal line under the conflict, and the community, exhausted by years of violence and fear, collectively decided to bury the memory. Neighbors who had once aimed rifles at each other from opposite sides of the river now had to pass on the same dusty roads, trade at the same stores. The only way to survive was to not speak of it. The feud became the great unspeakable trauma, a ghost in the attic that everyone knew was there, but no one dared acknowledge. The healing was not a process of reconciliation, but of willed amnesia, a fragile peace built on a foundation of unspoken horror. The power dynamics of the region had been permanently redrawn. The fall of the McCoys from the Tugfork was absolute. Their land was gone, their influence shattered, their name reduced to a cautionary tale. But for the Hatfields, the feud had the opposite effect. It cemented their legend and consolidated their power in West Virginia. They transformed their notoriety into political and economic capital. Devil Anse's sons became sheriffs, lawyers, and businessmen. The Hatfields, far from being destroyed by the conflict, had emerged as a formidable Appalachian dynasty, their success built, quite literally, upon the ashes of the McCoy homestead. And in the middle of this silent, shifting landscape was the memory of Sarah. While the men's names became synonymous with the fighting, her story endured as the symbol of its true cost. She was the ghost that haunted the community's silence. The men's legacy was one of pride, violence, and shifting power. Hers was a legacy of pure, inconsolable sorrow. Long after the last shot was fired and the last grave was dug, it was the image of the broken mother, wandering the hills and calling for her lost children, that served as the feud's most chilling and enduring epitaph. If you travel to the Tug Fork Valley today, you can find the place where it all happened. The state has put up a historical marker, a neat metal sign that tries to tame the wildness of the story with dates and official language. But the sign isn't what holds the power of that place. A little farther in, you can still see the foundation stones of the cabin, half buried in the earth. And you can see the old well, its stone ring, a silent, hollow mouth in the ground. To stand there is an eerie experience. The air is heavy with a profound and unsettling quiet, and you can't help but feel you are trespassing on sacred, sorrowful ground. A few miles away, in a small cemetery, you can find their names carved into weathered stone. Randall lies there, and Sarah is beside him. Their graves are simple, unadorned, the final factual statements in a story that has since become a legend. People come from all over the country now, tracing the feud's bloody map from one site to another. They take pictures of the tombstones, treating them like relics of a distant, almost mythical past. But the names etched there, McCoy, Alifair, Calvin, are a stark reminder that these were real people, with real lives that were violently, tragically cut short. The story of Sarah, however, did not get buried in that cemetery. It seeped into the soil and became part of the folklore of the hills. Long after she died, people kept telling the stories. They weren't talking about Crazy Sally anymore. They were talking about a true spirit, a haint bound to the land by the force of her grief. Hunters moving through the woods at dusk would swear they heard a woman's voice carried on the wind, whispering those two names. Travelers would tell of a sudden, bone-deep cold that would settle over them near the old cabin site, the kind of cold that has nothing to do with the weather. Her tragedy has been transformed. It's now a key chapter in the American saga of the Hatfields and McCoys, a cautionary tale told to children about the poison of hatred. It has been written into books, acted out on television, and even sung about in mournful mountain ballads. The raw, private agony of one woman has become a public ghost story, a piece of our shared dark heritage. The world remembers the feud as a story of stubborn, violent men, but it is the ghost of Sarah McCoy that gives the legend its soul-chilling power. And so, she endures. Devil Anse, Randall McCoy, Frank Phillips, they are figures of history, their actions debated and analyzed. But Sarah is a figure of pure, human tragedy. She is the mother who lost everything, the woman whose mind was broken by a sorrow too great to bear. The men's spirits may rest in the ground, their battles long over. But her spirit, the spirit of a mother's eternal, inconsolable grief, that is the one that still truly haunts these mountains. So we come back to the question we asked at the beginning. How does a person become a ghost while they are still breathing? The life of Sarah McCoy gives us the terrible answer. She was neither a hero nor a villain in this legendary war. She was the battlefield itself. The men fought over honor, land, and pride, but it was on the terrain of her heart that the true cost was tallied. Her story strips away any romance from the feud and shows us the raw, ugly truth. The deepest wounds aren't made by bullets, but by the memories they leave behind. In the end, this is a story about the terrible math of hatred. It shows that in a conflict fueled by pride, the price is always paid by the innocent. It is a brutal lesson that a mother's love, the most powerful force in the human world, cannot shield her children from the consequences of the foolishness of men. The curse of Sarah McCoy wasn't supernatural. It was the simple, horrifying curse of survival, of being the one left behind to count the graves and remember the screams. The names Hatfield and McCoy are now written in history books, symbols of a uniquely American conflict. But while their war is long over, her sorrow endures. And that, my friends, is the true ballad of the Tug Fork Valley. A story not of the men who fired the guns, but of the mother whose unending grief became the feud's most haunting ghost. They say the age of witch trials in America ended in Salem. But over a century later, in a dark hollow of the Tennessee mountains, one final ember of that medieval fear refused to die. The name whispered on the frontier was Mary Peyton. She wasn't burned at the stake or hanged from a gallows, but what happened to her marks one of the last times an American court would formally hear an accusation of witchcraft. Who was this woman? And what could she have done to make her neighbors, people of the Bible and the long rifle, believe she could sour their milk, sicken their children, and consort with the devil himself? Tonight, we trace the story of a forgotten name, to understand how a community's fear can be a more terrible sentence than any judge's verdict. To understand Mary Peyton, you have to understand the soil she grew from. She was born into a world perched on the knife's edge between raw survival and unshakable faith. Her people were likely Scotch-Irish, a famously stubborn and clannish folk who had fled persecution in the old world only to find a different kind of hardship in the new. They brought with them their Presbyterian God, their distrust of authority, and a mind filled with tales of bogles, fetches, and the good folk, beings that Christianity had never fully managed to stamp out. Mary grew up in a log cabin chinked with mud and moss, where the hearth was the center of the universe and the dark woods outside were an endless, living mystery. Life was a brutal teacher. She would have seen siblings taken by fevers before they could walk, watched her parents' faces etched with worry over a failed crop, and learned from infancy that a single bad winter or a sick milk cow could mean the difference between life and death. The world was governed by forces you couldn't see, whether it was the hand of God or something far more ancient and sinister. From a young age, it was clear Mary walked a slightly different path. While other girls were learning the loom, Mary was learning the woods. Her mother, or perhaps a grandmother, was a granny woman, a keeper of the old knowledge. She taught Mary which roots could break a fever, which leaves could soothe a burn, and which mushrooms could kill a man. Mary had a gift for it. She had a quiet way with animals and a knack for finding the rarest herbs, as if the land itself spoke to her. There was a story, told long after, about a time when a neighbor's prized hunting dog was bitten by a copperhead. The dog's legs swelled to twice its size, its breathing grew shallow, and the man had all but given it up for dead. Mary, then just a girl, appeared at the edge of his property with a poultice of crushed plantain and mud. Without a word, she applied it to the wound. The next morning the swelling was down, and within a week the dog was chasing rabbits again. The man was grateful, but he was also unnerved. It just wasn't natural, the way she knew. This event forged the code Mary would live by. She learned that her knowledge was a double-edged sword. It could heal, but it could also create fear. Her code was one of fierce self-reliance and guarded silence. She came to trust the certainty of the seasons more than the fickle nature of people. She understood that in these mountains, a woman who knew too much, who lived too much on her own terms, was a person who invited whispers. And so, she was shaped not just by the hardships of the frontier, but by its deep-seated paranoia. She was a true daughter of Appalachia, resourceful, tough, and intimately connected to the land. But that very connection, the source of her strength and her identity, was the same thing that would one day be used to brand her as an outcast. A vessel for the very evil her neighbors feared was lurking just beyond the firelight. But before the whispers turned to accusations, Mary Peyton had a life. For years, she was a quiet, respected fixture in her small corner of the mountains. In a place with no doctors for 100 miles, Mary was the one you went to when a child's cough turned into a death rattle in the middle of the night, or when a woodsman's axe wound wouldn't stop bleeding. She was, for all intents and purposes, the community's healer, a necessary shadow at the edge of their society. Imagine a young husband, wild-eyed with panic, pounding on her door in the dead of winter. His wife's first child is coming, but it's turned sideways and the labor has gone on for 2 days. The air in their cabin is thick with fear and the scent of blood. Mary would arrive with her leather satchel of dried herbs and roots, a figure of calm in the storm. She wouldn't speak of God or the devil. She'd speak of raspberry leaf tea to ease the pain and the right pressure to apply to the mother's back. Hours later, through her skill alone, the cabin would be filled not with the sounds of mourning, but with the cry of a newborn. Her payment wasn't in coin, but in kind. A sack of meal, a cured ham, a length of homespun cloth, tokens of a desperate gratitude. She asked for little and kept to herself, tending the garden behind her small, well-kept cabin. The place was a world of its own, every inch filled with purpose. Bundles of yarrow, goldenrod, and ginseng hung drying from the rafters, their earthy scent mingling with the constant aroma of wood smoke. Glass jars filled with salves and tinctures lined the shelves. This was the world she had built, a life of quiet competence and solitude after her husband had passed years before. This life, however, was built on a foundation of trust as thin as a winter's first ice. The very people who sought her help in the darkness of the night would sometimes look away when they passed her on the path in the bright light of day. They needed her knowledge, but they did not understand it. It was a power that came not from the preacher's Bible, but from the earth itself, and this made them uneasy. Mary Peyton lived in that fragile space between reverence and fear, a respected healer who was only one failed crop, one sick child, one unexplained misfortune away from being something else entirely. Mary Peyton's greatest strength was also the seed of her undoing. It wasn't pride in the way a rich man feels it, but an unbending, almost defiant self-possession. She trusted the evidence of her own eyes and hands far more than she trusted the pronouncements of preachers or the gossip of her neighbors. In a society held together by conformity and shared belief, Mary's refusal to bend her own knowledge to fit the fears of others was a quiet but constant act of rebellion. She had no patience for foolishness, and she would not pretend otherwise. This flaw was laid bare on a crisp autumn Sunday. A new circuit preacher had arrived in the settlement, a young man with more fire in his sermons than wisdom in his eyes. He spoke of the devil as if he saw him behind every tree, and his God was a God of wrath and judgment. After the service, a man approached the preacher, asking for prayers for his wife, who was wasting away from a lung sickness that left her pale and breathless. The preacher placed a hand on the man's shoulder and declared loudly, for all to hear, that this was a test of faith, and that only fervent prayer could cast out the demon of illness. Just then, Mary Peyton, who had been trading herbs nearby, was asked by another woman if she had a remedy. Mary's gaze was clinical and sad. She knew this sickness. It was consumption, a slow, merciless drowning from within. She looked from the desperate husband to the proud preacher and spoke in a voice that was not loud, but cut through the air like a cold knife. "Prayer may comfort the spirit," she said, her words measured and clear, "but it will not clear the rot from her lungs. God put the healing roots in the earth for us to use. To let a woman die while ignoring his gifts is the true sin." The silence that followed was heavy, and absolute. The preacher's face flushed with a furious red. In one sentence, Mary had not only dismissed his authority, but had framed his piety as a form of willful, deadly ignorance. She hadn't just offered a different opinion, she had challenged the very foundation of his power in front of the entire community. He saw her not as a healer, but as a rival, a purveyor of an older, darker knowledge that stood in direct opposition to his word. That day, Mary didn't just make an enemy of a powerful man, she showed everyone the crack in her armor. She had demonstrated that she stood apart, governed by her own code, her own wisdom. She would not bow, she would not flatter, and she would not pretend to believe what she knew to be untrue, even for the sake of peace. That stubborn, unwavering honesty in a world fueled by fear was the most dangerous flaw of all. The spark landed in the Miller cabin. Their youngest boy, a child who had been healthy and strong just a month before, was seized by a wasting sickness. A fever burned like a coal behind his eyes, and he grew thinner each day until his skin was like parchment stretched over bone. Desperate, the Millers did as the circuit preacher commanded. They prayed, they fasted, they looked for sin in their own hearts. But the boy only worsened. Then other things began to happen. Their best milk cow went dry overnight. A batch of bread made from their dwindling flour soured in the oven. Driven half-mad by grief and the preacher's fiery whispers, Thomas Miller finally broke. He didn't come to Mary's cabin asking for a cure. He came looking for a culprit. He found her by the creek bed, gathering river stones, her back to the path. He wasn't alone. His wife stood a few paces behind him, weeping into her apron, and several other neighbors had followed, drawn by the grim set of his jaw. The air grew thick and still. "Mary," he said, his voice a ragged tear in the quiet afternoon, "my boy is dying." Mary turned, her hands full of smooth grey stones. She saw the pain in his eyes, but she also saw the fear and something uglier beneath it. "I am sorry to hear it, Thomas," she replied, her voice even. "Fevers in the young are a terrible thing." This was the moment. This was the affront. Miller didn't hear sympathy. He heard a cold, distant pronouncement. His desperation, stoked by the preacher's paranoia, curdled into accusation. "You can fix it," he choked out, taking a step closer. "You brought back the Jennings dog from a snake bite. You set my own brother's leg when it was shattered. You can stop this. Lift your hex, Mary. In God's name, lift it." The plea was an accusation, a public branding. He was asking her to confess to being the source of his misery. And here, Mary Peyton's unbending nature sealed her fate. She did not try to soothe him. She did not offer a poultice or a comforting word. She saw his fear as an insult to her life's work, a victory for the ignorance she so despised. Her expression hardened. "Your son is sick, Thomas," she stated, her words as cold and hard as the stones in her hand. "He is not cursed, and your fear is a worse sickness than any fever." To the grieving father, her refusal to engage with his terror was not a denial, it was a confirmation. It was the chilling indifference of the guilty. The last thread of his reason snapped. He pointed a trembling finger at her, and his voice rose to a shout that echoed through the holler for all to hear. "Witch! You are a witch!" The word, once spoken, could never be taken back. It hung in the air, a poison that had finally found its victim. The word witch, once spoken aloud, is a poison seed. It landed on the fertile ground of the community's fear and put down immediate thorny roots. The whispers that had once been confined to the shadows now flew in the open air. Doors that had once opened to Mary with pleas for help now slammed shut as she approached. Mothers who had once thanked her for saving their children now pulled them away from the path when she walked by, shielding their eyes as if from a terrible glare. Mary was no longer just a woman who knew things. She was the thing itself, the source of all their bad luck, the face of their deepest anxieties. Jedediah Stone, an old hunter whose own life Mary had saved years ago after a run-in with a wounded bear, was one of the few who dared to speak to her. He found her at dusk, splitting firewood with a grim, rhythmic determination, as if the accusation had changed nothing. "Mary," he began, his voice low and rough, "you're a sensible woman. Too sensible for your own good, maybe. But you need to put an end to this. Go to the Millers. Take them a sassafras tea. Tell them you're praying for the boy. You don't have to mean it. Just say the words. Give their fear something to chew on besides you." Mary stopped, the axe held motionless in her hand. She looked at Jedediah, and he saw not fear in her eyes, but a cold, burning disappointment. "And what would that be, Jedediah, but a lie?" she asked. "Their boy is sick with a wasting fever, not a hex. Their fear is the sickness that's spreading. To give them a charm would be to admit that their foolishness has power. I will not feed the beast that is devouring them." Jedediah shook his head, a deep sadness in his weathered face. "That beast is about to devour you, Mary," he said, before turning and walking away, leaving her alone in the growing twilight. Her refusal left a vacuum, and the circuit preacher was more than willing to fill it. The following Sunday, he stood at his makeshift pulpit and delivered a sermon of fire and brimstone. He never spoke Mary Peyton's name, but he didn't have to. He spoke of a serpent in their midst, a canker of old-world evil that masqueraded as a helping hand. He warned of those who put their faith in roots and leaves instead of the power of the Lord, who used earthly knowledge as a mockery of God's divine will. He was giving the community's fear a holy purpose, turning a personal grudge into a righteous crusade. Any other person might have retreated, stayed inside their cabin, and waited for the storm to pass. But that was not Mary's way. Her defiance became her only response. She continued to walk the paths, her head held high, her gaze direct. She met the fearful stares of her neighbors, not with anger, but with a silent, questioning look that they took for a malediction. She was daring them to believe the lie, and in their terror, they accepted the dare. Each decision she made, born from her unshakable integrity, was another nail in her own coffin. A dead bird, its neck snapped, appeared on her doorstep. Someone etched a crude cross on her cabin door to ward off its inhabitant. The path of compromise, the one Jedediah had offered, was now completely gone. Mary had refused to bow, and so she had forced the community to act. A confrontation was no longer just possible, it was a certainty. They needed a judgment, a final verdict to quell the terror she, in her stubborn silence, seemed to confirm. The law, in those days, often had a human face. It arrived not in a uniform, but in the worn, homespun coat of Justice of the Peace Thompson, a pragmatic man who had seen more trouble stirred by religion than by rum. He didn't believe in witches, but he absolutely believed in mobs. He came to Mary's cabin not as a judge, but as a man trying to put out a fire before it consumed the whole forest. He found her inside, methodically grinding dried willow bark, the air thick with its sharp medicinal scent. He sat at her small, rough-hewn table, a place of healing now at the center of a storm of hate. "Mary," he said, getting straight to the point, his voice lacking the preacher's fire or Miller's hysteria. "I've known you for 20 years. You've mended more bones and cured more fevers than any woman in this county. But reason has left these people. They're scared, and the preacher is fanning the flames. Thomas Miller has made a formal accusation. I have to hold a hearing." He leaned forward, his hands clasped on the table. "But it doesn't have to come to that. There's a wagon train heading west in 2 weeks. I can buy this plot from you myself for a fair price. You could be in Kentucky by summer. Start over where nobody knows this story. This is not an order, Mary. It is an offer, a way out, a road to peace." It was the last, most sensible off-ramp. An exile, yes, but a safe one. A chance to live, to continue her work somewhere the soil wasn't so poisoned with fear. For a long moment, Mary was silent. Her gaze drifted around the small cabin. She saw the bundles of herbs hanging from the rafters, each one a memory of a day spent in the sun-dappled woods. She saw the shelves of tinctures, each one a story of a life she had touched. This cabin, this small plot of land, this was not just a place. It was the physical record of her entire existence. To leave it would be to erase herself. To flee would be to sign a confession in the dust of the road behind her. She finally met the justice's gaze, and her eyes, though weary, held no hint of surrender. "And what name would I use in Kentucky, Mr. Thompson?" she asked, her voice quiet but unshakable. "Whatever name I chose, the one they gave me here would follow. I would arrive not as a healer, but as a woman who ran from a charge of witchcraft. Their lie would become my truth." She stood up, her hands stained with the dust of the willow bark. "I have done no wrong. This is my home. I will not be driven from it by the fears of ignorant men. Let them have their hearing." In that moment, she made her choice. She chose her name over her life, her integrity over her safety. She turned away from the last road to peace and set her feet firmly on the path that led directly to her reckoning. The hearing was held not in a courthouse, but in the settlement's largest cabin, which also served as its church. The space was packed shoulder to shoulder, the air hot and suffocating, thick with the smell of unwashed wool, nervous sweat, and the cloying righteousness of the mob. To Mary, sitting alone on a simple stool in the center of the room, it felt less like a place of judgment and more like a cage built of hostile eyes. Justice Thompson sat at a rough-hewn table, his face a mask of grim resignation. But the real judge and jury were the dozens of familiar faces that now stared at her as if she were a complete stranger, a monster that had been living among them undetected. The world seemed to narrow, the buzzing whispers fading into a dull roar in her ears as Thomas Miller stood to speak. He did not shout. His voice was a low, trembling thing, filled with a grief so profound it had become poison. He described his son's wasting sickness, his words painting a vivid, heartbreaking picture. Then he turned, his face a contorted mask of pain and certainty, and pointed a trembling finger at Mary. He spoke of how the boy had screamed her name in his fever dreams. He spoke of the sour milk and the dead dog. Each word was a stone cast not to prove a fact, but to inflict a wound. And with every sentence, Mary could feel the weight of the room's belief settling upon her like a shroud. Then came the others. A woman stood and swore that her butter had refused to churn the morning after Mary had walked past her cow pen. A farmer claimed a shadow in the shape of a great black bird had passed over his field, and the next day a patch of his corn was blighted. One by one, they offered up their misfortunes, their anxieties, their petty bad luck, and laid them at her feet. It was a litany of fear, a ritual of communal exorcism where every coincidence was proof and every suspicion was evidence. Mary listened, and the world outside the cabin walls, the world of cause and effect, of seasons and sickness, seemed to fall away, replaced by this suffocating new reality built entirely of their terror. The circuit preacher rose, his shadow falling long across the room. He did not need to present evidence. His role was to provide the divine narrative. He wove their disparate tales of woe into a single terrifying tapestry of satanic influence. He spoke of the serpent in the garden, the wolf in sheep's clothing. He looked directly at Mary, his eyes burning with a zealot's fire, and declared that God's people had a duty to cast out the instruments of darkness from their midst. It was the final, crushing blow. The argument that had been building for weeks was suddenly, permanently over. He had given them permission to hate and a holy reason to do it. Finally, Justice Thompson turned to her. "Mary Peyton," he said, his voice heavy, "do you have anything to say in response to these accusations?" The entire room held its breath. The silence was a physical thing, pressing in on her. She looked at the faces, the Millers, her neighbors, people she had known her entire life. She saw no room for reason, no crack in their certainty where the truth might take root. What could she say? To deny it was to lie, for how could she deny a thing that existed only in their minds? To explain the science of herbs and fevers would be to speak a foreign language. Her world of knowledge had no place here. So she said almost nothing. "I am a healer," she stated, her voice clear and steady, though it cost her everything she had. "I have harmed no one." Her simple, honest words were utterly useless against the storm of their hysteria. Her calm was seen as cunning, her lack of tears a sign of a hardened, unholy heart. Justice Thompson, bound by the law of the state, could find no credible evidence of a crime. He was forced to dismiss the formal charge, but his verdict was a hollow, meaningless sound. As the hearing concluded, a chilling silence fell. There were no shouts, no threats, just a quiet, absolute change. As Mary walked towards the door, the crowd did not touch her. They simply parted, creating a wide, empty path, as if she were a leper, a ghost, a thing so unclean they could not bear to be near her. The heavy cabin door swung shut behind her, the sound echoing in the sudden quiet. And in that moment, Mary Peyton knew her life, as she had known it, was over. The walk from the meeting cabin back to her own was the longest journey of Mary Peyton's life. The path was the same she had walked 1,000 times, but the world had been remade in the last hour. The sun was still warm on her face, the breeze still rustled the leaves, but the air itself felt different, thin and sharp in her lungs. She did not look at the other cabins she passed. She didn't have to. She could feel the flicker of a curtain in a window, the sudden stillness of a child's game in a yard, the weight of unseen eyes pressing on her back. She was no longer a neighbor. She was a haint, a living ghost walking through a town that had already buried her. When she reached her own door, her hand hesitated for a moment on the latch. This small cabin, once her sanctuary and her workshop, now felt like the only solid ground left in the world. She stepped inside, and the scent of drying herbs and wood smoke greeted her like an old friend. But there was no comfort in it now. It smelled of a life that was already over. With a final weary movement, she slid the heavy wooden bolt across the door. The sound, a solid, definitive thud, was the sound of a tomb being sealed. She was not locking the world out. She was locking herself in. There was no storm of weeping, no rage that shook the walls. What settled over Mary was a profound and chilling emptiness. She looked at her hands, the hands that had set bones and delivered babies and eased the final passage of the dying. They were the same hands, but their purpose had been stolen from them. Her knowledge, the intricate map of the natural world she carried in her mind, was now a useless treasure. The people she had served had chosen the comfort of a simple lie over the complexity of a difficult truth. It was a betrayal so deep it felt less like an injury and more like the slow onset of a mortal chill. As dusk bled into a moonless night, Mary sat in her single chair, unmoving, while the shadows in the cabin grew long and deep, consuming the jars of salves and the bundles of herbs until they were just shapes in the darkness. Every creak of the logs, every skittering sound on the roof was now a potential threat. The familiar night sounds of the mountains had become the footsteps of her neighbor's hatred. She hadn't fled. She hadn't been captured or struck down. Her final stand had been a simple refusal to run. And now, the sentence had begun. It was not death, but a living burial, a condemnation to absolute suffocating loneliness. The road had ended right here, at her own hearth. The tragedy did not end at Mary Peyton's bolted door. It seeped out. A slow poison poured into the community's well. A week after the hearing, the Miller boy died. The fever finally consumed him in the dead of night. But his passing brought no release, no vindication for his parents. Their victory over the witch now tasted like ash in their mouths. They had done the unthinkable, cast out a neighbor, and for what? Their son was still gone. Their cabin became a place of profound, hollow grief, haunted not by a hex, but by the terrible question of whether they had destroyed an innocent woman for nothing. Thomas Miller, once a solid and respected man, became a ghost himself, his eyes vacant, his shoulders stooped under a weight far heavier than sorrow alone. The wreckage spread. As autumn deepened, bringing with it the croup and the lung fevers, the community felt Mary's absence like a missing limb. A farmer's wife, who had spoken at the hearing of souring butter, watched her own daughter struggle for breath with a cough that Mary could have soothed with a simple mullein tea. But who could she ask for help now? The other granny women in the surrounding hollows, hearing the story, grew cautious. Their knowledge, once a source of pride, was now a liability. They offered only the simplest remedies, their hands trembling, terrified that a failed cure would earn them the same brand that had been put on Mary. The social fabric, once woven tight by necessity and shared hardship, began to fray. The men and women who had stood to testify against Mary now looked at each other with a new, guarded suspicion. If a neighbor's bad luck could be blamed on a witch, whose bad luck would be next? And who would be blamed for it? Jedediah Stone, the old hunter, no longer shared his kills with the families who had spoken against Mary. A quiet, bitter line had been drawn through the heart of the settlement. The unity of the mob had shattered, leaving behind only the sharp-edged fragments of distrust and resentment. The community had sought to purge a single, perceived evil from its midst. Instead, they had invited a dozen real ones to take its place. They had sacrificed their healer on the altar of their fear. They had traded a woman's life for the illusion of control, only to find themselves more vulnerable than ever. The tragedy was not just Mary Peyton's. It was the deep, self-inflicted wound of a people who, in trying to cast out a shadow, had managed only to extinguish a light. The true hex was not one Mary had cast, but one they had cast upon themselves, and its curse was one of silence, guilt, and a fear that had now truly taken root. In a dusty ledger, under the heading of the year 1802, a brief entry was made by Justice of the Peace Thompson. It likely read something to the effect of, "Accusation of maleficium against Mary Peyton, dismissed for want of evidence." With a dip of his quill and a scratch of ink, the official, written law of the state of Tennessee had spoken. On paper, Mary Peyton was an innocent woman. But that piece of paper was 1,000 miles from the truth that now governed her life. This was the heart of the conflict, the true trial. It was the modern world, with its rules of evidence and its presumption of innocence, clashing directly with the ancient, unwritten code of the mountains. The state's law demanded proof, a witness who saw her cast a spell, tangible evidence of a poison. The mountain code required only a sick child, a curdled pail of milk, and a collective, unshakable fear. The law saw a citizen with rights. The community saw a supernatural threat that had to be contained by any means necessary. The community's reaction to the dismissal was not relief or sober reflection. They saw the verdict as a profound failure of the so-called civilized world to protect them. To them, Justice Thompson wasn't a man of reason. He was a fool, blinded by newfangled laws that didn't understand the real dangers lurking in the shadows of the world. The dismissal didn't exonerate Mary in their eyes. It proved that the devil was a cunning lawyer, able to use the very laws of man to shield his servants from righteous punishment. The circuit preacher seized on this narrative. From his pulpit, he likely spoke of the weakness of earthly courts when faced with a spiritual war. The verdict, he would have argued, was not a reason to welcome Mary back, but a command for the faithful to take up the burden that the law had dropped. They were now God's own jury, and their sentence of shunning was not an act of cruelty, but a holy quarantine, a sacred duty to wall off the source of infection from the rest of the flock. And so, was justice served? By the cold letter of the law, yes. Mary Peyton was not fined, imprisoned, or executed. But in the court of survival and belief, the court that truly mattered in that isolated hollow, she had been found guilty and sentenced to a punishment that the law had no name for. The system had protected her body from the mob, but it was powerless to protect her spirit from their certainty. The verdict, meant to be the final word, was just a whisper lost in the roar of their fear, a perfect, tragic illustration of how true justice can be strangled by the hands of those who believe they are serving it. And what of the men who lit the fuse? What justice did the turning of the years bring to them? The answer, like the rest of this story, is not a simple one. The circuit preacher, the man who gave the community's fear its voice and its holy justification, met no grand downfall. He was a force of nature, a wildfire that sweeps through a dry valley. His work in that hollow was done. By the next spring, he was gone, having moved on to other settlements, other souls to save, carrying his brand of righteous fire with him. He likely never gave Mary Peyton another thought. He left behind a community fractured by his sermon and faced no consequence for it at all. The fate of Thomas Miller was a quieter, more personal form of justice. He had won his battle. The witch had been cast out. But the victory was a hollow, desolate thing. It did not bring his son back. It did not bring him peace. Instead, he became a man haunted not by a curse, but by his own conviction. He had poured all of his grief and rage into the vessel of one woman, and when it was over, he had nothing left. He grew gaunt and silent, a man hollowed out by his own victory. Some neighbors whispered that the real curse was the one he had invited into his own soul, a poison of guilt and doubt that he would carry to his grave. There was no clean resolution, no satisfying final act where the villains received their just deserts. One antagonist simply vanished, an agent of chaos who moved on to his next stage. The other became his own jailer, trapped in a prison of sorrow and regret. It shows a difficult truth. In a tragedy fueled by fear, there are no real winners. The line between accuser and victim blurs until all that is left is the wreckage. The story was never about a single witch. It was about a sickness of the spirit, and it claimed everyone it touched. The winter that followed the hearing was a harsh one, and Mary Peyton's cabin remained a dark, silent island in a sea of snow. No smoke rose from her chimney. No tracks marked the path to her door. When spring finally came and the world thawed, a quiet and terrible curiosity began to grow. It was Jedediah Stone, the old hunter, who finally put his shoulder to her door. The bolt, weakened by damp, gave way with a splintering crack. The silence inside was absolute. Mary was found in her chair, a figure of bone-thin stillness, having quietly wasted away in her self-imposed tomb. She had not starved for lack of food, but for lack of a world to live in. Her legacy had no bloodline to carry it. It was tied instead to the land she had occupied. No one dared to claim her cabin. It was left to the elements, a monument to the community's great and terrible secret. For years it stood as a warning, its roof slowly sagging, its walls surrendering to the relentless embrace of ivy and honeysuckle. Her garden, a living library of cures, went wild, a chaotic riot of potent herbs that no one else had the knowledge to use. The place became well and truly haunted, a spot children dared each other to run past at dusk, a physical reminder of the price of fear. The community did not heal, it scarred over. The name Mary Peyton was almost never spoken aloud again. It became a taboo, a heavy stone of shared guilt and shame dropped into the well of their collective memory. The Miller family, broken by the tragedy, eventually packed their wagon and moved west, seeking a place where they were not known as the people who had cried witch. The silence they left behind was filled not with peace, but with a brittle and anxious piety. When sickness came now, people prayed harder, their faces turned to the heavens because they had cast out their most knowledgeable connection to the earth. The power dynamic in the hollow had shifted permanently. The preacher had moved on, but his legacy of fear remained. The delicate balance between folk wisdom and frontier faith had been shattered. In casting out their healer, they had elevated their fear. They had traded a woman of knowledge for a ghost story. The community was left poorer, more isolated, and more vulnerable, not to the dark arts, but to the simple, brutal realities of a world that Mary Peyton had, in her own quiet way, understood better than any of them. Even today, if you know which overgrown path to take, you can find the place where Mary Peyton's cabin once stood. There is nothing left now but a stone chimney fall, a silent monument half swallowed by the woods. Around it, you can still find plants that have no business growing together, a tangled ghost of her garden, with foxglove and ginseng still pushing up through the weeds. The land itself seems to hold a memory, a quiet that feels older and heavier than the surrounding forest. The real Mary Peyton, the healer with the steady hands and the unbending will, was buried twice. Once in the cold earth, likely in an unmarked grave, and again under the weight of a legend she would never have recognized. Over the generations, her story was sanded down, its complex truths worn away until all that remained was a simple, sharp-edged tool used to frighten children. Old Witch Peyton, they called her. She became the monster who lived in the ruins, the creature who would snatch you if you stayed out after dark. Her tragedy was repurposed into a local ghost story. Her name became a permanent scar on the landscape. The little valley where she lived is still known by some old-timers as Peyton's Hollow. They might not know the full story of the Hearing or the Miller Boy, but they know it's a place to be wary of, a place with a history. The name itself is an echo, a fragment of a warning passed down through time. To speak the name of the Hollow is to unknowingly repeat the final word of her community's judgment. And so, Mary Peyton is gone, but her spirit, the idea of her, still haunts those mountains. She is the ghost of the woman who knew too much, the cautionary tale of what happens when you refuse to bend to the fears of your neighbors. She exists now as a whisper on the wind, a chill that runs down your spine when you pass a place where the woods feel a little too dark. She is a permanent resident of the Appalachian psyche, a timeless reminder of the ancient war between suspicion and knowledge, and of the terrible power of a story to kill a person long after they are dead. So we return to the question that hangs like mist in that forgotten hollow. Was Mary Peyton a witch? The answer, of course, is no. She was a woman of knowledge in a time of fear, a healer whose competence was mistaken for dark power. Her story is not about what she was, but about what her community needed her to be. In the face of random, cruel misfortune, they desperately needed a source, a reason, a face to put on their terror. They needed a witch far more than they needed a healer, and so they transformed one into the other. In the end, this is a story about the true nature of evil. The monster in this ballad was not a woman who dealt in hexes and curses. The monster was a quiet, creeping thing called fear. It was fear that soured the milk, fear that wasted the child, and fear that turned good, God-fearing people into a mob that would condemn a woman to a living death. It's a timeless lesson about how a community, in its desperate search for a demon to fight, can become the very thing it dreads. It shows us how a person's greatest strength, in Mary's case, her unbending integrity, can become the fatal flaw that leads them to ruin. The law gave her a piece of paper that said she was innocent, but her neighbors gave her a sentence of silence that proved to be fatal. Her body lies in an unmarked grave, but her story has become a landmark, a warning that echoes down through the generations. And that, my friends, is the ballad of Mary Peyton, a woman who knew all the secrets of the earth, but who could not find a cure for the sickness in the hearts of men. Imagine this for a moment. A 10-year-old boy and his 7-year-old sister, barefoot and bleeding, crashing through the Appalachian wilderness. In the boy's arms is a crying infant. They are the only thing left of their family. Behind them, in the chilling silence that always follows the screams, lies the ruin of their home and the bodies of their father and their 7 brothers. How does a family get wiped from the face of the earth in a single afternoon, leaving only children to tell the tale? The history books call it the Hannan family massacre, just another bloody footnote in the story of the American frontier. But that simple label hides a far darker and more complex truth. It hides the story of a forgotten war, of a visionary warrior fighting for his people's survival, and of a clash of worlds so violent it left ghosts that are said to haunt these mountains to this very day. Today, we journey back to that brutal summer of 1776 to find out what really happened on the day hell descended into a quiet mountain hollow. Before the screams, there was the quiet rhythm of a life being carved out of the wilderness. William Hannan's homestead was little more than a notch in the vast green cloak of the North Carolina mountains. A log cabin, sturdy and rough-hewn, stood in a small clearing, a testament to endless hours of labor. Around it, a field of corn and beans fought a daily battle against the encroaching forest. This was the frontier in 1776, not a place of grand adventure, but of grueling, back-breaking work from sunup to sundown. The forest was both a provider and a threat. It gave them timber for their home, game for their table, and cool water from its creeks. But it also held its secrets in a deep, watchful silence. William Hannan was a man defined by that silence. A widower, he was the sole guardian of 10 children, a responsibility that would have crushed a lesser man. His 5 eldest sons were already turning into men themselves, their hands calloused from the axe and the plow. They worked beside their father in the fields, their shared sweat watering the very ground they hoped to one day call their own. They weren't invaders in their own minds. They were builders, planters, men chasing the simple, universal dream of leaving something behind for their children. Inside the cabin, life was a hum of smaller chores. 10-year-old Edwin was already learning the weight of responsibility, while his 7-year-old sister Winnie was more mother than child to the 2 toddlers and the new baby, Elizabeth. Their world was small, bounded by the edge of the woods and the arc of the sun. Their joys were simple: a cool drink of water after a hot day's work, the rare taste of wild honey, the stories told by the firelight as the mountains outside grew dark and quiet. It was a hard life, but it was their life, whole and unbroken. But the year was 1776, and while men in Philadelphia were debating the birth of a new nation, the world these settlers knew was on the verge of a violent, bloody death. The winds of revolution that blew through the cities reached the mountains as distorted whispers, rumors carried by traders and traveling preachers. They spoke of war with the British, of independence, of freedom, words that felt distant and abstract in a place where survival was the only law that mattered. The more immediate danger had a name that was beginning to be spoken with a mix of fear and reluctant respect: Dragging Canoe. He was the leader of the Chickamauga Cherokee, a man who refused to bow to the white tide. Whispers said he had sworn a blood oath to drive the settlers from his ancestral lands. The Hannan family, in their quiet hollow, knew of these rumors. Every snap of a twig in the forest, every unfamiliar shadow at dusk, was a reminder that their small patch of cleared land was an island in an ocean of ancient history they did not understand. They were living on borrowed time, and they had no idea the debt was about to be called due. The Hannans had no quarrel with their immediate neighbors. On the frontier, you relied on the folks in the next valley over. No, the grudges that doomed them were older, deeper, and written on the land itself. William Hannan and his family were living on the edge of a wound that had been festering for decades. Each treaty signed by distant chiefs, each parcel of land ceded under pressure, was another drop of poison in the well. To the Cherokee, the settlers' cabins weren't homes. They were markers of a slow, creeping death to their way of life. The architect of this simmering rage was Dragging Canoe. He was a man who saw the future in the tired eyes of the old chiefs who kept giving away land, hoping for a peace that never came. At a treaty meeting, as yet another swath of ancestral hunting ground was signed over, he pointed to the land and spoke words that would become a prophecy written in blood. "You have bought a beautiful land," he told the settlers, "but I am afraid that you will find its settlement dark and bloody." He saw no compromise, only oblivion. Dragging Canoe and his followers, the Chickamauga, were not just a band of renegades. They were the hardened soul of the Cherokee resistance. They saw the American Revolution not as a fight for freedom, but as a chaotic opportunity. British agents, eager to sow terror on the colonial frontier, fanned the flames of their fury. They provided guns, ammunition, and promises, turning the Chickamauga's righteous anger into a weapon. For Dragging Canoe, this wasn't about fighting for the British king. It was a holy war for the mountains themselves. This web of intrigue and old hatreds created an atmosphere thick with paranoia. In the scattered settlements, rumors spread like wildfire. A hunter would report seeing unfamiliar tracks by the creek. A trader would bring news of Chickamauga war parties gathering in the hidden valleys. Whispers turned to warnings, and warnings turned to cold, hard fear. The Hannon family, like every other settler, would have felt it. The friendly waves they might have once exchanged with Cherokee hunters were gone, replaced by wary, assessing stares across the trees. The air itself had changed. It was no longer just the quiet of the mountains. It was the tense, listening silence before a storm. The point of no return wasn't a shouted argument or a line drawn in the dirt. It was a silent decision made in the deep shadows of the forest. It was the moment a Chickamauga war party, their faces painted in the colors of vengeance, began to move with purpose toward the smell of wood smoke from the Hannon cabin. For them, this wasn't murder. It was surgery. It was cutting out a cancer that was killing their world, one small homestead at a time. Every snapped twig under their moccasins was a drumbeat of inevitability. On the other side of that thin veil of trees, life continued in blissful ignorance. It was a hot, heavy summer afternoon. William Hannon and his 5 oldest boys were in the field, likely bent over their work, their backs slick with sweat. The rhythmic thud of a hoe against the earth, the drone of insects in the thick air, these were the sounds of their world. Their rifles, the essential tools of frontier survival, were likely propped against a stump at the edge of the clearing. In the quiet rhythm of their labor, the danger that had been a whisper for months had faded to a dull background hum. This was the fatal miscalculation of the frontier, the belief that because the morning was peaceful, the afternoon would be too. The Hannon men were tired, focused on the soil, their senses lulled by the heat. They didn't see the flicker of movement in the tree line. They didn't hear the collective intake of breath as dozens of eyes fixed on them from the shadows. The war party had reached the edge of the woods. They could see the unsuspecting figures in the field, see the faint outline of the cabin beyond. There was no turning back now. The promise made to Dragging Canoe, the anger fueled by British guns, the generations of grief for lost lands, it all coalesced into this one irreversible moment. A hand was raised, a silent signal was given. The deep, listening silence of the Appalachian forest was about to be broken by a sound that would echo through generations. It began with a sound that didn't belong in a peaceful afternoon. It wasn't the call of a bird or the snap of a twig, but the chilling, high-pitched war cry of the Chickamauga erupting from the tree line. For William Hannon and his 5 sons, there was no time to run, no time to even turn and grab their rifles. The world of hoeing and planting vanished in an instant, replaced by a storm of motion and violence that swept over the field. It wasn't a battle, it was a harvest. Moments later, it was over. The rhythmic sounds of work had been replaced by a silence that was heavy and absolute. 6 men who had been toiling under the sun were now part of the very earth they had been turning. From the cabin, one could only see the aftermath. the still figures lying in the dirt and the attackers moving among them. One warrior stood over the body of William Hannon and with a swift, practiced motion raised a dark, bloody proof of his victory to the sky before disappearing back into the shadows of the forest. Inside the cabin, the screams from the field had been cut short, leaving a ringing void that was even more terrifying. 10-year-old Edwin and 7-year-old Winnie huddled together, trying to quiet the two toddlers and the crying infant, Elizabeth. Then came a new sound, the splintering of their own front door. It burst inward, and the small, dim cabin was suddenly filled with huge, terrifying shadows. The air grew thick with the scent of sweat, rage, and something metallic that the children didn't understand. The warriors' eyes, accustomed to the dim light of the forest, scanned the cabin. They saw the children. In the merciless logic of a war for survival, these were not children. They were the seeds of their enemy, seeds that could not be allowed to grow. One of the warriors moved toward the 3-year-old boy, who was crying in terror. There was a small, sharp scream, followed by a sickeningly dull thud against the log wall, and then silence. The newborn, Elizabeth, began to wail, her infant cries filling the cabin. Another warrior moved toward her. But in that moment, in that bloody, chaotic frenzy, something happened. Perhaps the warriors were spooked by a sound. Perhaps they believed their work was done and were eager to leave. For one critical second, their attention was diverted. It was all the time the universe would give. It wasn't a thought, but a pure animal instinct that moved 10-year-old Edwin. As the warrior turned away, the boy lunged, scooping the screaming infant from her cradle. He grabbed Winnie's hand, pulling her with a force she didn't know he possessed. He didn't look back at the small, still form of his little brother. He didn't look at anything but the gaping hole where the door used to be. They slipped out of the cabin like two small ghosts, leaving their own grave. Barefoot, with a screaming baby in their arms, they ran. They didn't run toward the fields where their father lay. They ran for the one place that had always seemed so dark and threatening, the only place that now offered salvation, the deep, silent woods. They plunged into the shadows, the thorny branches tearing at their skin, running from the silence that had just fallen over their home, a silence now more terrifying than any scream. For what felt like an eternity, Edwin and Winnie ran, fueled by a terror that numbed the pain of thorns and sharp rocks under their bare feet. The only reality was the weight of the baby in Edwin's arms and the desperate, ragged sound of their own breathing. They finally stumbled out of the tree line and into the clearing of the nearest farmstead, collapsing in a heap of exhaustion and shock. They were a horrifying sight. Two children covered in scratches, their eyes wide with a horror no words could yet explain, and a wailing infant. But the message they brought didn't need words. It was carried in their silence and their tears. Within the hour, a grim-faced party of neighbors, rifles in hand, made their way cautiously toward the Hannon homestead. The first thing they noticed was the silence. The familiar sounds of a working farm, the chop of an axe, the call of a voice were gone. All they could hear was the buzzing of flies in the oppressive summer heat. They found William and his sons in the field, lying where they had fallen, the earth around them stained a dark, terrible color. The scene spoke of a swift, merciless violence that left no room for a fight. The men's faces hardened as they approached the cabin. The door hung broken on its hinges, a gaping wound in the side of the small home. Inside was a scene of profound violation. The simple furniture was overturned, and in the dim light they saw what the children had fled from: the overturned cradle, the small, still body of the 3-year-old boy. It was a sight that burned itself into the minds of even the most hardened frontiersmen, turning their fear into a cold, diamond-hard rage. The surviving children were taken in, passed from one set of gentle, grieving hands to another. But they were no longer the children they had been that morning. They were ghosts, haunted by what they had seen and heard. Winnie clung to the infant Elizabeth as if the baby were the last anchor in a world that had been washed away by a flood of violence. Edwin, the 10-year-old boy who had saved them, retreated into a silent, watchful place deep within himself. His eyes held the look of a man who had stared into the abyss and had seen the abyss stare back. The news of the massacre traveled like a shockwave through the scattered settlements of the North Carolina frontier. It was a story told in hushed, terrified whispers around hearths that night. Doors were barred, rifles were loaded, and every shadow in the woods became a source of terror. The fragile illusion of safety was shattered. Dragging Canoe was no longer a distant rumor. He was a tangible, blood-soaked threat who had reached into their world and ripped a family apart. Fear was the first reaction. But in the heart of the Appalachian settler, fear was always followed by something else, a burning, unquenchable thirst for vengeance. The hunt began not with a sheriff's decree, but with a low growl of fury that rippled through the scattered cabins. As the bodies of the Hannons were being prepared for their final rest in the hard Appalachian soil, the men of the frontier were gathering. They came with their long rifles, powder horns, and a quiet, murderous resolve in their eyes. These weren't lawmen. They were farmers, blacksmiths, and trappers whose hands were as accustomed to an axe handle as a trigger. The massacre wasn't an attack on a stranger. It was an attack on every single one of them, on their wives, their children, their own precarious existence. They formed a ragged posse, a grim collection of about 20 men, and plunged into the forest on the trail of the war party. They were skilled woodsmen, men who could read a bent twig or a scuffed patch of moss like a page in a book. But the mountains that had been their home now became an alien landscape, a deadly labyrinth that belonged to their enemy. Every ravine could hide an ambush, every thicket of rhododendron a sniper. The air, thick with humidity, was also thick with a palpable tension that made the sweat on their necks run cold. For days, they pushed deeper into the wilderness, their initial rage sharpening into a focused, exhausting pursuit. They found signs of the war party's passage, the remains of a hastily eaten meal, a single dropped feather from a ceremonial dress, a faint moccasin print in the mud of a creek bed. Each discovery sent a jolt of adrenaline through the weary men, pulling them onward. They were close. They could feel it. They slept in shifts, their rifles never leaving their hands, their dreams filled with shadows and the ghost of a child's scream. But the Chickamauga were masters of this domain. They moved like smoke through the trees, their trail growing fainter and more confusing with every mile. The posse would follow a clear path for hours, only to have it vanish completely on a rocky ridge, as if the warriors had simply been lifted into the sky. The mountains were helping their own. The forest that had provided the Hannons with life was now actively shielding their killers, swallowing them into its vast green depths. The moment of capture never came. After a week of relentless pursuit, the posse stood on a high bluff, looking out over an endless expanse of ridges and valleys. They were gaunt, their supplies were dwindling, and their tracks were the only ones they had seen for 2 days. The grim truth settled upon them like a shroud. The war party had dissolved back into the wilderness, swallowed by a network of hidden paths and sympathetic villages they could never hope to find. There was no fierce firefight, no exhausted surrender. There was only the cold, bitter realization that the men they were hunting were gone. They had struck and then vanished, leaving nothing behind but corpses and terror. The posse returned to their homesteads, not with prisoners, but with a new, chilling certainty. The war had just begun, and the enemy was a ghost they could not catch. There was no trial, no courtroom, no judge in a black robe, no clever lawyers arguing points of law. To expect such things would be to misunderstand the brutal reality of the frontier in 1776. The courthouses of the new nation were far away, beyond the mountains, and their laws felt as distant and irrelevant as the king across the sea. The men who killed the Hannons were never arrested, never identified, never brought before a jury of their peers. They were simply phantoms who had emerged from the forest and returned to it. The only verdict delivered was the one declared in the hearts of the settlers. The war party that had attacked the Hannons was, in their eyes, guilty beyond any doubt. The evidence was not in testimony, but in the freshly turned earth of 9 graves on a hillside. The sentence was not imprisonment, but death. Death not just to the specific warriors who had wielded the hatchets, but to the entire idea of a shared land. The massacre became a justification, a rallying cry that hardened hearts and erased any lingering thoughts of peaceful coexistence. In the place of a formal trial, there was a trial by rumor and fire. The name of Dragging Canoe became a curse, a name synonymous with savagery and evil. Any Cherokee, whether they followed Dragging Canoe or the peace-seeking chiefs, was now viewed with suspicion and hatred. The act of a single war party was laid at the feet of an entire people. This was the justice of the mountains, swift, absolute, and unforgiving. It wasn't about finding individual culprits, it was about identifying an enemy. The lack of a formal verdict was, in its own way, the most damning verdict of all. It signified that the Hannon family lived and died in a place where the rule of law had not yet taken root. Their lives were governed by a more ancient and brutal code, the code of survival and retribution. The failure of the posse to capture the killers meant there would be no clean resolution, no moment of state-sanctioned justice to close the wound. Instead, the wound was left to fester. It fueled a cycle of retaliatory raids and counter-raids that would stain the Appalachian soil with blood for another 2 decades. A brutal, undeclared war where every man was his own judge, jury, and executioner. What became of the children who ran from a cabin of ghosts? They survived, but they never truly escaped that summer afternoon. They grew up in the shadow of that day, carrying a silence that others could not understand. Legends in these mountains say that Edwin, the boy who had to become a man in a matter of seconds, grew into a hard, quiet frontiersman whose eyes were always scanning the tree line. He was a man forever at war with the memory of what he had lost. Winnie and Elizabeth, the sister and the infant she helped save, grew to become wives and mothers themselves. They built new families, and their bloodline continues to this day, woven into the fabric of Appalachia. But those who knew them said there was always a sadness that never quite left their eyes, a memory of a lullaby that ended in a scream. If you were to go looking for the Hannon homestead today, you wouldn't find it. There is no preserved cabin, no historical marker by the side of the road. The forest has long since swallowed the scar of their small field. The logs of their home have rotted back into the earth from which they came. The only physical trace left is the land itself, and perhaps a few unmarked stones on a forgotten hillside, worn smooth by 2 centuries of rain and wind. But the story did not rot away with the cabin walls. It seeped into the soil like blood, becoming a part of the local folklore. For generations, people living in that hollow have spoken of strange things. They say that on quiet, moonless summer nights, if you stand near the creek where the homestead was, you can sometimes hear the faint, ghostly sound of a baby crying on the wind. It is the soul of the murdered infant, they say, forever lost between worlds. Most people have forgotten the name William Hannon. The official histories mention the event only in passing, if at all. But the mountains remember. The old oaks that witnessed the attack still stand, their rings holding the memory of that day's terrible silence. The story isn't in a book, it's in the land itself. It's a ghost story whispered to children to keep them close to home after dark, a cautionary tale about the brutal cost of a new nation. The paper may have forgotten, but the earth never does. So we return to the question that haunted us from the beginning. How does a family get wiped from the face of the earth, leaving only children to tell the tale? The easy answer is to blame the savagery of the frontier, to point a finger at Dragging Canoe and his warriors. But the truth, like the Appalachian forest itself, is a place of deep and tangled shadows. The Hannon family weren't just killed by men with hatchets. They were caught in the grinding gears of history, crushed between one people's desperate dream for a new life and another people's even more desperate struggle to save their ancient world from disappearing forever. This story is not just an account of a brutal massacre. It is a parable of how America was born. For every noble word written in the Declaration of Independence that summer, there was a silent, bloody chapter being written in a forgotten mountain hollow. It reminds us that progress is never clean, and the foundations of a new world are often laid upon the graves of the old one. The Hannons were pioneers, but they were also trespassers. The Chickamauga were defenders of their homeland, but they were also the agents of a nightmare. There are no simple heroes or villains here. There are only human beings pushed to the limits of their endurance, their fear, and their fury. The real legacy of this tragedy isn't just the ghost of a crying baby on the wind. It's in the resilience of those who survived, the children who ran from hell and somehow managed to build new lives. It is a story not just of cruelty, but of the unyielding strength of the human spirit. It is a wound on the soul of Appalachia that has never fully healed, a quiet reminder that the land we walk on is layered with stories, sorrows, and blood we have long since forgotten. The mountains hold these memories, locked away in their silent, stony heart. They remember the laughter of children in a sunlit field, the chilling war cry that shattered the peace, and the terrible silence that followed. And now, my friends, so do you. Imagine the Tennessee frontier in the dead of night. A settler family huddles in their small cabin, listening to every snap of a twig outside. Suddenly, the air explodes with the terrifying gobble of a Cherokee war cry. But amidst the chaos, another sound cuts through the fear, a sound so unnatural it freezes the blood. It's a voice, shouting orders to the painted warriors in perfect, unaccented English. This is a story whispered in terror around the campfires of the first American frontier. A story of a raid led not by a native, but by a man with white skin. How does a settler's son, born to fear and fight the Cherokee, become their most cunning and brutal war chief? What can happen to a man in the depths of the wilderness to turn his soul inside out, making him a monster to his own people and a legend to his sworn enemies? The newspapers called him a traitor, a turncoat. But the men and women who lived in these mountains knew the truth was something far darker, far more complex. Tonight, we will peel back the layers of rumor and time to find the real story of the man they called Nickety Jack. Before the legend of Nickety Jack was ever whispered, there was just a boy and a world built on the knife's edge of hope and terror. To understand the man he became, you must first walk through the world he lost. This was late 18th century Appalachia, a labyrinth of misty hollows and shadow-choked forests that the settlers called Tennessee. The mountains themselves were the first great character in this story. They were ancient, indifferent, and possessed a beauty that could steal your breath one moment and your life the next. The morning fog clung to the valleys like a shroud, and the creeks whispered secrets that only the Cherokee, who had lived there for generations, could understand. The people who came to this land were a hard breed, mostly Scots-Irish, who had traded the tyranny of landlords in the old country for the freedom of this new, wild world. They were clannish, stubborn, and deeply suspicious of any authority beyond their own family and a long rifle. For them, the land was a promise from God, a thing to be wrestled from the wilderness tree by tree, rock by rock. Life was a cycle of back-breaking labor, clearing fields, splitting rails for fences, and building stout log cabins with loopholes cut into the walls, just in case. In one of these cabins lived a boy well called Jack. He was a product of this harsh Eden. Before he had a man's beard, he could track a deer for miles, skin it with a hunter's knife, and handle an axe with grim efficiency. He knew the relief of a heavy bar locking the cabin door at night and the deep, gnawing fear that came with every owl's hoot or snapped twig from the dark woods that pressed in on all sides. His world was simple, carved in the stark black and white of the frontier. His people were the settlers, the families who gathered to raise a neighbor's barn or share a prayer on Sunday. The enemy was the Cherokee, a shadowy, terrifying presence in the forest. This was a life lived under a constant, low-burning siege. Peace was a fragile thing, an illusion that could be shattered in an instant. Every man who went to the fields carried his rifle. Every woman knew the quickest way to gather her children and bolt the door. The silence of the forest wasn't peaceful. It was watchful. It was a silence that held its breath, waiting for the single gunshot or the blood-chilling war whoop that would signal the end of everything. Yet, there were moments of grace. The scrape of a fiddle by the hearth on a cold winter night, the shared laughter over a successful harvest, the simple dream of a future where their children wouldn't have to live with a gun in their hands. They dreamed of turning this dangerous wilderness into a home, a legacy. They saw themselves not as invaders, but as pioneers, fulfilling a destiny written for them in the pages of the Bible. They were building a new world on this land they had claimed. But the land itself seemed to remember. The Cherokee called this place the Dark and Bloody Ground, and that name clung to the air like the mountain mist. The treaties signed by men in powdered wigs hundreds of miles away meant little here. There was a debt on this land, a tension in the very soil, and every settler, in the quietest corners of their heart, knew that a day of reckoning was coming. The calm they cherished was nothing more than the deep breath a predator takes before it strikes. This wasn't empty land that Jack's family and others had settled. To them, it was a wilderness to be tamed, a future to be built. But to the Cherokee, every river bend, every mountain pass, every clearing had a name, a story, and a spirit. Their claim wasn't written on a piece of parchment from a distant king. It was etched into the land itself, in the bones of their ancestors, buried in the sacred mounds that dotted the river valleys. The conflict that would swallow Jack whole wasn't born from a single act of violence. Its seeds were sown generations before in two completely different ways of seeing the world. The great fire that forged these lasting hatreds was the American Revolution. While men in the East fought for liberty from a king, the war in these mountains was a brutal, intimate affair. Most of the Cherokee, seeing the insatiable hunger of the American settlers, had sided with the British. It wasn't out of love for the crown, but from a cold, hard calculation. The British, for their own reasons, had tried to draw a line along the crest of the Appalachians, forbidding colonial expansion. To the Cherokee, the redcoats were the devil they knew. The land-hungry settlers were a plague that could never be stopped. When America won its independence, it was a death warrant for the Cherokee way of life. The line on the map was erased. The veterans of the Revolution, having bled for this new nation, felt they had earned this land as a spoil of war. They came flooding over the mountains, armed with land grants given in lieu of pay, a sense of righteous purpose, and a deep-seated hatred for the people who had sided with their former enemy. Every raid was seen as a continuation of that war. Every act of resistance by the Cherokee was seen as treachery. In these mountains, a family name was a heavy thing to carry, a story in itself. For the settlers, a name like Sevier or Shelby was a banner of leadership, of Indian fighting, of a divine mandate to push civilization westward. A boy like Jack grew up knowing these names, knowing that his own family name carried with it a duty to stand your ground, to protect your kin, and to never, ever yield to the wilderness or its people. But the Cherokee had names that carried an even older weight. Their great war chief, Tsiyugunsini, or Dragging Canoe, had a name that was a living promise. It was a vow of unending resistance, a declaration that the sale of their ancestral land was a crime that would be paid for in blood. To be a follower of Dragging Canoe meant you never forgot a broken treaty. It meant you fought until the last warrior fell. This was the world Jack was born into, a place where the lines weren't drawn in the dirt, but in the blood of a war that had never truly ended. In a world this isolated, news traveled on the wind, and it was almost always bad. The ground for the conflict that would claim Jack's identity was made fertile by a web of rumors and old, festering grudges that poisoned the very water in the creeks. The settlers were not one unified people. There were the hardliners, men who had lost family in previous raids, whose hearts were calcified with a hatred so pure they believed the only good Indian was a dead one. They were the first to grab a rifle and the last to ask questions. Then there were others, quieter families, who just wanted to farm their land in peace, who might even trade a bit of corn for a well-cured deer hide with a Cherokee hunter they knew. To the hardliners, this was treason. These small, personal interactions were a constant source of friction, but it was the bigger events that fanned the flames. Just a season before, after a few horses were stolen from a homestead, the local militia had formed up. Blind with rage, they bypassed the warrior towns of the Chickamauga and fell upon a small, peaceful Cherokee village known for trading with the whites. They burned the lodges and killed whoever they could catch, arguing later that any Cherokee was a potential enemy. To the settlers in their forts, it was a necessary act of frontier justice, but to the Cherokee, it was an unforgivable massacre of innocents. The story of that raid spread like a wildfire through the Cherokee nation. Runners carried the news from town to town, the story growing more horrific with each telling. It was the proof they needed that the white man's peace was a lie, that his true goal was not just to take the land, but to exterminate their people entirely. This one act of undisciplined vengeance became a rallying cry. It drove neutral bands into the arms of dragging canoe. It turned young men who had never held a weapon into warriors screaming for revenge. Back in the settlements, the air grew thick with paranoia. The fear of retaliation was a physical presence, sitting at the dinner table with every family. Neighbors started looking at each other with suspicion. Who among them was trading with the enemy, giving them food, or worse, gunpowder? Who was the weak link in the chain of defense? Rumors slithered from one cabin to the next like black snakes in the high grass, turning small misunderstandings into deadly accusations. This wasn't a conflict of armies meeting on a field. It was a war of the soul, fought in the whispers between neighbors and the stories told to children. Every past slight, a dispute over a hunting ground, a trade deal gone sour, a drunken insult at a horse race, was dug up from its shallow grave. These old wounds were now infected with the fresh poison of fear and hatred, and the community was rotting from the inside out. The stage was set not just for a war between settlers and Cherokee, but for a war within the hearts of the people themselves. In the weeks leading up to the tragedy, the very air in the hollows grew heavy, as if the land itself knew what was coming. The old people, those with one foot still in the superstitions of the Scottish Highlands, saw the signs and spoke of them in hushed tones. They said the cry of the painter, the Appalachian mountain lion, had been heard too close to the settlements, its scream sounding unnervingly like a woman in mourning. Flocks of crows would gather in the skeletal branches of a lightning-struck oak, sitting in unnatural silence, watching the cabins below with their black, intelligent eyes. It was a bad luck moon, they whispered, a time when the veil between the world of the living and the world of spirits was thin and torn. Then came the human omen, not a single stranger, but the news he carried. A trapper, passing through on his way back east, brought a rumor that spread faster than fire. He spoke of new talks, of another treaty being planned by the far-off government, one that would demand the Cherokee give up all the hunting grounds between the Cumberland and Tennessee rivers. To the settlers, this news was a poisoned promise, a green light to push deeper, to stake claims on land that wasn't yet theirs. But to the Cherokee, and especially to the warriors of the Chickamauga, this rumor was the final insult. It was proof that every treaty was a lie, every promise a trap. The time for talk was over. The time for war was now. And a young Jack, who knew the forest as well as he knew the lines on his own hand, felt it too. He couldn't put a name to it, but there was a change in the woods. The familiar sounds of the wilderness were off-key, strained. The deer were gone from their usual trails, and an eerie quiet had fallen over the paths he used to walk. One afternoon, while checking a trap line near the creek, he was overcome by a sudden, gut-wrenching feeling of being watched. He spun around, long rifle ready, but saw nothing but the deep, impenetrable wall of the forest. The feeling didn't pass. It was a cold dread that settled deep in his bones, a premonition that the shadows under the trees were no longer empty. Something was coming. The world he had always known was holding its breath, waiting for the first drop of blood to fall. The breaking point came not with a negotiation or a declaration, but in the grey, misty hour just before dawn. The silence of the forest didn't break. It shattered. It started with a single, sharp report of a rifle, followed an instant later by the sound that every settler dreaded more than death itself, the terrifying, gobbling war cry of the Chickamauga. It erupted from all sides at once, a wave of pure, predatory sound that washed over Jack's small, isolated settlement. The attack was not a battle. It was a storm, a whirlwind of violence that descended with shocking speed and precision. For Jack, the world dissolved into a blur of smoke, muzzle flashes, and painted faces that seemed to materialize from the fog. He was on his feet in an instant, long rifle in hand, his heart hammering against his ribs. The splintering crash of the cabin door being forced inward was followed by the acrid smell of gunpowder and burning pine as torches were thrown onto the roof. There was no time for strategy, no time for anything but the primal instinct to fight for his life and the lives of his family. He fired his rifle, reloaded in a desperate, fumbling motion, and fired again into the chaos. He was young, strong, and knew how to fight, but he was one man against a tide. He saw his world coming apart in flashes of horrific violence. He swung his rifle like a club, fighting with the ferocity of a cornered animal, but he was overwhelmed. A blow from a war club sent him reeling, his vision exploding in a shower of stars. He was subdued, his arms wrenched behind his back and bound tightly with leather thongs. He was not killed. For reasons he couldn't comprehend in that moment, he was being kept alive. Forced to his knees in the dirt outside his burning home, Jack watched the end of his world. The raid was over as quickly as it had begun. The warriors, their work done, melted back into the forest, taking their captives and their spoils with them. The only sounds left were the crackle of the flames devouring his cabin and the terrible, unnatural silence that follows a slaughter. As he was hauled to his feet and dragged away into the dark woods, he took one last look back. He was leaving behind not just a smoking ruin, but the body of the boy he used to be. The line had been crossed. The first drops of blood had been spilled, and they were his own family's. The feud was no longer a distant rumor. It was now the only thing he had left. For Jack, helpless on the ground, the world became a series of horrific sounds and fractured images, a nightmare seen through a haze of smoke and terror. Time seemed to warp and stretch. Seconds felt like hours. He heard his father's voice, not in a plea for mercy, but in a defiant roar of rage, a sound of pure, untamed frontier spirit. And then he heard that roar cut short, replaced by a wet, choking gasp that was swallowed by the surrounding chaos. The sound was so final, so absolute, it felt like the whole world had tilted on its axis. He couldn't see everything. The swirling smoke and the flickering firelight played tricks on the eyes, creating monstrous shadows that danced and writhed, but he could hear. He heard a scream from the cabin, a high, sharp sound of a woman's terror that was suddenly silenced. It wasn't followed by another scream, but by the heavy, rhythmic thud of a war club against the cabin's thick wooden door, a sound of methodical, relentless destruction. Every impact was a blow against his own heart. Through a momentary clearing in the smoke, his eyes fixed on a single, heartbreaking image. His little sister's corn-husk doll, the one she took everywhere, lay on the ground, trampled into the mud. Its simple, stitched smile seemed to mock the carnage, a tiny, innocent casualty in a war it could never understand. Nearby, his mother's rocking chair lay on its side, one of its rockers split clean in two. These were the small, mundane pieces of his life, now shattered and desecrated, silent witnesses to the end of his world. The warriors moved with a terrifying efficiency. This was not a mindless rampage. It was a practiced military operation. They flowed through the settlement like a dark river, their movements economical and purposeful. One warrior emerged from the cabin not with a weapon, but with a sack of flour slung over his shoulder. Another calmly collected the long rifles that had been mounted over the fireplaces. They were not just destroying, they were erasing a life and taking its resources for their own. Then, a figure of authority emerged from the smoke. He was taller than the others, his face a mask of grim purpose, not rage. He walked over to Jack and looked down at him, not with hatred, but with a cold, appraising stare. His eyes were like dark chips of flint. He looked at the bound, terrified boy. Then his gaze shifted to the burning cabin, then back to Jack. No words were spoken, but the meaning was as clear as a rifle shot. "This is what your people have earned. This is the price of the land you stole." As the warriors began to pull him away, dragging him toward the dark tree line, the main roof beam of his home finally gave way. With a great groan, it collapsed into the heart of the inferno, sending a massive plume of orange sparks spiraling up into the pre-dawn sky. It was a funeral pyre for his family, for his name, for the boy he once was. The sound of the flames was the last sound he heard from his old life. And then there was a new sound, the unnatural quiet of the forest, broken only by the soft tread of moccasins on the damp earth. As they marched him deeper into the wilderness, away from the glowing embers of his past, he felt nothing. The shock had scoured him clean, leaving a hollow, echoing void. All he could see, burned into the back of his mind, was the image of that small, mud-stained doll, its vacant eyes staring into an empty sky. To the settlers, the war chief who led this raid was a monster, a devil from the deepest hell. But in his own mind, he was a surgeon performing a painful, necessary operation. Standing on the ridge overlooking the settlement, watching the orange glow of the fires, he felt no sadistic pleasure. He felt the cold, heavy weight of a man trying to save his people from a plague. His logic was as sharp and brutal as the edge of his tomahawk. For every broken treaty, there must be a price. For every acre of stolen land, there must be a reckoning. For the massacre of his people in the peaceful village just a season ago, there must be a response so terrible it would be spoken of in whispers for generations. This wasn't about hatred for the white man as a person. He had seen their courage and their stubbornness. He hated what they were collectively. A tide of locusts that consumed the forest, drove away the game, and plowed over the sacred bones of his ancestors. They did not understand the land, they only understood how to own it. To him, every new cabin was a tombstone for the Cherokee way of life. He was not the aggressor. He was the antibody, the fever that must burn the infection before it killed the host. His violence was a form of medicine, bitter and agonizing, but in his mind, it was the only cure. The moment that changed everything for Jack was a moment of cold calculation for the chief. He had seen the boy fighting. While others screamed or fled, this one fought back with a cornered wolf's fury. He saw past the pale skin and the settler's clothes and recognized a spirit that was worth more alive than dead. Killing another settler would send a message for a day. But turning one? That was a weapon that could last for years. In his mind, the switch flipped from destruction to opportunity. He saw the boy not as a victim, but as a piece of raw material, a lump of iron to be heated in the fires of their ways, hammered into the shape of a warrior, and quenched in the cold waters of their revenge. As he and his warriors melted back into the forest with their captive, There was no feeling of triumph. There was only a grim, chilling sense of balance restored. He had answered their violence with his own. He had shown them that the dark and bloody ground would live up to its name. The raid was a success, but the war was far from over. He looked at the bound, silent boy being marched through the trees and felt not a shred of pity, but a flicker of strategic hope. He had lost warriors. His people were hungry. But in this one act of calculated cruelty, he believed he may have just forged the one weapon the settlers would never see coming, a ghost with their own face. As the sun finally rose, its clean morning light fell upon a scene from hell. The raid was over. The warriors were gone. In their place, they left a profound, unnatural silence. The birds did not sing in the trees surrounding the clearing. The usual sounds of a frontier morning, the crow of a rooster, the lowing of a milk cow, the ring of an axe, were gone, replaced by the soft, hissing whisper of the smoldering cabin. A thick, greasy smoke, smelling of burnt pine and something else, something sickeningly sweet, hung heavy in the humid air, clinging to the valley floor. The cabin itself was no longer a home. It was a blackened skeleton, its chimney rising into the sky like a tombstone. The first to find it was a neighbor from the next ridge over, a man named Miller, who had come looking to borrow some shot. He approached cautiously, his long rifle held at the ready. He'd heard the faint echo of gunfire before dawn, but had prayed it was just a hunter. As he entered the clearing, he stopped dead. The scene before him was so absolute in its devastation that his mind couldn't immediately process it. He took in the trampled garden, the slaughtered livestock, and the gaping, fiery maw of the cabin. His breath caught in his throat. He saw the bodies then, scattered where they fell, and the hard, grim mask of the frontier fell over his face. He became a machine, his eyes scanning for any sign of life, for survivors, for tracks. The alarm was raised by hoofbeats and a hoarse voice screaming a single word: "Raid!" The news spread like a contagion of fear from one isolated homestead to the next. Barricades were dropped into place on cabin doors. Women gathered their children, their faces pale and drawn, while men took their rifles down from the mantles, their knuckles white as they checked the flint and powder. The fragile peace of the frontier had been a comforting lie, and now the brutal truth had returned. Every shadow was a warrior, every rustle of leaves a threat. The entire community was now a fortress under siege, locked in the grip of a cold, collective terror. Back at the smoking ruins, a small party of men gathered. They moved with a grim purpose, their faces set like stone. They were there to bury their dead, a task performed with a terrible, silent reverence. But as they accounted for the fallen, a chilling realization dawned on them. Jack, the family's eldest son, was not among the dead. His body was nowhere to be found. The immediate assumption was that he had been taken captive, dragged away for a fate many considered far worse than a quick death. A tiny, desperate flicker of hope was born, the hope of a rescue, but it was quickly choked by the dark possibilities of what captivity meant. This was not a crime to be solved by sheriffs and judges. This was an act of war, and it demanded a warrior's response. The local militia captain, a veteran of countless brutal skirmishes, declared an immediate pursuit. A posse of grim-faced men was formed on the spot, neighbors, relatives, and seasoned Indian fighters whose eyes burned with a cold, patient fire. There was no talk of justice, only of vengeance. A bounty was offered, not for the return of a captive, but for Cherokee scalps. It was a hard, jagged promise of revenge, a vow to repay blood with blood. As the sun climbed higher in the sky, the posse rode out, their horses kicking up dust and ash, and disappeared into the same vast, silent wilderness that had swallowed the boy called Jack. In the wake of the slaughter, the community didn't come together. It clenched like a fist, tight and trembling. The open-hearted frontier spirit vanished overnight, replaced by a lockdown of suspicion and fear. Families that once shared meals and helped raise barns now looked at each other from behind barred doors and through the narrow slits of rifle loopholes. The local blockhouse, once a place for social gatherings, became a grim refuge where the air was thick with the smell of unwashed bodies, fear, and the bitter taste of fresh grief. It was here, in the cramped, suffocating confines of the fort, that the first cracks began to show. The lines were drawn in the dirt floor. On one side stood the militia captain and the families who had lost kin, their faces masks of cold rage. Their argument was simple and brutal. Every man who could hold a rifle needed to join the posse and ride until they had burned the Chickamauga towns to the ground. To them, any hesitation was cowardice. Any argument for caution was a betrayal of the dead. Their grief had burned away all nuance, leaving only the white-hot desire for vengeance. On the other side were the quieter folks, the families whose cabins were furthest out on the fringe of the settlement. They didn't speak up in the public meetings, but their silence was a heavy, stubborn presence. They knew a terrible truth. If every able-bodied man rode out on a quest for revenge, their own homes would be left defenseless, ripe for the picking. They were caught in an impossible choice: join the posse and risk their own families, or stay behind and be branded cowards and traitors by their neighbors. The war was no longer just outside the walls. It was inside, dividing them man from man. This division was fed by a conspiracy of silence, born not of guilt, but of pure, rational terror. Many of the settlers knew the woods. They knew there were Cherokee who wanted peace, and there were the implacable warriors of the Chickamauga who wanted war. Some may have even seen the direction the war party fled. But to speak that knowledge aloud was to paint a target on your own door. The warriors of Dragging Canoe had eyes and ears everywhere. To be seen as an informant for the militia was a death sentence, one that would be carried out in the dead of night, swift and silent. So people who knew things said nothing. They became deaf and blind, their fear a gag in their mouths. In this atmosphere of paranoia, small acts of character were magnified. A woman whose own pantry was nearly bare secretly left a small sack of cornmeal on the doorstep of a widowed neighbor. A quiet act of courage that risked angering those who believed every family should fend for itself. But there were acts of cowardice too. A man who was questioned by the posse gave them a deliberately vague direction, sending them on a wild goose chase into the swampy lowlands, simply because he wanted the trouble as far away from his own land as possible. The community was breaking under the strain, revealing the true nature of its people, not in their loud proclamations of unity, but in the quiet, desperate choices they made when they thought no one was watching. The posse that rode out from the settlement was not a disciplined army. It was an instrument of pure, hot-blooded vengeance. At its head rode the militia captain, a man whose face was a roadmap of past sorrows and old hatreds. Beside him was a grizzled tracker named Elias, a man so thin he looked like he was made of sinew and wood smoke, a man who could read a broken twig the way a preacher read scripture. Behind them came the farmers and blacksmiths, their jaws set, their eyes scanning the tree line. They were not lawmen seeking justice, they were hunters, and their prey was human. For the first day, they made good time, following the clear, brutal trail of the war party through the lowlands. But as they climbed into the tangled green maze of the mountains, the world changed. The forest deepened, the air grew cooler, and the sun became a distant, mottled light through the thick canopy of leaves. They were entering the Cherokees' domain now, and the wilderness itself seemed to rise up to protect its own. The trail became a phantom, a whisper of a moccasin print here, a displaced stone there, signs only Elias could see. The pursuit slowed from a gallop to a grim, plodding walk. Days bled into a week. The hunt became an ordeal, a war not just against the Cherokee, but against the mountains themselves. They clawed their way through rhododendron thickets so dense they called them hells, their clothes and skin torn to ribbons. A sudden, violent thunderstorm turned the ravines into raging torrents, nearly sweeping away their horses. Rations dwindled, and the men's burning rage cooled into a sullen, gnawing exhaustion. The mountain was wearing them down, sanding away their resolve, and Elias grew quieter, his eyes darting nervously. He knew this feeling. They weren't just following a trail, they were being led. The trap was sprung at a place called Cutter's Gap, a narrow pass flanked by high, rocky cliffs. Elias found the sign they were meant to find, a single discarded feather from a warrior's headdress lying in the open. It was a taunt, a dare. As the posse filed into the gap, a sudden, chilling war cry echoed from the rocks above, and the air was instantly filled with a deadly swarm of arrows and rifle balls. Chaos erupted. One man fell from his saddle with a cry, an arrow buried in his chest. Another screamed as a ball shattered his arm. The posse was caught in a perfect crossfire, unable to charge and with no cover to speak of. They fired their rifles wildly at the cliffs, but they were shooting at ghosts. They could see nothing but puffs of smoke from behind the rocks. The militia captain, his face a mask of fury and desperation, saw the truth in an instant. This wasn't a fight, it was a slaughter. "Back!" he roared. "Fall back!" The retreat was a panicked, desperate scramble. They dragged their wounded with them, firing blindly over their shoulders as they fled the gap. As quickly as it began, the attack stopped. The forest fell silent once more, the only sound the ragged gasps of the retreating men and the moans of the injured. The posse limped back into the settlement days later, a beaten and broken thing. They returned with empty saddles and hollow eyes. They had not found the war party. They had not recovered the captive boy. All they had found was the chilling, undeniable proof that out here, in the heart of the shadows, they were not the hunters. They were the prey. The hunt was over. Jack was gone for good, swallowed by a wilderness that would not give him back. And so, my friends, there was no grand trial in a courthouse. There was no judge in a black robe, no jury of 12 good men and true. The Cherokee warriors who burned the settlement and stole the boy were ghosts. You cannot put a shadow in the dock, but a trial did happen nonetheless. It took place in the dusty, crowded courtyard of the blockhouse, under the harsh glare of the afternoon sun, and the verdict handed down would poison the community for years to come. The defendants were the returning members of the posse, hollow-eyed men who walked with the stoop of the defeated. The jury was the rest of the settlement, the women, the old men, the children, who stared at them with a mixture of pity and accusation. There were no lawyers, but there was a prosecutor. He was a raw-boned farmer whose younger brother had been one of the men left behind in Cutter's Gap. He stood before the militia captain, his face contorted with grief and rage, and spoke in a voice that trembled but did not break. He accused the captain of incompetence, of pride, of leading good men into a slaughterhouse just to satisfy his own hatred. "You didn't hunt them," he spat. "You fed them our kin." The militia captain stood and took it. He didn't offer excuses. He didn't smirk with defiance. He looked like a man who had aged a decade in a week, his shoulders slumped under an invisible weight. When the farmer was finished, the captain spoke, his voice low and gravelly. He described the impossibly rugged terrain, the cleverness of the trail, the perfect, deadly precision of the ambush. He spoke not of savages, but of a masterful enemy fighting a brilliant defensive war on their own ground. He admitted his failure, but his words carried a chilling undertone. They had not simply been beaten, they had been profoundly outclassed. He had brought the law of men into the mountains, and the mountains had laughed. There was no gavel to announce the verdict. It was written in the averted eyes and the hard, unforgiving set of the jaws of the other settlers. The farmer who had spoken the accusation turned his back on the captain and walked away. Others followed. The posse, the symbol of their collective strength and law, was broken. The captain was not formally stripped of his rank, but he might as well have been. He was a leader with no one left to follow him. The community had found him guilty, not of malice, but of something worse on the frontier: weakness. He had failed to provide the only kind of justice they understood, the justice of blood for blood. And so the central burning question remained unanswered, hanging in the air like smoke. Was this justice? The system of the settlers, their organized militia, their belief in their own strength, had failed completely. The raiders were free, roaming the mountains, perhaps even watching them from the ridges. The boy was gone. The dead were in the ground. The verdict of the blockhouse trial was clear. The law of men was useless here. The only thing left was the justice of the mountains, a bitter personal code of survival and revenge, where every man was his own law and every stranger was a potential enemy. The verdict of the community trial, delivered in silence and turned backs, settled over the settlement like a permanent winter fog. Life went on, but it was a stunted, withered version of what had come before. The militia captain, the man who had led the failed posse, became a ghost at his own hearth. He still worked his fields, but he moved with the heavy, shuffling gait of a man carrying a corpse on his back. His authority was gone, his name a quiet synonym for failure. The community didn't banish him, but they didn't have to. They simply looked through him, and in doing so, they erased him. This was his curse, to live out his days among his people, but to be utterly alone. But while the settlement was turning inward, licking its wounds and slowly burying the memory of its own failure 100 miles away in the deep green shadows of the mountains, Jack was being unmade. His life after the verdict was not a curse or an atonement, it was a crucible. He was not being punished in the way the settlers imagined. He was being systematically taken apart, piece by piece, and put back together in a new and terrifying shape. The Cherokee chief who had captured him was now his teacher. The boy's old life was burned away, not with cruelty, but with a relentless, immersive education. He was forced to learn the Salagi language until his English tongue grew thick and clumsy in his mouth. He was taught to hunt, not with the loud boom of a rifle, but with the silent flight of an arrow, to move through the forest without snapping a twig, to become another shadow among the trees. This was more than just learning new skills. It was a reprogramming of his very soul. They did not just teach him how to fight, they taught him why they fought. By the light of the council fire, he heard the history of his new people. It wasn't a story of savage raids, but a long, heartbreaking litany of broken promises, of sacred lands stolen, of women and children murdered by the very people he had once called his own. The massacre that had destroyed his family, which had once been a singular, world-ending tragedy, was now presented to him as a single link in a long, unbroken chain of violence initiated by the settlers. He was being given a new truth, a new history, and it was a story that, to his broken and betrayed heart, made a terrible kind of sense. Back in the settlement, the scars were fading by force. The community, in a desperate act of self-preservation, began to forget. The burned-out ruins of Jack's cabin were slowly swallowed by the aggressive green of the wilderness, becoming a taboo place no one visited. The names of the men who died in Cutter's Gap were spoken less and less, and the name of the lost boy, Jack, was buried the deepest of all. It became a lesson whispered to children before bed, not a story of heroism, but a grim warning about the price of weakness, a ghost story to keep them close to home. They were trying to heal by cutting out the memory, but they had left the wound to fester in the dark. Years turn into decades, and decades into centuries. The official histories of Tennessee, written in neat ink in leather-bound books, rarely mention a boy named Jack or a warrior called Nicotee. The records of that time are a chaotic jumble of land deeds, militia muster rolls, and faded letters. A story this personal, this brutal, this shameful simply slips through the cracks. But it didn't vanish. It did what all powerful stories in these mountains do. It went to ground, seeping into the folklore of the region like water into limestone, whispered from one generation to the next. For the descendants of the settlers, the name Nicotee Jack became a boogeyman, a cautionary tale told to frightened children who wandered too far from the cabin. He was the ultimate horror, not the savage from without, but the traitor from within. To this day, there are places on old maps, hollows and ridges, that carry names whose dark origins are long forgotten by most. A place called Cutter's Gap still exists, a name that means nothing to the tourists who drive through it, but to a few old families, it's a place where the air still feels heavy. The story of Nickety Jack became a part of their DNA, reinforcing a deep-seated distrust of outsiders and the ever-present fear of the wilderness's power to change a man for the worse. But there is another echo, one that is rarely heard. Among the descendants of the Cherokee, particularly those whose ancestors fought with dragging canoe, the story is different. They remember the white Indians, the captives who were adopted and became fierce defenders of their new people. In their version, a man like Jack is not a traitor, but a man whose eyes were open to the truth. His story is not one of shame, but of a spirit that was Cherokee in its heart, regardless of the skin it was born in. It is a haunting and powerful thought that somewhere today, among the members of the Cherokee Nation, there are people who carry the blood of this lost boy, a forgotten link in a chain of survival they may not even know exists. You cannot go and find a monument to Nickety Jack. There is no tombstone with his name on it, neither his settler name nor his Cherokee one. If you knew where to look, you might find a slight depression in the forest floor, a place where a cabin once stood, now marked only by a few moss-covered foundation stones and a patch of ground where the wild blackberries refused to grow. This is the only physical trace left of the world that was lost. His real monument is the story itself, the chilling echo of his name that has managed to survive the centuries. Because while people forget and the paper they write on turns to dust, the mountains remember. The ancient, silent ridges that witnessed the raid are still standing. The creek where he was taken captive still carves its path through the valley. They hold the memory of the gun smoke, the blood, and the impossible choice a young boy was forced to make. The mountains saw it all, and in their deep, enduring silence, they keep the truth of the story safe, waiting for those who are quiet enough to listen. So we return to the question that hung in the air at the very beginning, like smoke from a dying fire. How does a boy become a monster to his own people? The easy answers are the ones history prefers. He was a traitor, a turncoat, a man whose mind was broken by captivity. But the truth, my friends, is far more unsettling. The wilderness didn't turn Jack into a savage. It simply burned away the boy he was and showed him the man he was always capable of becoming. His old world, built on a foundation of righteous belief, was shattered by a single act of violence. His new world, though brutal, offered him something he had lost: a family, a purpose, and a cause that felt righteous in its own terrible way. He wasn't stolen so much as he was forged anew. This is more than just the story of one man. It's the story of the Appalachian frontier itself. It is a timeless lesson that the line between civilized and savage is a fragile thing, a line drawn not on a map, but in smoke and blood. It reminds us that every story of heroism has a shadow, and every act of monstrous violence has a logic, however twisted it may seem. This is a story not just of cruelty and hatred, but of the indomitable human spirit in its most extreme form, the desperate need to belong to a tribe, and the terrifying lengths a person will go to defend it, especially when he has to choose that tribe himself. The name Nickety Jack no longer belongs to a boy or a warrior. It has become a piece of the mountain itself, a haunting whisper on the wind that reminds us of the true cost of this land. He is a ghost born of two peoples, belonging to neither, but a timeless reminder that the deepest battle lines are not drawn between forts and villages, but are carved directly through the human heart. And now, my friends, you know the rest of the story.
The air hung heavy and thick, cloying with the damp scent of pine and something else, something metallic, like fresh blood on cold earth. Mist, thick as a shroud, snaked through the hollows, clinging to the branches of ancient oaks, obscuring everything beyond a few feet. Then, from the distant ridge, came the sharp crack of a rifle shot, a sound that echoed through the hills and valleys of Appalachia, a sound that meant death. For generations, that sound was the heartbeat of the mountains. It was the language of the Hatfield-McCoy feud. It spoke of bitter grudges, of families pitted against families, a brutal symphony of vengeance and survival. And at the center of it all stood a figure carved from the very rock of those hills, William Anderson Hatfield, better known as Devil Anse. He was a patriarch, a warlord, a man whose name alone could curdle the blood in your veins. They said he was as cunning as a fox, as fierce as a bear, and as ruthless as the land itself. His power wasn't written in laws or treaties. It was etched in the fear he inspired, in the loyalty of his clan, and in the cold steel of the firearms they carried. Devil Anse ruled through sheer force, through intimidation, and by making it clear that his word was the law, enforced by lead and fire. His legend looms large, a testament to the raw, untamed power of the Appalachian frontier. He lived and died a king of the mountains, a symbol of brute strength and defiant independence. His story is one of the most famous, most violent, most American sagas ever told. But what if the most powerful Hatfield who ever lived wasn't the one holding the gun? What if he was the one counting the votes? The man who eclipsed the Devil's legend was his cousin, Ephraim Hatfield. And he was a different kind of animal entirely. He wasn't a mountain warlord. He was a political boss. He rarely carried a gun, and some say he never even raised his voice. He didn't need to. Where Devil Anse's power ended at the barrel of a Winchester, Eph's was just beginning. His kingdom was not a windswept mountain hollow. It was the Aracoma Hotel, a handsome brick building in the heart of Logan, West Virginia. And his throne was a simple, unassuming armchair in the lobby. Imagine the scene. Day after day, from morning until evening, Eph Hatfield would sit in that chair watching the world go by. He was a calm, almost placid figure, often dressed in a simple suit. He would read the newspaper, smoke a cigar, and greet men who approached him with a quiet nod. But don't let the stillness fool you. From that single chair, he was pulling the strings of an entire county. The men who came to see him were not weathered Klansmen seeking vengeance. They were sheriffs, judges, coal mine superintendents, and aspiring politicians. They would approach his chair, one by one, and speak in low, deferential tones. They weren't there to pass the time. They were there for a verdict. They were asking for a job for a relative. They were seeking a political endorsement. They were requesting a legal problem to disappear. Ephraim would listen patiently, his eyes missing nothing. A conversation might last minutes, or it might be just a few seconds. And then would come the decision. It wasn't a decree shouted from a mountaintop. It was a slight nod of the head, a quiet word, or just a dismissive wave of the hand. And that was it. A man's fate was sealed. The next county clerk was chosen, a contract was awarded, a deputy was appointed. He didn't need to raise his voice. In Logan County, a word from F. Hatfield could build a man's fortune or bury him without a shovel. This was the new face of power in Appalachia. The brute force of the feud had evolved, becoming something far more sophisticated and far more terrifying. It was the power of the system. To understand how one man could hold a whole county in the palm of his hand, you first have to understand the land that made him. A land of steep hills, deep shadows, and black gold. In the early 20th century, Logan County was less a part of the United States and more a private kingdom. A kingdom built on a single, powerful resource: coal. It was a rugged, isolated place. The mountains themselves were both a blessing and a curse, holding veins of the richest bituminous coal in the world, but also cutting the region off, creating a world unto itself with its own rules. And the first rule was simple: the coal company was God. Massive corporations from the north had swept in, buying up tens of thousands of acres. They built the railroads, they built the mines, and they built the towns. These weren't normal towns. They were company towns, and the name tells you everything you need to know. The company owned every single building: the houses the miners lived in, the store where they bought their food, the church where they prayed, and the hospital where they died. Miners were often paid not in US dollars, but in scrip, a form of private currency that could only be spent at the company store. This created a closed loop of economic servitude. The company gave you a job, paid you in company money, which you then had to give right back to them for rent and overpriced groceries. It was a system designed to keep men perpetually in debt, tethered to the mines for life. Your existence was a line item on a corporate ledger. This created a population of men who were tough, hard-working, and utterly dependent. They had no real rights. Attempts to unionize were crushed with brutal efficiency by private armies of mine guards, men like the infamous Baldwin Felts agents, who were more like corporate mercenaries than detectives. They would evict families from their homes, beat organizers, and sometimes kill them. The coal companies owned the houses, the stores, and the jobs. They owned the miners' bodies. Ephraim Hatfield was about to figure out how to own their souls. He saw the landscape for what it was, a battleground. On one side, you had the immense wealth and power of the coal operators, outsiders who needed the local political system to protect their investments and keep the unions out. On the other side, you had thousands of miners, a vast, untapped source of political power, if only they could be controlled. They were two great opposing forces. The companies had the money. The miners had the numbers. F. Hatfield realized he could be the bridge between them, and in doing so, become more powerful than either. Ephraim Hatfield's political machine wasn't built with speeches and rallies. It was built like an engine, piece by meticulous piece, in the back rooms and quiet corners of Logan County. It became known as the Logan County System, and it was a masterpiece of corruption. The fuel for this engine was the voter. But in Logan, your vote wasn't so much a right as it was a commodity. The first step was control of the voter rolls. F's organization would pay the poll taxes for thousands of miners and their families. On the surface, it looked like a generous act. In reality, it was a transaction. By paying your tax, they essentially owned your vote. You were now on their list, and you were expected to vote as you were told. The second part of the machine was control of the ballot box itself. This was achieved with brutal simplicity. The election officials in nearly every precinct, the people who counted the votes, were handpicked by F. These weren't impartial civil servants, they were loyal cogs in the machine. On election day, anything was possible. Ballot boxes would be stuffed with votes from people who were dead or had long since moved away. Votes for opposition candidates would simply vanish. Imagine you're a miner in a remote company town. The polling place is run by the mine foreman's brother. Everyone knows who you are, and everyone knows who the company supports. You're handed a pre-marked ballot and told to drop it in the box. What do? Do you risk your job, the roof over your family's head, for the principle of a secret ballot? Most people didn't. They did as they were told. Through this combination of economic pressure and outright fraud, F. Hatfield could deliver the vote of Logan County as a single, predictable block. He could guarantee any candidate thousands of votes, making him indispensable to anyone with statewide ambitions. But here's what made Ephraim a political genius, and what made his system nearly unbeatable. He didn't just pick the winner. In most elections, he picked both candidates. This strategy of controlling both sides of the aisle was the masterstroke. He built a two-headed political beast, and both heads answered to him. In the rest of America, politics was a war between Democrats and Republicans. In Logan County, it was a carefully staged play, and Ephraim Hatfield was the director, the producer, and the man who wrote the script. He understood a fundamental truth. True power isn't about winning the election. It's about controlling the choices. Here's how it worked. Logan County, like much of West Virginia, was traditionally Democratic. So, Ephraim consolidated his control over the local Democratic Party. He became the chairman of the county's Democratic Executive Committee. This position gave him immense power. He could dictate who got on the primary ballot, control the party's finances, and mobilize the party's resources. He would choose a candidate for sheriff, for judge, for county clerk, men who were loyal to him and the machine. His thousands of controlled voters would ensure they won the Democratic primary with ease. This part is simple enough. It's classic political boss behavior. But this is where Eph's genius for corruption came in. He didn't stop there. He looked across the aisle at the Republican Party. In Logan County, the Republicans were a permanent minority. They had no real chance of winning a general election. So Ephraim made them an offer they couldn't refuse. He went to the leaders of the local Republican Party and essentially put them on his payroll. He would provide them with money and influence. In return, he got to pick their candidates too. In the Republican primary, Ephraim would run a candidate he secretly controlled. It might be a friend, a business associate, or someone who simply owed him a favor. Since the Republican Party was so small, it was easy to manipulate their primary election. So now, fast forward to the general election in November. The people of Logan County walk into the voting booth and see their choices. For sheriff, they can vote for the Democrat, John Smith. Or they can vote for the Republican, Peter Jones. It looks like a fair choice. It feels like democracy, but it's an illusion. Because both John Smith and Peter Jones answer to the same man, sitting in his chair in the Aracoma Hotel. No matter who the public voted for, Ephraim Hatfield's man would win. He had created a perfect, closed system. It was a political monster with two heads, one Democrat, one Republican, but both were connected to the same body, and both took their orders from the same brain. With the politicians in his pocket, there was only one piece of the puzzle left to control: the law itself. And in the mountains of West Virginia, the law had a name: the county sheriff. In most of America, the county sheriff is a respected lawman, an elected official who serves the public. In Logan County during the reign of Ephraim Hatfield, the sheriff was a king. His power was immense, far exceeding that of a simple police officer. He was the county treasurer, which meant he controlled all the public money. He was the tax collector, and most importantly, he had the authority to hire and fire hundreds of deputy sheriffs. This wasn't a professional police force. It was a private army. And for years, the man who wore the badge and commanded this army was Don Chafin. Chafin was the physical embodiment of the Logan County system's power. He was tough, ruthless, and fiercely loyal to the machine that put him in office. His deputies were everywhere. They weren't just patrolling the streets of Logan, they were stationed in every coal camp, on every major road, and at every railroad station. Their official job was to keep the peace. Their real job was to enforce the will of the coal companies and the political machine. They were the muscle. Their salaries were paid by the county, but their loyalty was supplemented by the coal operators. The companies paid the sheriff's office a handsome fee for each deputy stationed on their property. This created a perfect circle of corruption. The machine picked the sheriff hired the deputies, and the coal companies paid to keep them in their camps, crushing any sign of union activity. These deputies could arrest anyone, for any reason. They could beat men with impunity. They could stop and search travelers, turning away anyone they deemed an agitator or a union organizer. They created an iron curtain around Logan County, turning it into a fortress state. Fiercely resistant to any outside influence. Imagine a police force that doesn't answer to the public, but to a single man sitting in a hotel lobby. That wasn't a nightmare in Logan County. It was reality. Don Chafin and his army of deputies were the enforcers who made the system work. They were the ones who ensured voters cast their ballots correctly. They were the ones who protected the ballot boxes from prying eyes. They were the iron fist inside the machine's velvet glove. For years, this combination of political cunning and brute force seemed invincible. It was a perfect, self-sustaining ecosystem of power. For years, the machine ran unopposed. It seemed invincible. Then, in 1920, one man made the fatal mistake of believing the law was bigger than E.F. Hatfield. His name was Wallace Hounshell. In a system where every piece was bought and paid for, the courts were supposed to be the final cog in the machine. Judges, like everyone else, were typically chosen for their loyalty, not their legal brilliance. Their job was to legitimize the machine's actions, to provide a rubber stamp of judicial approval for the arrests made by Chafin's deputies and the political maneuvering of Hatfield's allies. But sometimes, a piece doesn't fit. Wallace H. Hounshell was not a product of the Logan County machine. He was an outsider, a respected lawyer from a neighboring county who, through a twist of political fate, was appointed by the governor to fill a vacant seat on the circuit court bench in Logan. He was an educated man, a man who believed in the sanctity of the law and the integrity of the courts. He was, in every way, the wrong man for the job, if you were F. Hatfield. When Judge Hounshell first arrived in Logan, he was likely prepared for a certain amount of local flavor in the justice system. What he found shocked him to his core. He saw a legal system that was a complete sham. Grand juries were packed with the sheriff's deputies. Indictments were handed down not based on evidence, but on political convenience. Men were arrested on flimsy charges, held in jail, and pressured to vote the right way in exchange for their freedom. The courtroom, which Hounshell considered a sacred space, was being used as just another tool of coercion, and he refused to be a part of it. He began to fight back, using the only weapon he had, his position as judge. He started scrutinizing the indictments brought before him. He found dozens that were legally baseless and threw them out of court, freeing the men who had been arrested. He publicly questioned the methods of the sheriff's office. He began to block the machine's moves, using the letter of the law as his shield and his sword. For the first time in years, the gears of the Logan County system began to grind, to meet resistance. A wave of hope, small but real, began to ripple through the county. It seemed that one man, armed with courage and a law book, could actually make a difference. Hounshell thought he was fighting for justice. He didn't realize he had just declared war on a king in the middle of his kingdom. And the king was about to strike back. Ephraim Hatfield and his lieutenants did not panic. Their machine was not designed to handle justice. It was designed to crush opposition. And Judge Hounshell was the most dangerous kind of opposition, an honest man in a position of power. They couldn't bribe him, they couldn't intimidate him. So, they decided to destroy him. The counterattack was not a noisy affair. It didn't happen in a dark alley. It happened in quiet, smoke-filled rooms in the state capital of Charleston. The machine's strategy was as brilliant as it was diabolical. If you can't control the judge, get rid of him. They decided to have him impeached. This was a declaration of total war. Impeaching a judge was a rare and extreme measure. It required mobilizing the machine's full influence at the state level. Ephraim Hatfield and his allies called in every favor they were owed. They leaned on the state legislators whose campaigns they had funded. They whispered in the ears of the governor they had helped elect. Their foot soldiers in Logan County were tasked with a single mission: find dirt on Judge Hounshell, or if you can't find any, create it. An army of sheriff's deputies and machine loyalists began to meticulously comb through every decision, every case, every aspect of Hounshell's life, looking for anything that could be twisted into an accusation. They interviewed disgruntled litigants who had lost cases in his court. They dug into his personal finances. They were building a weapon, one manufactured charge at a time. Soon, a formal list of charges was presented to the West Virginia House of Delegates. It was a masterpiece of malicious fiction. The charges against him were absurd, almost laughable. One accused him of borrowing a law book and not returning it on time. Another claimed he showed favoritism in a case by ruling against a friend of Don Chafin. They accused him of tyranny and despotism for, of all things, enforcing the law against the machine's allies. Each charge, on its own, was flimsy, but piled one on top of the other, they created the illusion of a corrupt and incompetent judge. The charges didn't have to be true, they just had to be public. The machine-controlled newspapers ran the headlines. The whispers started in the State House. The stage was being set. The trial was a sham, a piece of political theater designed for one purpose: to make an example of the man who dared to say no. The impeachment trial of Judge Wallace Hounshell began in the West Virginia Senate. By law, this was the jury. But in reality, it was a room full of politicians, many of whom owed their careers to the very machine Hounshell had defied. For them, this wasn't about evidence. It was about loyalty and self-preservation. Hounshell and his legal team mounted a valiant defense. They went through the list of charges one by one, methodically dismantling them. They showed that the accusation about the law book was a clerical error. They produced testimony and court records proving his rulings were based on sound legal precedent, not personal bias. They exposed the accusers as known allies of Don Chafin and the Logan machine, revealing their obvious political motivations. For a moment, it seemed like the truth might matter. Hounshell's defense was so thorough, so compelling, that several newspapers following the trial began to predict his acquittal. It seemed impossible that any impartial observer could look at the flimsy manufactured evidence and vote to remove a sitting judge. But the jury wasn't impartial. They weren't there to weigh evidence. They were there to follow orders. Behind the scenes, the machine was working tirelessly. Ephraim Hatfield's lieutenants were in Charleston, reminding senators of past favors. They were promising future support. They were subtly threatening political consequences for anyone who stepped out of line. The fate of Judge Hounshell wasn't being decided in the Senate chamber. It was being decided over dinner, in hotel rooms, and with quiet handshakes in the hallway. When the time came to vote, the outcome was swift and brutal. The senators, many of whom had likely barely paid attention to the testimony, cast their votes. Wallace H. Hounshell was found guilty. He was impeached and removed from the bench. His career, built on a lifetime of integrity, was annihilated in a single afternoon. He had walked into the state capitol a respected judge. He walked out a broken man, stripped of his office, his reputation in tatters, a public example of what happens when you challenge the established order. Ephraim Hatfield never laid a hand on Wally Hounshell. He didn't have to. He had shown everyone in West Virginia that he could kill a man's life, his career, and his honor with nothing more than a series of whispers and a stacked vote. The message was clear. Message was, the impeachment of Judge Hounshell wasn't just an attack on one man. It was a message sent to every single person in Logan County and beyond. It was a demonstration, broadcast across the state, of the machine's reach and its ruthlessness. The message was simple. We are in control. Do not cross us, ever. And the people listened. A quiet, suffocating fear settled over the region. Before, there might have been whispers of opposition, small acts of defiance. Now, there was mostly silence. Who would be brave enough to speak out when a respected circuit court judge could be publicly crucified with such ease? The consequences of dissent became brutally clear, and they weren't always as dramatic as a public trial. The machine's retaliation was often more subtle, a slow and quiet strangulation of a person's livelihood. If you were a small business owner who supported an opposition candidate, you might find yourself suddenly buried in a mountain of new regulations. Your license to operate might be delayed or revoked for a minor infraction that was previously ignored. Health inspectors might start showing up every week. Your business would slowly be bled dry. If you were a miner who was overheard speaking in favor of a union, your name would find its way to a blacklist. You'd be fired from your job. And because the coal companies all work together, you wouldn't be able to find work at any other mine in the county. You would have to pack up your family and leave, or watch them starve. Teachers who didn't support the machine's candidates for the school board found their contracts weren't renewed. Doctors who fell out of favor found their hospital privileges questioned. Even the location of a new road could be a political weapon, rerouted to bypass the property of a dissenter, isolating them and tanking their land value. This was the true genius of F's control. It wasn't just political, it was economic. To stand against him wasn't just to risk your vote, it was to risk the food on your family's table. He had fused political power and economic power into a single, terrifying weapon. He had achieved what his cousin, Devil Anse, never could. Devil Anse controlled a clan through loyalty and fear of violence. Eve Hatfield controlled an entire society through the quiet, pervasive fear of losing everything. With the county completely subdued, Ephraim's gaze turned higher. He wasn't just content being the king of Logan County, he wanted to choose the kings of West Virginia. With Logan County locked down, Ephraim Hatfield held a unique and powerful commodity in West Virginia politics, a guaranteed block of thousands of votes. In a statewide election where the margins of victory could be razor thin, the Logan County vote was the political equivalent of a royal flush, and Ephraim was the only man at the table holding it. Ambitious politicians from all over the state began making a pilgrimage to Logan. They weren't coming to give speeches or hold rallies. They were coming to the Aracoma Hotel to sit down with the quiet man in the lobby and ask for his blessing. They were candidates for governor, for the United States Senate, for Congress. And they knew the road to Charleston, or even to Washington, D.C., ran directly through F. Hatfield's territory. The meeting would be discreet. The deal was unspoken, but perfectly understood. If Ephraim gave his support, he would deliver the Logan County vote. He would turn out his machine, stuff the ballot boxes, and ensure a massive, lopsided victory in his county for the chosen candidate. In return, the candidate, once elected, owed him. They owed him loyalty. They owed him protection. This arrangement provided the machine with a crucial shield of armor. If a pesky state prosecutor or an ambitious attorney general ever got the idea to investigate the rampant corruption in Logan, a quiet phone call would be made. The governor, remembering the thousands of votes that put him in office, would ensure the investigation stalled. State police would be told to stand down. Funding for the investigation would mysteriously dry up. F. Hatfield had bought himself statewide immunity. His influence became legendary. It was said that you couldn't get elected dog catcher in southern West Virginia without Ef's approval, let alone governor. He became known in whispers and newspaper columns as the Kingmaker. He didn't want to be the governor himself. That would mean being in the spotlight, being held accountable. Ephraim preferred to stay in the shadows, pulling the strings, choosing the men who would hold the titles and take the heat while he held the real power. For decades, the political landscape of West Virginia was shaped by his unseen hand. The course of the state, the laws that were passed, the men who led it, all were influenced by the quiet calculations of a man in a hotel lobby, 100 miles from the Capitol building. For decades, Ephraim Hatfield was a force of nature in West Virginia politics, as unmovable as the mountains themselves. But in the 1930s, a new force swept across America, one that not even the Kingmaker could control. Ephraim Hatfield's machine was built for a specific world, a world of isolation, corporate feudalism, and total economic dependency. For decades, that world seemed permanent. But then, the world broke. The stock market crash of 1929 and the Great Depression that followed sent a shockwave across the country that even the insulated kingdom of Logan County could not escape. The price of coal plummeted, mines shut down, thousands of men were thrown out of work, left with nothing. The system of control, which relied on the company providing for the miners, began to collapse. The company store couldn't extend credit forever. The private scrip in their hands became worthless paper. For the first time, the absolute power of the coal operators was shaken. And then came a voice from the radio. A calm, reassuring voice that promised a new deal for the American people. Franklin Delano Roosevelt. The federal government, which had been a distant, almost foreign entity, suddenly became a powerful presence in the lives of the Appalachian miners. New Deal programs like the Works Progress Administration, the WPA, started offering jobs that weren't controlled by the coal companies. Men could earn real U.S. dollars building roads, schools, and parks. Federal relief agencies started distributing food and assistance, creating a safety net that wasn't dependent on the local machine's approval. This was a seismic shift. Ephraim's power was rooted in his role as the gatekeeper of survival. He and the coal companies controlled all the jobs, all the money, and all the food. Suddenly, there was a new source of all three, and it answered to Washington, D.C., not the Aracoma Hotel. Perhaps the most significant change was the Wagner Act of 1935, which federally protected the right of workers to organize and join unions. This gave the United Mine Workers of America, the UMWA, the legal firepower they needed to finally break through the Iron Curtain around Logan County. Organizers, now protected by federal law, could no longer be beaten and thrown in jail by the sheriff's deputies with impunity. For the first time, the miners had a new boss to listen to, a voice from Washington, D.C. that spoke louder than the man in the hotel lobby. They began to see that their collective power, organized under the banner of a national union, could be greater than the localized power of a county political machine. The machine wasn't destroyed overnight. It was a slow process. A great political engine, slowly, inevitably beginning to rust. The rust wasn't just in the system, it was in the man himself. By the late 1930s, Ephraim Hatfield was getting old. The world he had mastered, the world of backroom deals and absolute control, was changing faster than he could adapt. The quiet, unassuming man in the hotel lobby began to look less like a king and more like a relic. The tools of his trade were becoming obsolete. Outright ballot stuffing and voter intimidation were becoming harder to execute. The new presence of federal agencies and the watchful eyes of the now powerful unions meant that elections were being scrutinized like never before. The introduction of the secret ballot, a simple curtain pulled around a voting booth, was a revolutionary act in Logan County. It gave a miner a precious moment of anonymity, a chance to vote his conscience without the foreman looking over his shoulder. The two-headed beast he had created, his control over both the Democratic and Republican parties, began to weaken. The National Democratic Party of Franklin Roosevelt was a pro-union, populist party, a world away from the conservative, business-aligned machine Ephraim ran locally. A new generation of politicians was rising, men and women who owed their allegiance to the New Deal and the unions, not to the old county bosses. His grip on the economic lifeblood of the county was also slipping. As the UMWA grew in strength, it negotiated contracts that gave miners better wages, benefits, and a degree of job security. The Union Hall became a new center of power in the community, a place where men could gather and speak freely, away from the prying ears of the company deputies. It offered an alternative to the paternalistic control of the machine. You could feel the change in the air. The fear that had held the county in a state of paralysis for so long began to slowly recede. People started to believe that another way was possible. The Kingmaker, who had once seemed like a permanent feature of the landscape, was now losing his grip. The votes he could once deliver with absolute certainty were no longer a sure thing. The man who had once moved political mountains was now watching the world change around him, becoming a relic in his own lifetime. The end for Ephraim Hatfield did not come with a bang. There was no final dramatic confrontation, no violent overthrow. It was a slow fade into irrelevance. In his final years, he still held court in the lobby of the Aracoma Hotel, but the lines of men seeking his favor grew shorter. The aura of absolute power that had once surrounded him had dissipated, replaced by the quiet dignity of an old man watching the parade pass him by. The new political landscape had no place for him. Power in West Virginia was now a complex negotiation between the unions, the federal government, and a new breed of politician. The old Kingmaker's endorsement still carried some weight, but it was no longer the deciding factor. The Logan County system, his masterpiece of control, was a shadow of its former self, a creaking, rusty apparatus that could no longer dictate the future. Ephraim Hatfield died in 1943 at the age of 76. His death was not the end of a bloody feud, marked by gunfire and vengeance. It was a quiet passing, noted in the local papers as the end of an era. He died of natural causes, a man who had wielded more power than any Appalachian warlord, yet who ended his life not in a hail of bullets, but as an old man whose time had simply run out. It's a strange irony. His cousin, Devil Anse, who lived and died by the gun, became a permanent American legend. His name is synonymous with the wild, violent spirit of the frontier. He is a figure of folklore, his story told and retold in books and movies. Ephraim, on the other hand, the man who was infinitely more powerful, who controlled the lives of tens of thousands, who made governors and senators, has been largely forgotten by history. His power, for all its vastness, was ephemeral. It was the power of whispers, of backroom deals, of a system that thrived in the shadows. And when the light was finally let in, it began to fade. Ephraim Hatfield was gone. But the machine he built, the system he perfected, did it truly die with him? Or does its ghost still haunt the corridors of power? The story of Ephraim Hatfield is more than just a piece of Appalachian history. It's a chilling case study in how power works and how democracy can fail. It's a blueprint, a warning. The Logan County system was not some strange, isolated anomaly born of mountain feuds and coal dust. It was an American creation. Ephraim's genius was his understanding that you don't need a gun to control people, not when you can control their jobs. You don't need to be a dictator, not when you can handpick both candidates. And you don't need to break the law, not when you can control the men who write the laws and the men who enforce them. He perfected a quieter, more insidious form of tyranny, one that wears the mask of democracy. His methods became the template for other political machines across the country, in rural counties and in sprawling cities. The names and faces changed, but the mechanics remained the same. Control the vote, control the jobs, and wrap it all in a cloak of legitimacy. His story forces us to ask uncomfortable questions. How much has really changed? Where do these machines still exist today, hidden in plain sight? Perhaps they are no longer run by a single man in a hotel lobby. Perhaps they are run by corporations, by special interests, by faceless algorithms that manipulate the information we see. The methods are more sophisticated, the scale is grander, but the goal is the same: to control the choices, and thus, to control the outcome. The ghost of the Logan County system is the idea that our vote is just an illusion, that the game is rigged and the real decisions are made long before we ever step into the booth. It's the creeping suspicion that no matter who we choose, the same interests, the same powers, always win. Ephraim Hatfield's ultimate legacy is not a statue or a monument. It is a persistent question that echoes through the years, from the hollows of West Virginia to the halls of power today. The question is, who is really counting the votes? And more importantly, who is choosing the candidates? The answer to that is the difference between a functioning democracy and a very well-managed play.
I'm standing on the bank of Wallen's Creek, here in the rugged heart of Virginia. Today, the only sounds are the water moving over stones and the whisper of wind through the sycamores. It's a peaceful place, the kind of place you might come to forget the world for a while. But this ground doesn't forget. If you stand here long enough, the peace begins to feel thin, like a blanket laid over something terrible. This is a place of echoes. This quiet creek is where the legend of Daniel Boone ends and the story of the man begins. Not the folk hero in the coonskin cap, but a father whose life was shattered right here on this spot. The story we think we know is a comfortable lie. The truth is soaked into this soil, a tale of such brutality it would redirect the course of a man's life and a nation's history. Today, we're going to listen to those echoes and uncover the story of the dark and bloody ground. In the autumn of 1773, this same wilderness was not a place of quiet solitude. It was filled with the sounds of a dream in motion, the groan of wagon wheels, the lowing of cattle, the shouts of men, and the laughter of children. This was Daniel Boone's grand gamble, the first organized attempt to bring settler families into the promised land of Kentucky. They were a small, rolling nation of about 40 souls, carving a path through a world that had, until now, belonged only to the Long Hunters and the native tribes. Daniel Boone wasn't the giant of folklore yet. He was a 38-year-old father and husband, his face already lined by the sun and hardship, but his eyes were fixed on a future he could almost taste. He saw Kentucky not as a contested battleground, but as an untouched Eden, a place where a man could build a life from the ground up, beholden to no one. He was a guide, a protector, a patriarch leading his flock into a new world. At his side was his eldest son, James. At 16, he was on the cusp of manhood, strong and capable, already possessing a quiet confidence learned from his father in the deep woods. He was Daniel's shadow and his legacy, the boy who would help him tame this new land. For James, this journey wasn't just about following his father. It was the great adventure of his young life, a chance to prove himself and to be part of the founding of a new society. The air in those early days of October must have felt electric with possibility. Every mile they pushed westward through the Cumberland Gap, the world grew wilder, more beautiful, and more their own. They were leaving behind the crowded lands and the rigid rules of the colonies. Out here, the only law was the law of survival, and the only king was the vast, empty sky. They were tough, self-reliant people, but they were not warriors looking for a fight. They were farmers, husbands and wives, carrying their most precious possessions, iron pots, family Bibles, and the seeds for next year's crop. They believed in the promise of the land, a promise whispered to them by men like Boone. They had no idea they were seen not as pioneers, but as an invasion, and that the land itself and its ancient guardians were preparing to demand a terrible price for their trespass. The whispers from this creek are powerful, but to give them a voice, you have to turn to the written record. The story isn't just in the soil, it's locked away in archives, in letters written by hands that trembled with grief and shock. I'm holding a copy of one such document. It's a letter from Captain William Russell to Colonel William Preston, dated October 12, 1773. The paper is a copy, but the original is as brittle as a dry leaf, the ink faded to the color of rust. This isn't just an old piece of correspondence. It is a dispatch from the edge of a nightmare. William Russell was another leader of the expedition, and his own son Henry was with James Boone that night. This is a letter from one father to the world, trying to make sense of the unthinkable. He writes of the search party and of the discovery. He describes the scene with the stark, horrified clarity of a man who can't unsee what he's witnessed. He calls the perpetrators inhuman and details how the boys were tortured in the most barbarous manner. This document is the key. It's the first official confirmation of the event, transforming local horror into historical fact. It verifies the location, the date, and the sheer savagery of the attack. It is a cold, hard piece of the past that proves the echoes here are real. But this letter, for all its terrible detail, raises a more profound question. It tells us what happened, but it doesn't tell us why. This wasn't just a raid for supplies or a swift, violent skirmish. The level of brutality described here was intentional. It was a message, written in blood. To understand that message, we have to look beyond the settlers' hopes and see this land through the eyes of the people who already called it home. To understand the horror described in that letter, you have to understand the land itself. To the Shawnee, the Cherokee, and the Delaware, Kentucky wasn't an empty paradise waiting for a master. It was Kentar-ten, the land of tomorrow, a sacred and vital hunting preserve. They didn't build their villages there, but it was their great commons, a shared cathedral of forest and meadow teeming with the buffalo, elk, and deer that sustained their people. Its borders were jealously guarded, and they called it the dark and bloody ground for a reason. When Daniel Boone's party of settlers snaked its way through the mountains, they were not seen as brave pioneers. They were seen as a plague. The Long Hunters had been one thing, solitary men who took some game and left. But this was different. This was a tide of axes and fences, of families and cabins. This was an army of permanence, an existential threat to a way of life that had existed for centuries. Every tree they felled, every patch of cane they cleared, was an act of war. Watching this slow-moving invasion was a war party, a coalition of Shawnee, Delaware, and Cherokee warriors. They were not a random band of marauders. They were the guardians of this land, men whose families depended on the game Boone's settlers were about to displace. They would have tracked the party for days, observing them with a mix of fury and contempt. The settlers' noisy, lumbering progress was an insult to the silence of the woods, a clear sign they did not belong. The decision to attack was a calculated one, and the decision to make it a spectacle of cruelty was a strategic one. They needed to send a message so terrifying that it would echo all the way back to the colonies in Virginia and Pennsylvania. They needed to turn the dream of Kentucky into a nightmare. When James Boone's small group separated from the main party, it offered the perfect opportunity. They weren't just going to kill the intruders, they were going to make their deaths a lesson. The barbarism Captain Russell would later describe in his letter wasn't mindless savagery. It was a deliberate act of psychological warfare designed to break the will of the invaders and burn the memory of this failure into Daniel Boone's soul forever. To understand a story this old, the paper trail can only take you so far. You have to find the people who have kept the story alive, not in books, but in memory. In a small town nestled in the Cumberland Gap, I found a local historian named Silas Blackwood. He's not an academic. He's a man whose family has lived in the shadow of these mountains since before Kentucky was a state. His knowledge comes from stories told on front porches, passed down from one generation to the next like a well-worn rifle. He looked over my copy of the Russell letter, his brow furrowed. "This is the white man's truth," he said, his voice raspy like dry leaves. "It tells you a storm came through and tore the roof off the barn. It doesn't tell you why the lightning chose to strike right there, right then." He explained that for 200 years, another version of the story has been whispered in these hills, a version that provides a motive far more terrifying than a simple land dispute. According to the tale passed down in his family, the war party wasn't just a random collection of warriors. It was led by a Shawnee warrior who was already carrying a deep and personal wound. The previous spring, his own son, a boy not much older than James Boone, had been killed during a skirmish with a party of white Long Hunters. For this man, the sight of Boone's settlers, an unstoppable wave of the very people who had taken his child, was not just a political threat. It was a personal desecration. This detail, passed down outside the official record, changes everything. The unspeakable acts committed on the bank of Wallens Creek were not just a strategic message of terror. They were a targeted, ritualistic act of revenge, a horrific mirror image of the warrior's own grief. It was meant to be a dark sacrament of an eye for an eye. It was designed specifically to make Daniel Boone, the great leader, feel the exact same hollowing loss that had destroyed his own life. The lightning wasn't random. It was aimed directly at a father's heart. On the night of October 9th, 1773, the air in the mountains grew cold. For the main body of settlers, it was a normal evening. Fires lit, guards posted, the familiar sounds of a camp settling in for the night. But miles away, a smaller group, including James Boone and Henry Russell, had separated from the others to chase down a stray horse and gather supplies. It was a routine task, the kind of thing these frontier boys had done 100 times before. They were capable, unafraid, and utterly oblivious that they were being watched. The war party had shadowed them for days, moving like ghosts through the forest. At its head, if the old stories are true, was a man whose heart was already a cold, dead stone. He was not just a warrior defending his land, he was a grieving father. And as he watched James Boone, the strong, promising son of the man leading this invasion, he saw not an enemy to be killed, but a debt to be collected. This was the moment he had been waiting for, a chance to make the world balance again in the only way he had left, through pain. The boys made camp by Wallens Creek, building a small fire against the chill. They were young men full of talk about the future, about the land they would clear and the homes they would build. They were confident in their skills, secure in their small bubble of firelight, believing the deep, dark woods around them were empty. You can almost hear their last conversation, the easy banter of youth on the edge of a great adventure. They fell asleep under a canopy of ancient trees, dreaming of a Kentucky that would never exist for them. The attack was not a battle, it was an execution. It came in that disorienting pre-dawn gray, a sudden explosion of violence that ripped the sleeping camp apart. There was no time to fight back, only to be overwhelmed by a wave of silent, purposeful fury. Several in the small party were cut down in their bedrolls, their lives extinguished before they were even fully awake. But James Boone and Henry Russell were not killed. They were seized, dragged from their blankets, their arms bound tight. This was the moment that sealed their fate. The skirmish was over. The warriors had won. They could have vanished back into the woods, leaving the bodies as a stark warning. But the leader's eyes fixed on the captured boys. In that instant, the strategic goal of terrorizing the settlers merged with the raw personal need for vengeance. The son of the leader for the son of the leader. A life for a life, a wound for a wound. The decision was made. The remaining captives were quickly and brutally dispatched, but James and Henry were kept alive. They were shoved toward the creek bank, their pleas and struggles met with stony silence. The point of no return had been crossed. This was no longer about land or resources. It had become a dark ritual, a sacrifice to be performed on the altar of grief. And the dawn that was about to break would bring not light, but a descent into an unimaginable hell. Up on the highway, there's a historical marker, a simple metal sign that gives you the cold, hard facts, the names, the date, the event. It's an official scar, an attempt to nail down this ghost to a specific point on a map. But the sign is for passing cars and tourists. It sanitizes the story. The real marker, the real testament to what happened, isn't up there on the roadside. It's down here by the water. I'm standing on the creek bank now, It's a small, flat clearing, barely big enough for a few men and a campfire. The river stones are smooth and grey, worn down by countless years of flowing water. It's a perfect place to camp, naturally sheltered, which is exactly why the boys would have chosen it. This little patch of ground is the only physical evidence that's left. This is the stage. There are no monuments here, no weathered cross, no pile of stones to mark the spot. Nature has reclaimed it all. But standing here, you feel it. This isn't just a place, it's a crime scene. The silence is different. It's heavier. You can almost feel the weight of what this soil has absorbed. Right here. This is where it happened. And each of these smooth, silent stones is a silent testament to the chaos of that morning, a witness to an act so cruel that it would stain this ground forever. The fire on the creek bank was no longer a source of warmth or comfort. It had become a spotlight on a stage of unimaginable cruelty. James Boone and Henry Russell were bound, the last glimmers of hope extinguished from their eyes. Their captors moved not with the frantic energy of a raid, but with a chilling deliberateness, a sense of grim ceremony. This was not going to be a quick end. This was going to be a lesson. The work began. The first sound was not a scream, but a sharp, choked cry that was swallowed by the vast, indifferent wilderness. The violence that followed was methodical. It was not the hot-blooded rage of a battle, but the cold, patient work of men intent on deconstruction. The sounds that carried across the water were not those of a fight, but of something being systematically taken apart. The fire threw their silhouettes against the ancient sycamores, long, distorted shadows that flinched and writhed in a terrible dance. The sharp, clean scent of pine from the fire was soon corrupted by something else, a smell of scorching that was deeply, fundamentally wrong, an odor of violation that clung to the damp night air. It was the smell of something sacred being made profane. The boys' voices, which had pleaded and begged, had broken. Now, the only sounds were guttural, involuntary responses to a pain beyond the limits of language. It was the sound of humanity being stripped away, layer by layer, until only the raw nerve of existence remained. The warriors worked in near silence, their movements economical and precise, as if following the steps of a dark and ancient ritual. Then, a new sound. The heavy, rhythmic impact of wood against bone and flesh. It was a dull, percussive beat in the heart of the night, sickeningly methodical. A sound of absolute finality, repeated until it was no longer necessary. And then, the abrupt and total silence that followed was more horrifying than any of the sounds that had preceded it. The shadows detached from the trees and melted back into the forest as silently as they had come. They left behind a scene of profound devastation. All that remained was the whispering creek, the dying fire casting a weak orange glow, and two shapes on the ground that no longer resembled boys. A single leather moccasin lay on its side, yards from the fire, a small, lonely testament to a final, futile struggle. This was a story told with knives and arrows. Every wound was a word, every desecration a sentence, arranged to form a single, terrifying message. It was a message intended for one reader, Daniel Boone. When he and the search party finally arrived, they would not find the bodies of enemies slain in battle. They would find a carefully crafted monument to hatred, a masterpiece of revenge designed to do more than kill a son. It was designed to kill a father's soul. After the raw horror of a place like Wallen's Creek, you come inside. You go to the quiet, climate-controlled rooms of a historical society where the past is filed away in acid-free folders. You look for the official story. Here, the chaos of that October morning is flattened, pressed between pages, and tamed by the formal language of the 18th century. You find depositions, journal entries, and the same letter from William Russell, now treated as a piece of evidence. The language is always the same. It's stark, formal, and designed to strip away the emotion. A report might state that James Boone, deceased, was discovered by the search party. It lists the names of the dead as if taking inventory. It describes the state of the bodies with a detached, clinical precision that is almost as chilling as the act itself. The report simply lists the cause of death as injuries sustained during an attack by hostile natives. Injuries sustained. It's a phrase meant to create distance. It doesn't mention the fire or the deliberate, methodical nature of the violence. It doesn't capture the image of Daniel Boone kneeling in the dirt next to what was left of his firstborn son, a man whose heart was just ripped out of his chest. The official record has no language for that kind of grief. This is the fundamental conflict of telling these stories. The documents give us the bones, the names, the dates, the locations. But they are silent on the most important truths. They don't record the sound of a father's cry echoing through the woods. They don't capture the cold, calculating fury of a warrior seeking his own dark justice. They record an incident, but they miss the humanity. And for the men on that expedition, the official record wasn't nearly enough. The law of the settlements was slow and distant. The law of the frontier was about to be enforced. There was no manhunt, not in the way we think of one, with a determined posse riding out in a cloud of dust, crying for vengeance. The reality was far more grim. After Daniel Boone and his men buried what was left of their sons in the cold, hard wilderness, the spirit of the expedition was broken. The message of terror sent from the banks of Wallen's Creek had been received, loud and clear. They turned back. The dream of Kentucky was drowned in blood, and the retreat back through the Cumberland Gap was a silent, shuffling funeral procession. But the story traveled faster than they did. It moved from one isolated cabin to the next, a spark in dry tinder. The cold, official language of Captain Russell's letter was transformed on the lips of the frontiersmen. Injuries sustained became torn to pieces. Hostile natives became devils from hell. The names of James Boone and Henry Russell became a rallying cry, a justification for a hatred that had long been simmering. The law's pursuit didn't come from a sheriff's office. It came from the governor's mansion in Virginia. Lord Dunmore, the royal governor, saw the massacre not just as a tragedy, but as an opportunity. The dry reports from the frontier were all the pretext he needed to unleash the full force of the colonial militia. There was no courtroom, no judge, no jury. The courtroom was the War Council, and the verdict had been decided long before the trial. The hunt wasn't for a handful of warriors. It was for the entire Shawnee and Mingo nations. The following year, in 1774, Lord Dunmore's War erupted, a brutal campaign to break the power of the tribes in the Ohio Valley and force them to cede their rights to Kentucky. Thousands of militiamen were mobilized, their resolve hardened by stories like the one from Wallen's Creek. The pursuit was a scorched earth campaign. The verdict was delivered at the Battle of Point Pleasant, a bloody, day-long engagement that shattered the tribe's resistance. The law of the frontier had rendered its judgment not with a gavel, but with the butt of a long rifle. The price for James Boone's life was a war that would change the map of America forever. You might think a story this important, a sacrifice this foundational, would have a marker, a stone cross, a simple plaque by the creek. But you can search the woods around Wallen's Creek all day, and you will find nothing. James Boone has no grave. He was buried where he fell, wrapped in a blanket, and returned to the cold, unforgiving earth of the wilderness he had come to claim. His only tombstone is this creek bank, and his only memorial is the story itself, a ghost that still haunts this patch of ground. The wilderness that promised him a future ended up swallowing him whole. His father, however, is not so hard to find. Travel 200 miles north to the Frankfort Cemetery, in the very heart of the Kentucky Daniel Boone opened to the world. There, on a high bluff overlooking the Kentucky River, is a grand, imposing monument. Carved stone panels depict scenes from his life, and a towering obelisk reaches for the sky. This is where they brought him back, decades after he died in Missouri, a man who had lost all his Kentucky land claims to lawyers and speculators. In death, the state he founded reclaimed him as its primary symbol. The irony is as deep as a mountain valley. The father rests in a place of honor, a tourist attraction where his legend is preserved in stone for all to see. The son, whose horrific death was the bloody price of that legend, has no resting place at all. One is celebrated, the other is anonymous, his bones long since surrendered to the roots of the sycamores. And what of the warriors who took his life? Their graves are scattered across a continent, the unmarked resting places of a people displaced by the very tide Daniel Boone unleashed. This vast distance between the father's monument and the son's lost grave tells its own story. It is the story of what came after the grief, the long, hard years of a man who had to carry the memory of that creek bank with him every day of his life. It raises the final, haunting question: what happens to a man who survives the unsurvivable? For Daniel Boone, the retreat from Wallen's Creek was not an end. It was a vow. The grief from that day settled into him, not like a soft sadness, but like a hard piece of iron in his soul. It became the fuel that would drive him for the rest of his life. He had to go back. He had to finish what he started, as if conquering the land that took his son was the only way to quiet the boy's ghost. 2 years later, in 1775, he was back, blazing the wilderness road and raising the walls of a fort called Boonesborough on the banks of the Kentucky River. But the world he built was not the Eden he had dreamed of. It was a fortress. The hope of 1773 was replaced by the grim reality of survival in a war zone. Life was lived with one ear, always listening for a sound that didn't belong, the snap of a twig, the call of a bird that wasn't quite right. The long shadow of that massacre by the creek fell over everything. Every time a child strayed too far from the fort walls, the memory of what happened to James would have returned to Daniel like a fever. The Shawnee had been forced to cede Kentucky by treaty after Lord Dunmore's war, but a piece of paper meant nothing when their way of life was at stake. The fighting didn't stop. It just became more desperate, more personal. The shadow touched Boone's family again in 1776, when his own daughter Jemima was captured by warriors and dragged away from the fort. Boone led a frantic, relentless pursuit and rescued her, but it was a terrifying echo of the past, a reminder that the war was never far away. The ultimate proof of that long shadow came 9 years after James's death, at the disastrous Battle of Blue Licks in 1782. By then, Boone was a seasoned commander, a living legend. But on that day, against his better judgment, he was goaded into a reckless charge against a combined force of British and native warriors. It was a slaughter, and in the chaos of the retreat, Boone's other son, Israel, who was fighting at his side, was shot from his horse. Daniel, under a hail of fire, tried to carry his son's body from the field, but it was too late. He had to leave another son behind on the dark and bloody ground. The cycle of violence that began on the banks of Wallen's Creek had come full circle, claiming another of his children. The story of Boone in Kentucky is not one of triumph. It is a story of a man who won a country but lost a family, a man who lived the rest of his days under a shadow so long the sun could never truly reach him again. To most of America, the legacy that grew from that bloody creek bank is simple and clear. It's the story of Daniel Boone the Pathfinder, the brave frontiersman who faced down a savage wilderness to bring the light of civilization westward. In this telling, James Boone is a martyr, an innocent lamb sacrificed on the altar of manifest destiny. It's a clean, heroic narrative, the kind you carve into monuments and teach in schoolbooks. It's the story of a hero who persevered through unimaginable loss to found a state. But that's not the only story this land remembers. To this day, if you speak to descendants of the Shawnee, the people who were driven from their sacred hunting grounds, you will hear a very different legacy. In their story, Daniel Boone isn't a hero. He's the architect of an invasion. He wasn't a pioneer. He was the leader of a band of trespassers who ignored every warning to turn back. In this version of the story, the attack at Wallen's Creek was not an act of random cruelty. It was a desperate, violent act of defense, a last-ditch effort to protect a way of life from being extinguished. And that's where the memory gets truly complicated, tangled up in the tale of the grieving warrior who may have led the attack. Was it an act of unprovoked savagery? Or was it a terrible symmetrical act of revenge, a wound for a wound? In one legacy, he is a nameless, faceless monster. In another, he is a father, driven to madness by his own loss, inflicting the very same pain that had been inflicted upon him. He becomes a dark mirror of Daniel Boone himself. So which story is true? The hero or the invader? The martyr or the trespasser? The hard truth is, the answer depends entirely on which side of the Cumberland Gap your ancestors stood. The truth is a matter of perspective. One man's pioneer is another man's destroyer. One man's tragedy is another man's last stand. The war for Kentucky didn't end when the shooting stopped. It continues to this day, fought not with rifles and tomahawks, but with the stories we choose to tell and the ghosts we choose to honor. A story this brutal can't live forever as just a set of facts. The human mind can't hold on to that much sharp-edged horror. Over time, it has to be reshaped. The pain has to be dulled, the events smoothed over, until the history becomes something else entirely, a legend. And that's exactly what happened here. The true, documented story of James Boone's death became the seed for 100 years of local ghost stories and cautionary tales. Locals will tell you not to camp by Wallens Creek, especially not in October. They say that if you come down here at dusk, when the light is failing and the mist starts to rise off the water, you have to be quiet and listen. They say you might hear something on the wind that isn't the wind, a thin crying sound. Some say it's the ghost of a young boy, forever lost, forever calling out for a father who came too late. Fishermen have talked for generations about a cold spot near the bank, a patch of air that stays chilled even on the hottest summer day. It's the haint of Wallens Creek, a permanent scar of sorrow left on the landscape. Over the decades, the story also became a tool, a boogeyman with a real name used by parents to keep their children close. Don't you wander off, a mother would warn, or what happened to the Boone boy will happen to you. The names might have gotten jumbled, the details blurred, but the core lesson remained. The wilderness is not your friend. Danger is silent, and it is always watching. The story became a fence, built of fear, to keep the next generation safe from the same fate. This is the final stage of a story's life. This is where history dissolves. The real James Boone, the 16-year-old boy full of hope for the future, is gone. In his place is a mournful spirit, a whisper in the trees. The complex, grieving Shawnee warrior is gone, replaced by a faceless shadow that stalks the woods. This is what happens when history is too painful to remember clearly. It gets turned into a haunting so that the community can forget the facts, but never, ever forget the feeling of that terrible morning. And so, we're back where we started, on the banks of Wallens Creek. The water still moves over the stones, and the wind still whispers through the sycamores. But it doesn't sound peaceful to me anymore. After peeling back the layers of history, of memory, and of legend, I understand what the echoes are saying now. The peace you feel here is a lie. It's just the silence that comes after a scream has finally faded. This isn't just the place where a boy died. This is the place where the myth of the peaceful frontier died with him. It's the place where Daniel Boone the man was forged, a man who would be haunted by this ground for the rest of his days. It's a story of grief, a story of revenge, and a story that reminds us that the history of this land wasn't a clean, heroic adventure. It was a messy, brutal, human tragedy, filled with fathers who lost their sons on both sides of the conflict. The next time you drive through these mountains and see a quiet little creek by the side of the road, or pass a forgotten historical marker, remember this one. Remember that these places aren't empty. They are libraries, filled with stories that are more terrible and more true than any legend you've ever been told. You just have to be willing to stop and listen to the silence. The boy is gone. The father's grief has long since turned to dust. The warrior's vengeance is forgotten. But the dark and bloody ground remembers. And the story remains. Im standing on the side of an old two-lane road deep in Scott County, Virginia. Today, it's just a quiet stretch of asphalt winding through the ancient woods of the Blue Ridge. The only sounds are the wind moving through the hickories and the distant cry of a hawk. But this isn't just any road. This is a place of echoes. Because it was right here, nearly 100 years ago, that the silence was shattered by a struggle that ended a life and began a legend. A beloved young schoolteacher vanished from this very spot, leaving behind nothing but her car, her hat, and a mystery that haunts these mountains to this day. Let's turn back the clock. Forget the asphalt beneath my feet, and imagine a ribbon of red clay and gravel snaking its way through these same mountains in the fall of 1928. This was a world caught between two ages. Cabins with smoke curling from their stone chimneys stood not far from homes with newfangled telephones. Men still lived by the seasons and the old codes of the mountains, but the hum of the modern world was growing louder, carried in on the radios and the new automobiles that were just beginning to appear on these rough-and-tumble roads. Into this world stepped June Crabb. At 21, she was the very picture of that modern world. She was educated, bright, and filled with a quiet determination that set her apart. She was the teacher at the little one-room, big-cut schoolhouse, a position of immense respect in a community that valued learning but had few who could provide it. She represented a promise, a bridge between the old ways of the mountains and the possibilities of the world beyond. Every morning, she would make the drive to her schoolhouse, and every afternoon, she would drive back. And she did it in her very own Ford coupe. You have to understand what a sight that was back then. In a land where most people still relied on a mule or their own 2 feet, a young woman, independent and in command of her own machine, was a powerful symbol. That car wasn't just transportation, it was a declaration of freedom. It was her future, rolling along the dirt roads of the past. Her students adored her. For the children of coal miners and farmers, she was a window to a bigger life. She taught them arithmetic and literature, but more than that, she taught them that a girl from Scott County could achieve anything. At home, she was a beloved daughter. Her family, especially her father, saw in her the fulfillment of a dream, that their children would have more opportunities than they ever did. June Crabb wasn't just a person. She was the pride of her family and a beacon for her community. But this land, for all its beauty, held a deep and abiding sense of isolation. The forests that surrounded these roads were dense and ancient, capable of swallowing any secret. It was a place where everyone knew each other's business, yet the most important things often went unsaid. The very independence that made June a symbol of progress also made her a solitary figure on that lonely drive home, a single point of light traveling through miles of deep, dark woods. On the afternoon of Friday, September 14th, she dismissed her students for the weekend, gathered her books, and started her Ford coupe for a journey she had made countless times before, completely unaware it would be her last. Now, I'm not a detective from 1928. I don't have access to the original evidence bag, but local archives, God bless them, they keep everything. And in the files for this case, there are detailed descriptions and, in some accounts, a grainy photograph of the most important clue found at the scene. It's a simple thing, really. A lady's cloche hat, the kind every fashionable young woman wore in the 1920s. Looking at a picture of it, you can almost feel the felt. It's unassuming, maybe with a small ribbon or a simple pin. But this hat is the key to understanding the first terrifying moments of June's disappearance. Her school books were on the seat, her paycheck was in her purse, but her hat was on the floorboard of the car, reportedly scuffed and slightly crushed, as if it had been knocked from her head in a sudden violent motion. You see, back then, a hat wasn't just an accessory. It was an essential part of a woman's public identity. A respectable young teacher like June would no more leave her car without her hat than she would without her shoes. Its presence on that floorboard was a silent, desperate scream. It told the searchers, and it tells us now, that this wasn't an elopement. This wasn't a young woman running away. She was taken, ripped from her car, fighting for her life. This simple, forgotten object transforms the scene from a mystery into a portrait of violence and raises the chilling question, who in this tight-knit community would dare to lay hands on June Crab? The truth is, the deepest dangers in these mountains rarely come from a faceless stranger passing through. The real threats have names and faces and history. And while the lawmen looked for some wandering tramp, the whispers in the hills told a different story. They spoke of a young man, the son of a family whose name carried the weight of land, money, and influence. A young man who walked through the world as if he owned it, because in many ways, he and his family did. He'd taken an interest in June Crab. It was the kind of attention a hawk pays a songbird. He saw her independence not as something to be admired, but as a challenge. He saw her beauty as something he was entitled to. By all accounts, he made his intentions known, expecting her to be flattered by the attention of a man from such a powerful clan. But June Crab was not a prize to be won, and she was not easily intimidated. She turned him down. Politely, the stories say, but with a firmness that left no room for argument. And for a boy raised to believe the world owed him everything, that simple no, delivered in plain sight of the community, was a public slap in the face. It was an insult to his pride, and more importantly, to the pride of his family name. The tension began to simmer then. A resentful stare held a second too long at the town mercantile, a muttered comment about the city girl teacher and her fancy automobile. It wasn't just a personal rejection anymore. To him and to his kin, June Crab and everything she represented, her education, her confidence, her refusal to bow to the old order of things, was a threat. The conflict wasn't over a single word. It was a clash between the old power of blood and land and the new power of a woman's own will. And in the heart of Appalachia in 1928, that was a conflict that could only fester and grow, like a poison ivy vine climbing the side of an old stone wall. These old mountain stories don't live in dusty court records. They live in people. They're passed down from grandmother to granddaughter, whispered over quilting frames and snapping beans on the porch. To find the heart of this story, you have to find one of those keepers of memory. I found one, an elderly woman living in a small white house not 5 miles from where June Crab's car was found. Her mind is as sharp as a newly honed axe, and her great-aunt was one of June's closest friends. She sat me down in her living room, a room filled with the quiet ticking of a grandfather clock and the scent of lemon oil and old wood. She told me the official story of the jilted lover was close, but it missed the most important part. It wasn't just a private rejection. It was a public humiliation, the kind a powerful family in these parts would never, ever forgive. It happened at the church social, just a few weeks before, she said, her voice a soft, papery rustle. The young man from that powerful family, full of corn liquor and arrogance, cornered June by the dessert table. He wasn't asking for her company. He was telling her she would grant it. In front of half the county, he tried to put his hand on her, to claim her like a piece of property. And June, in her quiet, dignified way, moved his hand off her arm and put him in his place. Her great-aunt said she didn't yell or make a scene. She just used words, calm, clear, and sharp as glass. She told him that her time and her person were her own, and not for him to command. The crowd went silent. You could have heard a pin drop on the grass. The young man's face went from white to red, and the look in his eyes, the old woman told me her aunt had said, was a look of pure, murderous rage. He had been shamed in front of everyone by the very woman he sought to possess. "My great-aunt always said that was the moment it was sealed," the woman finished, looking out her window towards the mountains. "It wasn't about love anymore. It was about pride. And around here, a man's pride, especially a man from a family like that, well, it's a dangerous and fragile thing." She said his pride had been so badly broken, the only thing that could mend it was to break her. That public shaming at the church social was a lit fuse. For the young man, the laughter he imagined behind cupped hands, the knowing glances exchanged between neighbors, it was all a torment. But for his father, the patriarch of the clan, it was something far worse. It was a stain on the family name, a challenge to the authority they had held in these mountains for generations. In their world, power wasn't just held, it had to be seen to be held. And a young schoolteacher, an outsider in their eyes, had openly defied them and walked away unscathed. Shame in that world was a living thing. It sat at the dinner table with them, a silent, unwanted guest. It followed them into town, and it demanded to be cleansed. The discussions that followed were not about forgiveness or letting things go. They were quiet, cold, and took place in the shadows of the porch after dark. They were discussions of honor, of lessons that needed to be taught. The phrase that would have been repeated in one form or another was simple and deadly. "She can't be allowed to get away with that." June likely felt the shift in the air, a friendly nod in town that was no longer offered, the sudden silence that fell when she entered the general store. Friends of her family may have even offered veiled warnings, telling her to be careful on her drive, to not stop for anyone. But June Crabbe was cut from a different cloth. She would not be scared away from her school, from her students, or from her life. She would not let a bully's pride dictate her path. Her courage, the very thing that made her so remarkable, was now painting a target on her back. The decision, when it was finally made, wasn't likely a shouted, furious thing. It was probably a quiet nod between father and son, a confirmation. The goal wasn't just to scare her. That time had passed. The goal was to erase the insult, to reassert their dominance in a way that would be so final, so absolute, that no one would ever dare challenge their family's honor again. They knew her schedule. They knew every curve and hollow of Fincastle Road. They knew the place where the woods grew thickest and the nearest house was miles away. The plan was set. The trap was baited with the mundane routine of a Friday afternoon. The point of no return had been crossed, not in the heat of a public argument, but in the cold, calculated whisper of a family's wounded pride. So I've come back to the spot on Fincastle Road. The modern pavement is a black scar laid over the memory of the old red clay, but the bones of the land haven't changed. And when you stand right here, you understand why they chose this place. The road takes a sharp, blind curve. On one side, the mountain falls away into a steep, wooded ravine. On the other, the forest floor rises up, thick with underbrush and ancient trees that crowd right up to the shoulder. There are no houses, no fields, just the road and the woods. There are no bullet holes in a wall here, no lone chimney standing against the sky. The scars on this landscape are more subtle. They are the tactical advantages of the terrain itself. This blind curve is a natural ambush point, a place where a waiting car could be hidden until the last possible second. The dense wall of trees is a perfect backdrop for a man to step out of, blocking the way. The silence itself is the evidence. Even now, with the world just a few miles away, this spot feels utterly and profoundly isolated. Right here, this patch of gravel on the shoulder of the road, you can almost see the ghosts. You can almost feel the change in the air as a familiar drive home turned into a nightmare. This is where June Crabbe's Ford coupe slowed to a stop. This is where a shadow detached itself from the other shadows of the forest. Each stone on this roadside, each root snaking out from the bank, is a silent testament to the terror of that afternoon. This is the stage, perfectly set for the heart of darkness that was about to unfold. As June rounded that last blind curve, The familiar rhythm of her journey home was broken. Another car, dark and hulking, was stopped sideways, completely blocking the narrow road. It was an unnatural sight, a silent black predator waiting in the path. Her foot moved to the brake, her mind racing through possibilities. Engine trouble, an accident. But the cold knot that formed in her stomach told her this was no chance encounter. This was a barricade, a trap. The driver's side door of the other car opened, and the young man from the church social stepped out. He was not alone. His father, or perhaps another man loyal to the family, emerged from the passenger side. There was no rage on his face now, only a flat, chilling sense of purpose. He walked slowly toward her Ford coupe, his boots crunching on the gravel, the sound unnaturally loud in the afternoon stillness. Junet's hand instinctively went to the door lock, but it was too late. The handle of her car door was wrenched from the outside, the metallic click echoing like a gunshot. The door was pulled open, and the last of the afternoon sun was blotted out as the man's shadow fell over her. There was no shouting, only a low, guttural command to get out, the air filled with the scent of whiskey and rage. What followed was a chaos of muffled sounds, a sharp, terrified intake of breath, the scuffing of her shoes against the running board, the ripping of fabric. Her hat was knocked from her head, tumbling to the floorboard in a confused blur. A single piercing cry for help escaped her lips, but it was immediately swallowed by the vast, indifferent wilderness. The struggle was brief, brutal, and unequal. A moment later, the heavy slam of another car door echoed through the trees. Her own Ford coupe was left abandoned, its door still swinging slightly as if in a final silent wave goodbye. The waiting car roared to life, its tires spitting gravel as it turned and sped away, carrying June Crab deeper into the mountains, away from the road, away from everything she knew, and away from any hope of rescue. They drove for what must have felt like an eternity, turning off the main road onto a rough, barely there track that climbed higher into the wild heart of Clinch Mountain. The journey ended in a remote, briar-choked hollow, a place of deep shadows where the sun rarely touched the ground. They pulled her from the car. The final moments of her life were not witnessed by any person who would ever speak of it. There was no trial, no judge, no jury. Just the cold, hard finality of mountain justice. In the profound silence of that secluded place, a terrible act was committed. The only sound was a sudden, panicked flurry of wings as a flock of birds, startled by the violence below, erupted from the treetops and scattered into the darkening sky. Then, an awful, profound quiet settled back over the hollow. The men left as they had come, two ghosts melting back into the twilight, confident that the mountain would hold their secret forever. They left behind a life extinguished, a promise broken. The silence that returned was heavier than before, weighted with the knowledge of what it now concealed. In that forgotten thicket, the only thing that moved was a single oak leaf, spiraling slowly down to rest on a patch of newly disturbed earth. After the raw violence of the story, you turn to the official record hoping for answers, for clarity. Instead, you find a different kind of coldness. I'm looking at copies of the pages from the Scott County Sheriff's file on the disappearance and death of June Crab. The paper is yellowed, the ink faded, but the words still tell a story, just not the one you're looking for. It's a story told in the dry, emotionless language of bureaucracy, a language designed to record facts while stripping them of all their human horror. Take the coroner's inquest, filed after her remains were found. It's a single page. Under cause of death, the report simply states, fractures of the cranium due to blunt force trauma. Just 6 clinical words to describe the brutal end of a vibrant, 21-year-old woman's life. It doesn't mention the lonely hollow, the terror of her final moments, or the year and a half her father spent walking these mountains, praying for a sign. The only humanizing detail is a small note. Remains identified by a gold-filled molar consistent with dental records. A life reduced to a footnote in a ledger. But it's the sheriff's investigative notes that are the most telling, mostly for what they don't say. There are pages and pages detailing the search efforts, listing the names of volunteers and the areas they covered. There are dozens of dead-end leads scribbled down, reports of a suspicious-looking tramp seen miles away, a vague tip about a car from Tennessee. The official narrative being built on these pages is clear. This was the work of a phantom, an outsider who drifted in, did this terrible thing, and vanished. Yet as you read through the file, a glaring omission becomes a roar. The name of the powerful local family, the name everyone in the county was whispering, appears nowhere in these pages. Not once. There's no record of the son being questioned, no mention of the public incident at the church social. The official record is a perfect portrait of a blind eye being turned. It's a meticulously crafted document that leads everywhere except to the one place everyone knew to look. These papers aren't evidence of a failed investigation. They are the evidence of a successful and chillingly effective cover-up. In the weeks and months that followed June's disappearance, the mountains swarmed with men. It was a manhunt of epic proportions, a genuine outpouring of a community's grief and rage. Thousands of volunteers, their faces grim and determined, beat the bushes from sunup to sundown. They were honest, hard-working men, searching for a beloved teacher, hoping to bring a killer to justice. But the official arm of the law, the sheriff and his deputies, seemed to be working from a different map. While the volunteers combed the hollows near Fincastle Road, the sheriff was busy chasing phantoms. Every report of a stranger, a vagrant, or a man with an out-of-state accent was treated as a major lead. Posses were dispatched on wild goose chases, riding 20 miles in the wrong direction to question some poor, itinerant worker who couldn't have possibly been involved. They created a grand spectacle of a law enforcement agency working tirelessly to hunt down an outside evil. It was a brilliant piece of theater. It kept the community busy and directed the collective anger safely away from anyone with a powerful local name. After her body was found, the performance had to move from the mountains to the courthouse. A grand jury was convened, not to seek the truth, but to officially bury it. For days, witnesses were brought in, but they were the ones who had seen a suspicious tramp near the railroad tracks or an unfamiliar car on a distant road. The people who had been at the church social, the ones who had seen the public confrontation and the look of murderous rage on the young man's face, were never called to testify. The questions were carefully chosen, the path of inquiry meticulously routed around the truth. The verdict wasn't delivered in a packed courtroom by a jury foreman. It was delivered on the courthouse steps by the county prosecutor, a man who knew which families buttered his bread. He stood before the small crowd of reporters and heartbroken townspeople, his face a perfect mask of solemn regret. He announced that after an exhaustive investigation, the grand jury had found insufficient evidence to issue an indictment. He spoke of trails gone cold and the tragic reality of motiveless, random violence. With those few legal phrases, the case was officially closed. Justice had not been blind. It had been deliberately blindfolded. The law had pursued its course, but it was a course designed to lead to a dead end. As the crowd dispersed in a quiet, defeated murmur, the men from the powerful family, who had been watching from the back, could turn and walk away. The hunt was over. The law had pursued its quarry, and in the end, had declared the monster to be a ghost, allowing the real flesh-and-blood killer to retreat back into the safety of the shadows, protected by a wall of money, power, and fear. Every story eventually ends in a quiet place like this. Him standing in an old church graveyard on a hill overlooking the valley, where the wind whispers through cedar trees, and the only sound is the crunch of my boots on fallen leaves. Most of the headstones are old, tilting, and covered in a soft green carpet of moss. But June Crabb's grave is not hard to find. Her family, and those who remembered, tended to it for years. It's a simple, modest stone, with a small carved lamb at the top, a symbol of innocence. The dates carved into the weathered marble tell the whole tragic story. 1907, 1928, 21 years. a life that had barely begun. You stand here before this quiet stone, and you feel the weight of all that lost potential. The students she would have taught, the family she never had. It's a place of profound and lingering sadness. But the story doesn't end with this single stone. Because just 100 yards away, up on the crest of the hill, where the most prominent families are buried, there is another plot. It's a grand affair, marked by a large, polished granite monolith, the family name carved in big, proud capital letters for all the world to see. And there, in the shadow of that monument, is another grave. It's the grave of the young man who could never accept the word no. His dates tell a different story. He lived a long, full life, dying of old age, surrounded by family. They lie so close now, separated by a small patch of grass and an immeasurable gulf of sin. He, the perpetrator, under a proud stone proclaiming his family's legacy. She, the victim, under a humble marker of a life stolen away. You can't help but notice the cruel irony. Enemies in life, neighbors in death, resting in the same Appalachian soil. Looking from his grave back to hers, you're left with a haunting question. The law couldn't touch him. The community was too scared to. But what happened after? What was it like to live out those 60 or 70 years knowing what you had done? What shadows followed him home from that courthouse, and did they ever leave him be? After the courthouse doors closed and the official story was written, a heavy, suffocating silence fell over Scott County. For the Crabb family, it was the silence of a home hollowed out by grief. The light simply went out of their house. Junet's father, a man who had tirelessly walked every inch of these mountains searching for his daughter, was a broken man. He had lost his child, and then he had been forced to watch as her killer walked free, shielded by the very system that was supposed to protect them. They had no recourse, no appeal. To speak the truth aloud would have been to invite ruin, or worse, upon the rest of their family. So they carried their sorrow quietly, a private agony that would follow them to their own graves. For the young man and his family, life went on with an almost defiant normalcy. He married a girl from a neighboring county, had children, and in time became a respected businessman, just like his father. Their name continued to be synonymous with power and influence. They attended church on Sundays, donated to local causes, and held their heads high. They had proven their point. They were the law in these mountains, and their honor was worth more than a young woman's life. Their victory was total. They had not only silenced June Crabb, they had silenced justice itself. But the stories that have been passed down say that the victory was a hollow one. They say the young man, as he grew older, was haunted. Not by a ghost in white, but by something far worse, a perfect, unending memory. He took to drinking heavily, and his temper, which had always been a spark, became a raging fire. People learned to give him a wide berth. He never, ever took the Fincastle Road again, even if it meant adding an hour to his journey. He lived a long life, but it was a life lived in a prison of his own making, forever looking over his shoulder, not for the law, but for the face of a girl he had left in a briar-choked hollow on Clinch Mountain. The community, too, lived under that long shadow. They knew the truth. Every man, woman, and child knew who had done it, and they knew why nothing was ever done. The case of June Crabb became a quiet, bitter lesson in the two kinds of justice that existed in the mountains, one for the common folk and another for the powerful. It bred a deep and lasting distrust that soured relationships for a generation. Justice had been denied, but memory is a different kind of court, and in the minds of the people of Scott County, the verdict was never in doubt. To this day, the murder of June Crabb isn't a settled piece of history around here. It's a living wound, and if you try to touch it, you'll find it's still tender. The story has fractured over the decades, becoming a testament to the fact that the past is never really dead. Depending on which family you ask, you will get two starkly different, irreconcilable versions of the truth. Ask anyone whose family has been in these hills for a century, especially those with a connection to the Crab family, and they'll tell you the story I've just told. They'll speak of June as a bright light, a symbol of innocence who was sacrificed on the altar of a powerful family's pride. To them, the case is a defining local tragedy, a story of an unforgivable crime compounded by an unforgivable cover-up. It is a cautionary tale about how money and influence can poison the very soul of a community and place a family above the law. In this version, the guilt is absolute, the injustice is clear, and the memory of June is that of a martyr. But there are still a few who hold to a different telling. If you could find a descendant of that other family, and if they would even speak to you about it, they would tell you a tale of slander. They'd say their ancestor was a good, hard-working man, and that his family's success bred jealousy and vicious rumors. They would dismiss the story of the church social as malicious gossip, a tale spun by lesser men to tear down their betters. They would point to the official record, to the sheriff's tireless hunt for a nameless tramp, as the real truth. In their version, their family is the victim, unfairly maligned for generations by a lie that took root and grew into an unkillable weed. And there you have it. Two stories, two histories, occupying the same small patch of earth. One is a story of absolute guilt, preserved in the whispers of generations of ordinary people. The other is a story of absolute innocence, preserved by a family's defiant pride and backed by the clean, empty pages of the official record. The real, objective truth of what happened in that hollow probably died with the last person who was there. What we're left with are conflicting legacies. It's no longer just a question of what happened. It's a question of who you believe, and the answer says as much about you as it does about the past. When official justice fails in a place this isolated, the people find their own way to keep the truth alive. The story doesn't die. It just changes form. It escapes the dry, dusty pages of the official record and seeps into the local folklore. The hard edges of fact begin to soften and blur, and slowly, surely, a true crime story transforms into a full-blown Appalachian legend. Ask around today about June Crab, and some of the old-timers will tell you about the ghost of Fincastle Road. They say if you drive that lonely stretch of pavement late on a September evening, just as the fog is starting to settle in the hollows, you should watch the shoulder of the road carefully. They say you might see her, a figure in a simple dress, her face pale in the headlights, forever walking that final mile, trying to get home. Some even claim to have heard a single terrified cry carried on the wind, a sound that the mountains swallowed once and have been echoing ever since. But more than just a ghost story, her tragedy became a cautionary tale, a lesson whispered from mothers to daughters for generations. Her name became a warning about the dangers that can hide behind a neighbor's smile, a warning about the deadly fragility of a powerful man's pride. Her murder was no longer just a singular event. It was a living piece of folklore, a map of the hidden dangers that lay beneath the serene surface of their world, a brutal reminder that civilization is sometimes just a thin veneer stretched over something much older and wilder. This is the final stage of a story's life. It's how a community holds on to a truth that was officially denied. They turn the unbearable facts of history into the enduring power of a legend. The names of the guilty men might be spoken only in hushed tones, but the spirit of the story, the ghost of it, remains forever a part of the landscape, a permanent chill in the air on an otherwise quiet country road. So we find ourselves back where we started, on the side of this quiet, lonely road. The sun is lower now, casting long shadows that stretch across the asphalt like dark fingers. But it's not the same place it was when we began this journey. An hour ago, this was just a stretch of road. Now, it's a stage, The trees are the silent witnesses. The wind in the leaves carries the whispers of a story that this place has held for nearly a century. A story of a bright life ended and a dark secret kept. We went looking for the truth of what happened to June Crab, and we found it. Not in the official reports, but in the memories passed down through generations, in the cold logic of the landscape, and in the glaring empty spaces within the official record. We pieced it together, from the crushed hat on the floorboard to the two graves resting on the same hill. That's the power of these forgotten corners of the world. The next time you drive past a crumbling stone chimney standing alone in a field, or see a forgotten cemetery being slowly reclaimed by the forest, remember this. They aren't just empty spaces. They are libraries filled with the stories of the people who came before us, stories of love, pride, and the terrible choices that can echo forever. The Ford coupe has long since turned to rust. The men who did this and the men who covered it up are nothing more than dust and names on a family tree. Everything from that terrible September afternoon is gone. The people are gone. The evidence is gone. But the story remains.